Welcome to the most comprehensive course on starting an AI business. If you ever wanted to start a business, we are at a unique opportunity in history right now because in every technological revolution, like the internet, the smartphone, the cloud transition, a big window of business opportunity opens up for people quickly jump on it. We are still very early in AI, and being just a few weeks ahead of the market makes you a relative expert. And companies right now are paying to work with exactly these people. And the fastest and most efficient way to jump onto this opportunity is through an AI agency. My name is Ben. I got into AI 2 years ago as a non-coder, and since then I've scaled my own AI agency to over $1 million in annual revenue. Since then, I've also opened an AI product business and grew it to 80K in MRR, and I've opened an education business with my AI Accelerator, where I try to help more than 1,000 other AI entrepreneurs build and scale their own AI businesses. That being said, this is not a course on some quick money hack, because the truth is that growing a business, including an AI business, is hard, comes with a lot of pain, sacrifice, hard work, and plenty of failures. So this course will cover everything I've learned over the last 2 years, from the technical AI automation skills you need to how to get clients fast, to sales, scoping, delivery, and how to scale your business, to hopefully help you capitalize on this massive opportunity and hopefully make this painful but rewarding journey a bit easier for you. So what will I cover in this course? I'll cover everything you need to get a profitable AI business off the ground. Now, depending on where you're at in your journey, you can also use the timestamps below to jump to the topic or the phase you're in. Now, I'm going to cover everything in order of priority of what to learn first. Now, if you don't know it already, we're going to start by learning the fundamentals of AI automation. N8N right now is the best platform to leverage for AI automation. So we're going to cover the 80-20 of N8N, where you're going to learn everything you need to know to be able to build valuable AI automation systems for businesses. Now, these fundamental skills are important, but the truth is that most of the skills and even the technical skills to actually build good systems come out of working with actual real clients. So in the second chapter, we're going to learn the scale of acquiring customers for an AI agency. I'll be covering how to find a good niche for your AI agency, give you examples of good niches for AI automations, show you how to get clients in each one of these niches. I'll break down the 6 best ways to get clients fast, which are the exact channels dozens of my AI Accelerator members use to get clients fast and consistently. And I'll give you a step-by-step framework on how to get clients through LinkedIn, which has been one of the most effective acquisition channels for most people building an AI agency and people in my AI Accelerator. Then I'll be covering everything you need to know on the business skills in order for you to actually close deals with clients, from pricing strategies to how to get clients on retainers, to sales, scoping, and delivery. And I'll show you a real case study and a realistic customer journey from acquisition to a 60K long-term AI partnership deal, where we even hear from the business owner himself. And then lastly, I'll show you how to scale your AI agency past the 10 to 20K a month mark to 100K a month or more through either productization or by scaling a service business. Now, before diving into N8N and learning the fundamentals of AI automation, I want to quickly explain why I'm so big on starting an agency instead of an AI SaaS or maybe a product business or another business model, and why I believe it's the best business model for most people right now to get a business off the ground fast, considering you don't have years of startup experience, founder experience, or VC connections. First of all, like I said, there's huge demand in the market for AI automation right now. Most businesses have AI FOMO right now, so it's really easy to get a foot in the door quickly with this model. Second, the barrier to entry with this business model is very low because these no-code platforms like N8N can be learned literally in days or weeks. Even after today's video, you will already be ahead of 99% of the world in terms of AI automation skills. And with a few days of playing around with these tools, you can provide real value to businesses, which is what's going to allow you to build cash flow quickly, quit your job, and go all in on AI, which fastens the learning curve even more. Most businesses need and want long-term partners right now, AI partners. So you can get paid recurringly by these businesses. And that means you can hit 10 to 20K a month with only potentially 2 to 4 clients and still being alone. And this is exactly what happened with me when I started out, and what has happened with countless of my AI Accelerator members who started at the beginning of last year or even a couple of months ago. And lastly, this is also the business model that allows you to learn the fastest, because in order for you to get really any AI business off the ground, you need to learn how to work with AI, actually implement it in businesses. You need to learn sales, of course, GTM, scoping, hiring, and many more skills. And an agency model is the model that can speed up the learning curve for all of these skills, because most of this experience will roll out of working with actual businesses. Now, many people dream of having a scalable AI product or education business, but they generally require you to have some experience, have some cash flow, and have a team that you can build up while running an agency. So, from starting an agency, making a transition or adding a business model becomes far easier. And this is exactly what I've done, right? My AI agency resulted in me getting market feedback, experience, validation, the team, and ideas to be able to build an AI product business. It has also gotten me the real world experience in order for me to start an AI education business. So even if you're interested in running one of those businesses, see the AI agency model as the first step towards your goal. And by the way, I also think AI agencies will be in a great position for potential acquisitions, as AI talent with real experience will be a big asset in a couple of years. So let's start by learning the fundamentals of AI automation. I'm going to keep this very practical, focusing on the things you actually need in order for you to build valuable automations for businesses. And I'll skip over all the non-relevant or the non-essential things that you don't really need right now. Now, by the end, you'll know everything you need to know to start building your own AI systems. So let's dive in. So first, we're just going to go over the basics here in N8N. We're going to set up a quick account and go over the key concepts that you have to understand. Now, we're not going to spend too much time here because I want to keep this practical. Then we're going to cover every node you need to know in N8N to start building basically anything. And finally, we're going to build some things from scratch. And by the end of this video, you're going to learn how to build entire AI products from scratch. Now, if you don't have an account yet, you can go to n8n.io or use the link in the description below if you want to use my affiliate link. Now, a huge benefit of using N8N over other popular automation platforms like Make.com, Zapier, etc., is that in general, it is the cheapest to run of all of these automation softwares. Second, we also have the most flexibility. Although it is very simple to use for non-coders or non-technical people, we still have lots of potential for the long term to build more and more complex systems, right? Because we can even use code in N8N. But maybe more importantly, N8N is the only one that supports self-hosting options. And this basically means you can run N8N on a local server. And this means you can keep your data private. And second, you can save a lot of cost if you're really going to run automations at scale, right? Now, we're not going to cover the setting up self-hosting in this video because it's definitely not necessary and probably not recommendable to do when you're just starting out. I highly recommend getting some experience first. And really, when you start running automations at scale, you can always switch to the self-hosting option. There are many tutorials on the internet on how to set it up, and it's quite easy and fast to do. Now, lastly, before creating an account, it's worth noting that N8N has hundreds of community templates available, as you can see here. These are basically automations pre-built for you that you can just copy and paste. I also have dozens of AI automation and AI product templates available in my free community and my community, which you can all find in the link in the description below too. It's definitely worth checking out some of these templates. Now, templates are great, but you should think of templates in general more as giving you sort of a head start on a specific automation or using them for learning, because most business processes and processes in general are so unique to each company, each industry, and each person that they have to be heavily adapted or even sometimes built from scratch in general. So unless they're productized N8N automations, which we're going to learn at the end of this video, and you can make them resellable and reusable for multiple companies, in general, you have to heavily adapt them. But still, it can be worth checking them out. Anyway, here we can just sign up for a free account. We get, for the cloud version, we get 2 weeks of free trial. So you can set up your own account here. You have a little bit of an onboarding flow, but it's quite straightforward. Now, once you're set up, you'll land in your dashboard. Not too much to cover here. Speaks for itself, I think. But some important things here is the workflows. Here are all the automations you've built are stored in here. Then we have credentials here where all the connections with softwares you made are stored. So we don't have to redo them each time we use a specific software. Then we have the executions where we can basically check all the automations that have run in our account, both the successful ones and the errors. And for the rest, here on the top, we can create a new workflow. On the left panel, we don't really have to do a lot. We can set up a project, basically like a folder. Here we can also access the templates, but not too much you're going to use on a day-to-day here. So we're just going to go to the overview. So what I've done for this video, I've created an entire N8N course template here. And this basically covers everything we're going to cover today, all the nodes, all the important concepts you need to know in N8N to basically be able to build any automation solution. So we're going to cover everything here. So this is just a good resource for you if you want to dive a little bit deeper in specific concepts, want to reread. We're going to cover this all in this video, but it can be a good resource for you if you want to dive a little bit deeper or if I went too fast over a specific topic. So you can just import this entire template into your own N8N account, right? The way you do that is just by going to the overview, you create a new workflow, and from there you can import
from file. Now, that entire N8N course template will be available here in the free resources. So I haven't posted it yet, but it will be here when I launch this video. So you can see I have many other templates here. All you do is you go to the JSON, you download it, you go back to the workflow here, the canvas, you go import from file, you go to, you select the JSON and you'll see that it automatically is imported. So that's it. So we're going to use this N8N course as a guide, basically, in this video, but we're going to be really practical. We're actually going to build out some automations. So before diving into the course, I want to give you a quick example and get you familiar with some of the key concepts here in N8N. So here I have a quick example that I set up, which is a LinkedIn outreach message generator. So basically generates personalized LinkedIn outreach messages for potential leads. Now, this is a similar system that I built out for a client a while back ago, which was a LinkedIn outreach agency, which basically manages LinkedIn outreach for their clients. And they heavily personalize the outreach to get higher response rates. So this automation can help basically get higher response rates for potential leads through LinkedIn outreach. Now, here we have the canvas, and here we can build out our automations, right? And here we also can name our automations. In this case, LinkedIn outreach example, we can add tags. So these tags we can then later use inside of the dashboard to filter our automations on. So in this case, I can call it Ben AI Community. And we have the editor here where we're building out our automations. We have the executions where we can check the past executions. And we have evaluations, which we're not going to cover now, but later in this video, which is a bit more advanced. Here we can put our automation workflow on active to run it into production, but we can still test it when it's inactive. We can share it here too. We can also download our template here, which we can then share with people so they can import it into their own N8N account. And of course, we can also import from here. So that's really all you need to know here in the canvas. Then there's some key concepts you have to understand. So N8N works with nodes. Nodes are basically all these steps here. Data flows from left to right in N8N, right? So here we have our trigger and here we have the output, and data flows from node to node. So we have many different types of nodes. We have trigger nodes, right? Every automation should start with a trigger node. There are many different types of trigger nodes again, which we're going to cover in the course. Then we have software nodes, for example, here Airtable, and we have AI nodes, right? AI agent node here, and here we have a basic LLM chain, which is also an AI node. So I'll show you a quick example of this in action. So here I have a lead database inside of Airtable. We like to use Airtable a lot as our main database. You'll need a database anyway when you're working with these automation solutions, because you always have to store data generally somewhere. So many people use Excel, Google Sheets. You can use that too, but I like Airtable because you can build front ends on top, which I'm going to show you later. So in this case, I just have three leads here, just random leads, including myself, Airtable, Notion, and here you can see we have three columns with the LinkedIn messages. Now here, the personalized LinkedIn messages should be put out, right? So that's what our automation is going to do. We also have some lead data here. And basically this automation, we can now click here on execute workflow, where we can basically test our automation. And you'll see that it started now. So basically this node here got the data and the leads or the rows from Airtable. It passes that into the AI agent, which does deep research on these leads, which we can then use in order to personalize our outreach messages, which is what this AI node will do. And then the personalized LinkedIn outreach messages will be updated inside of the Airtable. It's going to take a bit, so I'll speed it up. So our automation has now finished, which you can recognize because all nodes are green, which means they all ran successfully. So if we go back to the lead database, we can now go to the messages, and here we find now we have personalized LinkedIn outreach messages. Now this system is programmed to message from my company. So this is probably not the best example because I'm sending a message to myself, but just to see the output. Hey, Ben, I saw your workshop with Capria on AI automation. That's actually really good because basically in the deep research, it found that I did a workshop with a VC called Capria. So it really looks like I did my research, right? Love how practical and community driven your work with Ben AI seems. Would be great to connect and swap notes, right? So generally for first outreach messages on LinkedIn, you don't want to pitch your services yet. You just want to go for the connection first and later pitch it. So here we go. Hi, Henry. I've been following Airtable's shift towards enterprise grade apps and AI. Super interesting evolution from its spreadsheet roots. Thought it'd be great to connect. So these are pretty good. Hey, Tim, I've been following Notion's push into AI. Super interesting direction. Thought it'd be great to connect with someone behind the scenes there. So anyway, you get the idea. And again, this entire template will also be available for you to download, so you can adapt this or use it yourself. Now, this is actually part of an entire end-to-end LinkedIn outreach product that we built on N8N, which finds new leads, does personalized outreach, actually sends the messages, and can even manage your inbox. I'm going to show you an example of that one later in this video. For now, don't worry if you don't understand all of this yet. All I want you to understand is nodes, data flows from left to right. We always start with a trigger. And lastly, what you have to understand is how nodes work. So I can dive into this AI agent node very quickly. So all you have to understand here, this might look complicated, is on the left side here, we always have the input data. So basically it means we have access to the data of all the previous nodes here, which you can see. And this data we can use here in the middle part, which is the configuration of this specific node. And here we basically decide what this node should do, and we can pass in data from previous nodes into this node. So the way we do that is by just dragging and dropping. So you can see I gave the AI agent here access to the lead name, the company name, and the company website. And the way I did that is by just dragging this in. And this is what we call variables or expressions in N8N, which you're constantly going to use. And then here on the right side, we have the output of this specific node. So in this case, the AI agent outputs a research report on the specific lead, which then, of course, going to pass on to the LLM, which can then write personalized messages based on that. So these are the key concepts. Now we're going to dive into the course, and you're going to learn everything you need to know to be able to build automation solutions like these yourself. So if we dive into the course, we're going to start with trigger nodes. So triggers and webhooks are important because every automation in N8N has to start with a trigger. And there are basically two types of triggers. We have triggers that start from within N8N, which are mainly these four, and triggers that start from outside N8N, generally from other softwares. So let me just open up a new workflow here. So I can click here and create a new workflow, and you always get this first plus icon here, which automatically allows you to select the trigger. Now you will see here that we have many options, right? So the first one is the trigger manually, which we also used in our original example. And in this one, we can basically manually trigger automation. So this one you're going to use a lot when you're building and testing out your workflow, because we can just decide to start it whenever we want. So this basically does nothing. As you can see, there's no output. It just starts the automation. And the second one we can use to start it from within N8N is on-chat message. Now this on-chat message is mostly used again for sort of these chatbot use cases or assistant use cases. So generally we connect this to an AI agent to sort of get a conversational experience. You can see here, if I click on open chat, I can say hi. And now this is triggered. And of course, we also get the data here, which we can then pass on to an AI agent. Now we're going to cover this more when we talk about AI agents later in this video. But for now, not that important. On a schedule trigger, this one you're going to use quite a lot too. And this one basically allows us to trigger this automation on a specific time interval, meaning every 3 minutes, every 12 hours, twice a day, etc. So we can decide here, let's say hours, and we can say every 12 hours. So every 12 hours, this will now be executed. So that's it. And then we have the last one we can use for starting from within N8N, which is when executed by another workflow. This runs the flow when called by the execute workflow node from a different workflow. So in reality, you're going to use this one when you build really complex automation systems and you want to reduce the complexity a bit by separating your workflows. Then you can use this one to basically call a part of your other workflow in this new automation here. Now, in general, you're not going to use this quite a lot, especially in the beginning. I don't even use it that often. So don't worry too much with this one for now. Another use case for this one could be to sort of reuse one specific automation flow for multiple other automations. But again, don't worry about this one too much for now. And then for the triggers from outside N8N, we have the on-app event here. So here you can see, and this is the big advantage of N8N, is we have hundreds of these native integrations already set up for us, basically allowing us to make it a lot easier to connect third-party softwares to N8N than if we wouldn't have these native integrations. So here you can see we have hundreds of these software integrations, and there are two types of software triggers, right? We have instant triggers and we have polling triggers. Now, what's the difference? Instant triggers basically allow us to get this automation to get triggered as soon as a specific event happens in another software. So for example, if we take Calendly here, we can decide what the trigger is. In this case, I'll do on event created. And what you'll see here is I can decide on which event this automation should get triggered. So in this case, let's say event created. So as soon as a new event is created in Calendly, this automation gets triggered. But there are also many softwares that don't have an instant trigger. So if I take, for example, Airtable, if I click here on new Airtable event, you'd think that it would happen at a specific event. But what we actually see here is poll times. And this means it's a polling trigger. Now, what's the difference? This doesn't actually trigger instantly when something specific happens in Airtable. This basically checks for updates every minute, every hour, every day, whatever you prefer. And if there's some specific characteristic or something is updated in the Airtable, you can decide to let it trigger. But the big difference is this doesn't happen instantly when something happens in Airtable. It just checks for updates every minute, hour, day, and then it gets triggered. Of course, we can define here in the configuration when it should actually run something, like maybe, let's say, a new field is updated, then run the automation. But the important thing to keep in mind here is that it's not an instant trigger. Now, why is this important too? Because if you, let's say, you check every minute for updates on Airtable, it means it's going to execute the workflow every minute, meaning you'll be charged for an execution every time this runs. So this might not be an ideal setup if you want Airtable to only be triggered on specific events, right? So what do you do in that case? You can use a webhook. And a webhook you can basically see as a URL. So here we have a webhook, which is going to be really important node, right? Which you're going to use a lot in practice. Now, two use cases for this webhook. The first one is when we have a native integration with a tool like Airtable, but we don't have an instant trigger, then we can use a webhook because a webhook basically allows us to get that instant trigger. So what you can see here is we get a URL, a test URL, and a production URL. The test URL we can use when we're testing out our workflow, and when we put our automation live, we'll use the production URL. Now this URL, we're generally going to add somewhere in the other software to basically tell Airtable, hey, if a specific event happens here, please send over data to this URL. And this will trigger the automation here in n8n. So that's how we can set up an instant trigger with a software that doesn't have an instant trigger here in n8n. Now, the second use case is if we don't have a native integration here from within n8n, we can also generally just use a webhook to be able to trigger it from a software that doesn't have a native integration. So for example, my community runs on Circle. Now Circle doesn't have a native integration with n8n. So here's an example workflow for a Circle customer support agent that we use. And in this case, I used that webhook and added it into the settings in Circle to basically, as soon as someone posts a tech problem or a tech issue, for this automation to get run. Now, again, we're going to show an exact setup of the webhook for Airtable also later in this video. But generally, in all softwares, you have some place where you can add in a webhook and let them know that they have to send data when a specific event happens. Now, this is different, of course, for all software, so I can't show you. But later, I'll show you from scratch, for example, how we do this in Airtable. Now, one more trigger that you might use is the on-form submission. And this basically allows us to create a quick form from within n8n, which we can then use also in a URL, which we can, for example, give to a client. So, for example, in this one, let's say we actually want to trigger it from a form submission where someone fills in a new lead. We can just delete this one. We can add a new trigger, and here you get on a form submission. So here we can basically build our own form. So we can call it, let's say, lead form. Right, and here we can decide which fields we want, right? So let's say lead name. We can define which type of field it should be, right? So in this case, let's say text, and we can add in another one. Let's say company name, right? And if we now click here on execute step, you'll see that we get a little form here, and we can also get this. If we put it in production, we can get a link, right? And as soon as we fill this out, automation will be triggered. Right, so this can be useful if you have an automation workflow that you quickly want to give to a client, or you can fill out a form to start the automation. This can be very useful. So you can also use this, of course, as a test URL. So you will use this one when you're testing, right? And you'll use the production URL if you actually activated your workflow. Now, another thing n8n allows us to do is to have multiple triggers inside of one workflow. So for example, in this one, we want to actually be able to trigger it from a form, but also want to run this automation every day. Now we can just add another trigger. We go here to the plus icon. All the way at the bottom, we see add another trigger. And let's say in this one, we choose on a schedule. And we also want to run it every day at a specific time. All we do is add it to that first node, and now we have two triggers. You'll also see that we now have a drop down here, so we can basically, when testing it, decide from which trigger we want to test it. But if we run it in production, it will use both of these triggers. Now, the next thing we need to know is action nodes. action nodes and APIs in N8N. Now, of course, the big advantage in N8N again is we have hundreds of these native integrations already set up for us, right? Making it a lot easier for us to connect it to third-party softwares and applications. Now, let's say we're just going to build out the initial part of that workflow you just saw in the example. So in this case, we're going to have to retrieve all the records from Airtable, right? All the leads from Airtable we want to get here inside of N8N. So we're going to use an Airtable action node. So we can just go here on action in an app, right? And here you'll find all the software. So in this case, we're going to use Airtable. And in Airtable, you see all the actions we have available that we can take inside of Airtable. So we can create a record, delete a record, update a record. But in this case, we need to search records. Now, you might wonder why not use get a record, because get a record only gets us one record. That's why we're using the search records, because we want to retrieve them all. So once we add an action node, and this configuration will be different for every action node, of course, because you'll be able to take different actions and different configurations on different apps. But the first thing you'll almost always see is the credentials. And that will be the same for AI nodes too. And the credentials basically is where we set up the connection with our specific software. Now you can see in my case, I've already set up the connection, but if you don't, you can go here to create new credential, and this will be different for every software. But here we'll see what we need to make the connection with Airtable. Now, a very useful thing that N8N has done is every single one of these action nodes has a link here that tells you exactly how to set up this connection here. So if I open the docs here, you'll see, and it will let you know, N8N, exactly where to find this access token. So go to the Airtable Builder Hub, right? And here I can create a new token, in this case for Airtable. Just go 3, and it will also explain the configurations, right? So in this case, I have to add scopes, and scopes basically tell a software what am I allowed to do in the software. In this case, for this one, I need these 3 scopes. So if I go here to Airtable, I need to add in those 3: data read, write, and what's the last one? Schema basis read. So this one. So now we've added the scopes, and now we can here decide which of the bases, which of the tables inside of my Airtable it has access to. Now again, you're going to have to use a database when you're going to start building on an N8N generally. So I highly recommend you make an account on Airtable. Of course, you can use Google Sheets or another one. I'm a big fan of Airtable because we can build user interfaces on top of it very easily, which is actually what we use to build our AI products and make N8N solutions resellable, which I'll again show later in this video. In this case, we're just going to give it access to the lead database, right? And then we create a token. We copy this one. We go back to N8N. We add this in, and now we have the connection set up. You can see connection tested successfully. Now, the thing is, now this credential or this connection is stored forever. So every time I'm going to use the Airtable node, it will always be already connected, right? That's the big advantage here. Now, this configuration, again, will be different for every single one, but as it's now already connected to my base, you can see that it already lists the database here that it has access to. So I can just choose this one. And of course, we want to retrieve the leads from this table, which is going to load in a second. Here you see, now we have leads. And now we can also filter by formula. And this basically allows us to only retrieve, let's say, specific type of leads, only when they have more than 10 people in their company, for example. But we're not going to use that. We want to retrieve them all. Then here we can also decide return all, or we can limit it to, let's say, only 2 leads. Now, in this case, we want to retrieve them all. There are only 3. And usually here you have some extra advanced options. Now, again, every action node will be a bit different, but the credential part's always the same. Now, some credentials might be a bit harder. We also in our community have an entire section on how to set up integrations with the most popular softwares. Navid, our community manager and tech specialist, has built this and made quick videos on how to set up the connections between all of this. You can also book in Navid for any tech issue or tech problem you have. You have unlimited one-on-one calls with Navid in my community. So if you need some help while building out your first automations, definitely interesting for you to check out, and Navid can definitely help. So now we can execute the step here, and we can just test it here, and you'll see it retrieves all the data from the database. So if I go here to the table view, you can see we get all of the 3 rows back. Now, sometimes, of course, we don't have a native integration inside of N8N. So then we can check out, first of all, if there's a community node. This is basically just people in N8N's community setting up these connections themselves. So sometimes that's worth checking out. For example, They usually appear here too. So this one, for example, is a community node. Usually you have to install this one first. Now in this case, I've already installed it, but that might be worth checking out too. But sometimes, of course, we need to set up the connection manually, and we do that through APIs. So I'll cover very quickly what APIs are, but again, n8n makes it really easy for us to set up custom APIs too. So very quickly, if you're not familiar with it yet, if not, you can skip this. But what are APIs? APIs are application programming interfaces, and it basically is what allows different softwares to share data and work together, right? And of course, we use that all the time here in N8N. All these native integrations we've just set up, for example, those are APIs too, right? So an API basically consists of an endpoint, and the endpoint is like a specific address or URL where the API is accessed. And each endpoint usually represents a specific action. So, for example, if you want to create a HubSpot contact, right, a CRM contact, we might have a URL like this, contact/v1/contact. And this is just how HubSpot knows what kind of action you want to take in their software. Then second, we have HTTP methods, and the HTTP methods basically define what kind of actions you're taking. Now, in general, you only have these four. You might sometimes have a different one, but usually it's just get, and get is usually used to retrieve data from a software, like pulling a contact's details. You have post, which usually is to add new data or to create new data into the software. Then we have put or patch, which is usually used for updating existing data, and then we have delete. So the example for this HubSpot creating a new context, of course, is post. Then we have headers. Headers carry metadata about the request, like instructions for the API on how to process the request. Now, almost always the ones you will see is, first of all, content type, and this defines basically in what structure the software can receive the data. Now, this is almost always going to be application JSON, because 99% of applications or APIs use JSON as a data structure, which we're going to get to in a second. And then we have authorization, and this tells the API who you are, right? And that's usually done through an API key. So for example, in HubSpot, we have authorization, which is header 1, and content type header 2. And the value is bearer and your API key, and the value of content type is application JSON. Now again, all of this information is always available on the documentation pages of these softwares, right? So you don't have to make this up yourself. You can literally just copy and paste, which I'm going to show you in a second. And it then makes it even easier, so we don't even have to copy and paste everything like this. So then lastly, we have the request body, and the request body contains the actual data you're sending. So if we're updating a contact in HubSpot, we're sending the actual contact details that we want to add to HubSpot. So here's a quick example. So we have to do this and set this up through an HTTP request node, which I can show you quickly here. If we want to set up a custom API, we have to use HTTP request, and you'll see that we get all of those fields that I just explained in here. So let me just show you this quick example here with HubSpot. So in this case, the method is post. The URL, we filled out the URL. The authentication is none. We have two headers. Right, the authorization with the API key, and here you would have to put your actual API key, of course, and the second header is content type application JSON, and then here in the body we have the JSON that actually sends the contact details of the lead to update into HubSpot. So let's say in our automation, we're gonna want to add a new node here, because let's say we want to use Perplexity to do some more research on these leads. Now, Perplexity, let's say, doesn't have a native integration here in N8N. So how are we going to set this up? So first, we're going to use an HTTP request node, and this allows us to set up a custom API. Now again, N8N makes it a lot easier. We don't have to copy and paste everything. I'm going to show you that in a second. We do that with this button here. So if you have a software, you can just go to the documentation page of that software. So in this case, we're going to use Perplexity documentation. Generally, you can just find it like that. Right, or API documentation. Right, here we go. Now with most softwares, you end up on a documentation page right away. I think with Perplexity, here it is. Right, and here you usually get all of the actions you can take in the software. So these are all basically all the options or API calls you can make. Now in this case, we're going to use the chat completions, which basically allows us to do some extra research on these leads, right? Which we can then later pass into the LLM when we're generating personalized LinkedIn messages. So what you want to be looking for on the documentation page when you're setting up custom APIs is curl, right? Because why is that? Because we can literally just copy this, go back to N8N, use this button here with import curl, we paste it in, and you'll see that everything's already filled out for us. So we don't have to start manually copying and pasting all of the data and the parameters and the headers, etc., it will already be filled out. Now, the only thing you generally have to do yourself is the authentication, right? Or the credentials. So in this case, you can see here that the authorization has bearer, and then we have to exchange these tokens for the actual API key. So in this case, it's here on the API keys here. I can create a new key. I can copy it and paste it in here. And now the connection should be set up. And again, here now in the JSON, these of course are the parameters. So in this case, we want to define what these parameters are. And in this case, with Perplexity, we have to define what the prompt to Perplexity is. What does it have to do deep research on? Now, in this case, of course, we want to do deep research on the lead. So we can say here something in content like research this lead and this company. Of course, we want to now pass in variables. Now, this is the first time we're going to take variables again. So here in the input, we have access to all the data from the previous nodes. So we can go here into the Airtable node, and we can look for the specific name of this lead, in which case it's me. We can just pass in the variable here. I went wrong. It has to go inside here, right? And last name, right? And we also want to add in the company name, right? And maybe the company URL, just to give it a bit more context, right? And that's it. Now we've set it up, and now we can test it by executing the step. Again, JSON we're going to cover in a second, so if you're a little bit confused there, don't worry. More important that you understand these APIs and how to set up these custom APIs yourself for now. So you can see it worked. So you can see now we get some research data back here all the way at the end. Ben Vosperno is the founder of Ben AI, company focused on helping businesses become AI first. So now that we know action nodes and trigger nodes and setting up custom APIs, we're really halfway there. All we're missing really is AI nodes and data transformation and data flow nodes. Now, in order to understand data transformation and data flow nodes, which are really important in N8N and we're constantly going to use, we do have to understand JSON and data types in N8N. Now, this might sound complicated or boring if you're just starting out or don't have a coding background, but trust me, it is not rocket science, and it is really, really important to understand data structures and JSON in order for you to work efficiently with N8N. Because essentially what we're doing is we're just constantly modifying, adding data or deleting data in these automation workflows. We're constantly working with data. Even these entire workflow automations are just a JSON. So understanding it is key also for error handling and debugging, because almost all the errors you're going to run into are going to have to do with data types and data structures. So let's cover it very quickly. So we're going to show this by adding in an edit field node, which you can find here in the data transformation. And you're going to constantly use this field or this node, because this node allows us to modify, add, or remove items or fields. So we're going to add this one here, and you've probably already seen this, but we basically have three ways to visualize data here in N8N, both in the input and the output. So we have the JSON, which is the original data structure, right? And then we have the table, which is just a different representation of the JSON, right? And a schema, which is also just another representation of the JSON. Now, generally, I like to use the schema because it makes it really easy for us to drag and drop, right, to see the data that we got back from the previous node. We can also do that from the table node, right? We can also drag from this, right, and also from JSON. Right now, all JSON is basically a structured way to store data. And 99% of softwares or APIs use JSON to send or receive data. Right? That's why it's so important. Now, a JSON you can usually recognize by these curly brackets here. And all JSON has is keys and values. So the key in this case is ID, the model, the prompt tokens. These are just the parts on the left. And then we have the values, which in general here in N8N are the variables, right? In this case, the ID number, the model, sonar, etc. Now, in order to understand JSON fully, we have to understand data types, which is going to be very important in N8N. Now, there are 5 main data types we have to understand. The first one is a string. A string is basically, you can see as a text value. So in this example, we can recognize a string by the double quotes here in the value. So in this case, the ID number is a string because we see the double quotes here. The sonar here is also a string, right? Now we can also in this field set a new string. For example, we can change, let's say, the name of a specific key. So let's say we call it LLM model. We can just drag in this one, right? And now we will set a string, right? We can also identify a string in the schema by seeing this little AB here, right? Now, then we have a number. Then the second one we have to understand is a number, and a number speaks for itself. But here you can see all the green ones in NNN here are numbers. And a number we can identify by, first of all, being numerical. And second of all, it doesn't have the double quotes, right? Because we can actually store a number value in a string too. But in this case, you see that the created or the prompt tokens don't have double quotes. So it means it's a numerical value, right? It's a number. And why would we store that as a number? Because then later we can execute functions on these numbers. For example, we can filter on the company size, things like this, right? So for example, we can set a number here quickly. Let's say company size, right? And we can go back here to the search records and find the company size. There we go. You see that's already a number. Right? And if we execute this step, you can see, and you can also in the schema recognize it with the hashtag or pound symbol. So the next one you need to know is Boolean, which is just a fancy name for true or false, right? That's the only two values this data type can store, right? So the way we can, for example, we'd have qualified lead or not, right? So we say that this lead is qualified, right? And this will be stored in a Boolean, right? And you can recognize it here by the checkbox in the schema, and inside of the JSON, we can recognize it because it's true or false and without the double quotes, right? Because of course we can have true as a string value too, but then it would be in double quotes. Now, Boolean is important because sometimes softwares, for example, just have a true or false or a Boolean value. Let's say in our Airtable, we have the option of having a Boolean value inside of our database. So Airtable is going to expect this data structure when it receives it for that specific field, for example. Then we have array, which is just a fancy word for a list. And for example, if we go back to the HTTP request, and the way we recognize an array inside of a JSON is by the square brackets here. So you can see that the citations is a list. And you can see that inside of the list, we have all the different resources that Perplexity used to get the research report from, right? So we have all the links here and they're stored in an array, and each of the different items in the list is separated by a comma. So I can create a new value here with resources, let's say, and I can just drag this array in, or I can execute the step, and you'll see that now we have resources here with an array. Now, the last one we have to understand is an object, and an object is just multiple key value pairs grouped together. So if we look at this one again, we can see that objects we can identify here in the schema with the little box, right? And you can see that the little box here has multiple key value pairs, right? So it has prompt tokens, completion tokens, total tokens, cost. So we even have an object inside of an object, which is called a nested object. Not that important for now, because as long as you understand these five, you understand every data structure here. So if you look at this in a JSON, you can see that this here is an object inside of usage because it has multiple key value pairs. Right, and this one, cost, for example, is another nested object. So that's really all you need to know. So if you want to create new values, right, in N8N, you can just make them yourself here too, right? So if, let's say I want to create an array, right, and I want to call this, let's say, email list, right? Now that you know the data structures, we can make them ourselves. So the way we make a list, for example, is by square brackets. We have to open it, right? Then we have to define which type of data type we want to add in. So let's say now we want to do email. So those will be strings. So we have to open it with the double quotes. We go Ben at benai.co. We close it with the double quotes. And then a comma if we want another in the list. So Aaron at benai.co. And again, we have to open that with the quotation marks, right? And then we can close this with a square bracket. And then we've built an array, right? Because if we execute this now, you'll see that we have built an array. This is exactly what I put in here, right? But of course, we can also add in numbers here, right? If we want to add that to the array. And in this case, we don't use the double quotes. So you can see now I also have added a number, right? And we can do this for anything, right? So we can also build a string. We can type in anything. We can do a number, or we can do a Boolean. Now, that's really all you have to understand for now. This is going to make a lot more sense when we're going to work with some data transformation and data flow nodes, and you'll get more and more familiar with this. But just understanding this really brings you almost all the way there. And it's going to help you a lot when debugging and doing error handling, because a lot of times it's going to have to do with these data types. Now, in practice, this edit field node, you also use quite a lot to clean data up. So for example, in this Perplexity API output, we get a lot of data that is very irrelevant to us, right? This prompt tokens, etc. Right? So what we really want out of this one is just the research data, right? So what we can then do is just simply clean it up by only sending this to the next node. So we can call this research data, right? And then we're left with only this, right? So that's a common use case for this edit field node. There's one more thing we have to understand about data types and data structures. So there's one more data type besides JSON, which we're going to have to work with in NLN, which is going to be binary data. Now, binary data is just a fancy name for data that is not text-based, meaning it can be a document, it can be an image, it can be a video, anything that is not text-based. And it will be represented a little bit different, and the way we work with it is going to be a little bit different. So I'm going to show you a very quick example here by setting up, let's say, a quick on form submission. We're going to create a form where someone can upload a file, right? So file upload, just so you can show how it's represented here. And then we're going to add a form element, which is going to be file, right? And the element type here, we can now select file. And if we now execute step here and we upload any file, can be a video, image, document, etc. Let's do this thumbnail. And I click submit. You'll see now in the workflow that we get an extra data representation here, which is binary. So we still have the JSON, but you can see in the JSON here, we have an image or PNG, right? And if we want to work with this image file, we have to work with the binary data. So for example, we're going to do something with this image right now. By the way, if you want to deactivate parts of your workflow, you can just select them and click D, which sometimes can be useful if you want to build something out and test something else, because it won't work if you still have this on active, right? So let's say I want to do something with this binary data. So I can maybe go with the Google Gemini that can analyze images, for example. So we can say analyze an image here. Then you'll see this specific action node, right, or AI node can accept different input types. So here I can actually select an image URL or binary file. So in this case, I can select a binary file. And in this case, the input data field should match the name of this binary file, which in this case is file. So as long as I just put in this, then I will be able to process this binary data and execute this step. So let's just say we use 2.5 Pro here to say, or let's say 2, what does this image say? Right, it can now actually use this binary file and use it in this action node. So important to understand, you'll be working with that a little bit. The image says easiest to start. Perfect. So it worked. So that's it. All you need to know for data types. Now we're going to go over to the next part, which is going to be data transformation and data flow nodes. Now these are really important, and in practice, you're going to use quite a lot. Now the first ones are the filter, if, and switch. Now things speak for itself, but I'll show you a quick example of each one. So let's say, for example, here, if we execute this again, you can see that we actually get 3 records back from Airtable, right? 3 of the different leads, right? Then for each of the different leads, it will do the Perplexity research. And then inside of the data of each of the Perplexity results, we filter out here, right, to only get the research data. But we still, as you can see, get 3 different items. And the way this works in NLN is basically it runs this HTTP request, because there are 3 items, 3 different times straight after each other, right? Now, let's say, for example, we only want to process leads that have more than 10 people in their company. Those are qualified leads. So then we can use a filter, right? And with this filter, we basically can just pass in the previous data. So let's say we take the data here from the Airtable, and here we can just set up conditions, right? So in this case, we're going to do company size, right? It identified that it is a string, a number, right? And then we can use conditions based on numbers. In this case, we can go with is greater than 10, right? And if I now execute this step, you see that we only are left with 1 item, and it discarded 2 items. So if we look at this now, instead of 3, for the next one, it's only going to process 1, the only lead that has more than 10 employees in their company. So that's the first one, filter, right? So it doesn't filter like this edit field node, the data inside of the output of one request, but rather it filters the amount of records in this case. And of course, we can set up all kinds of conditions. We can also add in more complicated. We can use and, which means it has to comply to both of these conditions in order to continue. For example, and also the lead has to be qualified or any other variable we have. Or we can use or, which is any of these conditions should be matched for it to be filtered out. So the next one is the if node. So instead of filtering them out, we can reroute based on conditions. So if we use the if node here, right, you'll see that again, we're going to have this condition. So we can, for example, use the same condition as before. So company size is greater than 10. Right? And if I run this now, instead of just filtering it out, we get two strings here. Basically meaning we can follow another route or another automation with the low quality leads, let's say, and another route with the high quality leads. For example, the low quality leads, we just send them to an email list, and the high quality leads, we put them on high priority. So in practice, you use this quite a lot. Now, the if node, the limitation of the if node is we only get two routes. So there's a third option, which is the switch node, where we can use multiple routes, basically unlimited routes. So let's say we want to actually route it in three directions, meaning let's say we want to have one route. Generally, you use rules here, right, in the setup and the configuration. But let's say you want to have one route for companies that don't have a company size in the data available. So we can say something like here, company size, let's say, does not exist. One for, we can then add another route, right? And again, we can pass in that same value for companies that are bigger than 100 employees. And another one for companies that are smaller than 10 employees. Is less than 10. Right, so in this case, if we now execute it, you can see that we actually got three routes. In this case, two were routed here, but again, we can now have a separate workflow for each of these types of leads. So those three nodes you're going to use quite a lot in practice. Then we have split out and aggregate. Now, these are important and a little bit tricky if you're just starting out, but now that we understand data types and data structure, you're going to be able to understand this one quite quick, I think. So first, a split out node helps you break a list or an array, which we talked about before, into single items. Now, when would we use this? Is when we want to process each item in a list separately. So for example, in our example, we want to maybe process each of the citations from Perplexity to be able to scrape each of those websites fully in order to have even more research data, right? So we cannot just do that right now, right? Because it's inside of an array. So we can't process them individually if they're inside of an array. So that's where we use a split out node. So we're going to change this edit field and we're going to add in that citation, those citations here, right? So we're going to add this in here and we can call it resources. If we execute this step now, we have an array here, right? Now, we want to be able to process each item inside of the array separately. So what we do is we add a split out. Again, you can also find it in the data transformation, right? Split out node. And now we're going to just drag in. And by the way, the split out node will only accept arrays, right? So we're going to add in the resources. And if we execute this now, you'll see that instead of 3, we actually get 15 items. Now, why is that? Because it basically processed each item here in the list separately. And we have 3 total leads. So we have 5 for each. So in total, it's 15. And now we can actually, let's say, try to scrape each of these items separately. So a split out node we often use together with a loop. Now, what does a loop do? It basically allows us to process an item one by one. Because generally what happens here, if, for example, you see these 3 items here, it will call this API 3 times after each other. Now, if we have very large volume items, right, let's say hundreds or even 20 or 30, and we're doing an API call, we're using an action node, right? Usually we can hit something which is called API rate limits, meaning if we do too many requests to one API or to one software at the same time, it's going to run into errors, right? And therefore, for high volume tasks, maybe even for this one, the 15 items, we can use a loop node to basically space out the request we make to the specific software or the application through the API a little bit more. Right. So let's say, for example, now these citations, these resources, we want to scrape every website of these citations to get a really comprehensive research report on this lead. Right. Now, we probably don't want to send out requests to scrape all of these pages at the same time. So we can loop over them to space them out a little bit and give it a little bit more time. And this is really important for error prevention. So the way we do this is by adding here a loop node, which you can also find here in the flow loop over items, right? And you can do this in batch sizes. So we can also loop over 5 at a time or 3 at a time. But in this case, we're going to use it one by one. I'm just going to execute this step. We only have one variable here, so it already knows which one to loop over, right? And here you'll see that now we get two options here. We have the done and the loop. Now here in the loop, we can add in all the things we want to do with each of these items. And once it's done and rerun over this loop, then we get to done and we can continue the workflow. So let's say in this case, we want to scrape each of these websites, right? I'm going to cover scraping in detail later in this video, but we can just close this loop. For now, we can delete that and then we can add in a scraper, web scraper. Now, the easiest way to do web scraping is by a simple HTTP request. And basically, we previously used this as an API call, right? But we can also use this to scrape websites. And basically what this does, we can just feed in the URL here. And basically what this does is it just like you would open a URL here, it will take all the HTML from a website or a URL that you put in here. Right, so it's the simplest way of web scraping. But if there's some websites that have some anti-scraping protection, like e-commerce and marketplaces often have this won't work, right? So it's the simplest way of web scraping. But for most landing pages, SaaS landing pages, blogs, etc., this does work. Now, what I'm going to do here in settings to avoid this, if there's some error with one specific website, which might happen with this type of scraping method, we don't want the whole automation workflow to stop. Again, I'm going to cover error handling and things like that also more in later in this video. But for now, we just want to make sure that it continues, even though it might run into an error with one specific website. And the way we do that is by going to settings, and here on error, we just click on continue. Right, and this is how we make sure that it still continues even though it runs into error. And this is important when you have non-critical workflows. For example, right now it's not critical. If one website is missing and it can't scrape it, it shouldn't stop the entire automation. It could still take the other 4 and use that as context on a lead research, right? So I can just add this, and then we can do another node, which is common for the loop. Because we want to normally space out these requests to API calls, especially if we have large volume things. That's why we would use this loop, right? Is to use the wait node to add a little bit of a pause before doing the new request, right? And here we can define the time. Generally, 1 or 2 seconds is more than enough, right? And then we have a wait node, and then we bring it back to the loop, right? And basically, it's not going to run each item separately, these 15 items, through the scraper. It's going to wait 1 second, then do the next one, right? And that's what the loop will do. So if I now execute this workflow, you'll see that here we have the 3 items. Now it's doing the perplexity research. Now we have 15 items, and now it's looping over each one separately and scraping each of these websites separately. And now it's done. And you can see we have 16. He has processed 16 items. So we have lots of data here. Now, one more thing I would want to add, because this is raw HTML, right? What you want to do generally with this HTTP request is add one node that's going to clean this data a little bit, because otherwise we're sending over lots of irrelevant HTML tags, etc. So generally, after this web scraping node, what we want to use is a markdown node, right? This one, and this one can convert HTML to markdown, which is basically a cleaner version. So all we can do is drag in the data here, right? And we close the loop here again. All right, we can now rerun it. So now it's finished, and now we get a lot cleaner, as you can see. Right, so we get all of the 15 scraped websites here. Now, the last one you want to know here and understand is then the aggregate, which of course does the opposite of the split out. Now, here we have a good case. For example, we have all of these scraped websites, and now we want to pass that into an AI node that can use that research data to write a personalized LinkedIn message or whatever, personalized email, anything. Now, if we would add an AI node here, it would process that AI node 15 times with all of these different websites. But we don't want that. We want to feed all the context of all the websites into the AI in one time. So in this case, we'd need to use an aggregate node, right, to combine them into one. So here we can go aggregate, and we pass in the data here. We execute the step. And now you can see we only get one item instead of 15, right? And for example, now we can pass this all into one AI node, right, to process all of this data at once instead of 15 separate times. So that's it for the split out and aggregate. Again, the most common use cases for this is when you want to process each record separately, one by one, right? The aggregate, when you need a single combined result from many items. So again, also we could use, for example, an aggregate if we don't want to process each lead separately, but we want an AI to create a report on the quality of the leads. For example, in this case, those are use cases to use for this aggregate. So understanding this item flow here is really important. Now, again, if something went a little bit too quick, you can always go here into the NNN course where you have all the explanation of all the nodes with some setups, etc. So you can play around with this a little bit through this course. So now we've covered almost everything you need to know in NNN to start building your first automations. The big topic that's still missing is AI nodes. And this is really where the fun happens and where we can start doing interesting things inside of our automation workflow. So we're going to cover everything from AI workflows to AI agents. So let's dive in. So let's start with nodes you commonly use in AI workflows, right? So the first one is a basic LLM chain. And we're also going to learn how to do structured output. Now, basically, if we want to add AI into our automation here, we have multiple options, right? I'm just going to delete this part as we are not going to use this in this specific scenario. So let's say now, after this perplexity research, we actually want an AI to start writing these personalized messages. Now, we basically have three main options here if we want to add in an AI that starts writing personalized LinkedIn messages. So if we click here on AI, you see you have lots of options for AI integration, but the main ones we're going to use is either an AI agent. We can directly work with a node from the language model providers like Anthropic, Google Gemini, or OpenAI, and we can use a basic LLM chain. Now, in this case, we're using a basic LLM chain. And the difference between this one and, for example, using an OpenAI node is that in the basic LLM chain, we can still switch providers. So we can use any LLM in this basic LLM chain. We can use Google, we can use Anthropic, we can use OpenAI, etc., which I generally recommend so we can test around and play around a little bit with different models and see which one work best. So in this case, I'll just show you an example. If we choose OpenAI here, we can have different options too, like an assistant, which is basically like an AI agent, which I don't recommend using. I recommend using the AI agent node, which we'll go over in a second. So in this case, we're going to go, let's say, with messenger model. Now, the difference here is that in this case, we can only use OpenAI. Now, in general, when using AI, you want to focus your workflow on having each AI node focused on one specific task. This is really important to keep your workflow as reliable and consistent as possible. AI in general is best when we reduce the responsibility. When we give multiple tasks to an AI, that's where AI generally starts to hallucinate more and become less reliable. So when we're adding AI into these workflows, we really want to build granular and make sure that each AI step is responsible for one specific task. Now, in this case, we can get away with one AI node because all it has to do is write these LinkedIn messages. Now, in this case, we go with the basic LLM chain. And if we open this up, you can see that automatically it will be connected here. The source for prompt is connected to chat trigger node. Now, in this case, we don't have a chat trigger. This is more relevant for AI agent use cases. So in this case, we're going to change this to define below. And you can see now we can define the prompt for this basic LLM chain. Now, generally, the way we set this up, because in this case, of course, we're going to pass in variables because we want to pass in the research data from that previous node. And by the way, I deleted one too many. Here, we're going to add in that edit field node, and we're going to just make sure that we get the research data here, right? And that's what we're going to pass into the LLM, right? So we connect this, and now we can feed in the research data. Now, besides the research data, we probably also want to pass in the name of the lead and maybe the company name. So the LLM has context when writing this LinkedIn message. So what we generally do is the variables we add in this top prompt here. So we can go with lead name. And then the actual prompt on how to write these messages, we're going to do down here below. So in the lead name, we're just going to go to the Airtable node. We're going to add in the name and the last name. Then we're going to add in the company name. And of course, the research data, which you can use to write personalized LinkedIn messages. So research data. Now, here we see another option, which is require specific output format, which we're going to go over in a second. But first, we're going to do and make the prompt. So here, in general, what we do is we select system prompt. And here's where we actually instruct the system on how to write these messages. Now, generally, the way I like to do this is by using a tool called Prompt Cowboy, which is by Henry, a friend of mine, which is basically a tool that turns lazy prompts into great ones. So it's a really easy way to build good prompts really fast. Now, why is this important? Because when designing these AI workflows, prompting becomes far more important than prompting inside of ChatGPT. Because in this case, we want this system to generate good LinkedIn messages each time this runs. We can't go back and forth just like we do with ChatGPT. We don't have that flexibility. And therefore, prompt engineering and writing good prompts becomes far more important if you want this system to perform consistently and reliably, right? So that's why I highly recommend using these kinds of tools to really write good prompts. And this is really what this tool does. It has embedded a lot of the best practices for writing good prompts. So generally the way I approach this to do this fast is I have a tool called Whisperflow that allows me to talk into my computer, which helps me speed up the writing a lot more. But generally I just give overall sort of instructions on what this prompt needs to include. And then I let the tool do the rest, basically. So in this case, I could say something like, I want you to write a prompt that generates 3 LinkedIn outreach messages to a potential lead. The goal of these messages is to eventually try and get them on a call for my services. It's very important to follow the following guidelines. Message 1 should never pitch any services. It should just focus on trying to get the connection request. So it has to add a personalized line and a request for a connection. Also, the first message cannot be longer than 200 characters. That is a hard rule. The second message should focus on asking the potential lead a question about the specific sort of offer or service I offer. It shouldn't pitch my services yet. And the third message can soft pitch my services to the potential lead. It's very important to add these instructions about the specific messages into the prompt. Now, some context on me and my business, where we're doing the outreach from, is I am Ben van Sprundel. I run Ben AI, where we help companies automate their processes, both in sales, marketing, and operations through AI automation solutions. We also sell an AI SEO system that help companies rank better in Google and in AI search results. It is very important to have a casual tone of voice. Don't be too formal. Basically talk to a colleague. Now that's what Whisperflow does. I can just sort of talk into it like that. And now we get that written out. And now we can just select here and it will write this prompt a little bit more structured and use best practices. So you can see you're Ben van Sprundel, founder of Ben, a company. Generate 3 sequential LinkedIn outreach messages designed to strategically connect with potentially convert a potential lead following strict guidelines for each message content and approach. Objective, knowledge. Right, so this is a pretty good job. So you can see it's structured it a lot better already. Now, generally you have to read this a bit. Generally, I edit some parts of this, then I try it out. And then based on the output, I start iterating and improving a bit. But in my experience, this is the fastest way to sort of get good prompts, right? In the end, it is an iterative process, right? You rarely have it perfect on the first try. But generally, in my experience, this is a really fast way to build good prompts. Now, important when you're writing content is adding in examples. Examples might be the most important thing to get the tone of voice right. So that's what I would definitely do in this one. And then add in a line at the end that says almost mimic the tone of voice of the examples. Now, for now, we're just going to copy this and we're going to go back to the workflow and we're just going to add this. Here, if we click this thing in the bottom right corner, we get a little bit more space for a prompt. We can also read it in more detail. But we're just going to start with this for now. And then all we're missing here is to add in a model. Now, again, you can go with any language model here. In this case, we're first going to go with OpenAI. And this is the same as with the action nodes. We have to add in our credentials, right? We need an API key from OpenAI. Now, mine is already connected. If you don't know it yet, you just go here, right? And you have to add in your API key. Now, where do you find it from OpenAI? You go to platform.openai.com. You can log in with your normal account. And if you go here to your settings, you'll find an option here of API keys. You can create a new key here. Let's say test 5. And you can create a new secret key. Now, before doing this, you do need to have some credits onto your OpenAI account. So you can go here to billing, upload $5, whatever you want, and then you can actually start using OpenAI in the API. So we can copy that one, we can paste it in here, and then we have the connection set up. And then you can see that here we can choose the models. Now, in general, you should play around also a little bit with the models. Now, depending on the use case, sometimes reasoning models are better, sometimes traditional models are better. Now, I generally tend to play around a bit. GPT-5 came out recently, so I've been trying GPT-5 a bit, but when I was building that original workflow, I actually noticed that GPT-4o produced better outputs and is, of course, a little bit cheaper. Now, why is that? In general, what I've noticed is if you try to write something, these non-reasoning models, they follow your prompt guidelines a lot more. So if you have lots of examples on following the right tone of voice, etc., which is very important in these personalized LinkedIn outreach messages, then what I've noticed is long structured prompts with non-reasoning models generally perform a little bit better than the reasoning models, because the reasoning models, in my experience, are a bit more creative themselves. So if we want to give them strict guidelines on tone of voice, etc., it sometimes results in not so good copy in my experience. But of course, the big upside of reasoning models for other tasks is they are far smarter and they can do much more complex things, right? But in this case, we're giving it lots of guidelines so we can get away with GPT-4o. Now, in general, what you can also do is just play around with other models like Google Gemini, Anthropic. Anthropic can be very good too at copywriting, right? Content, etc. So that's what I probably do when I'm testing this in production. I would try it out with different models too. Now, if you don't want to get API keys for all of these different models, you can also use a tool called OpenRouter. And OpenRouter basically allows you to create one account on OpenRouter that has all of the large language models integrated into this one. So then we can just have one tool here where we can experiment with all of these LLMs. So that could definitely be an interesting one to check out. Now, for now, we're using the OpenAI one. And now we can actually run this and see what happens. Now, an important part I missed in this specific prompt is giving it examples, right? That's why I don't expect this output to be really good. All right, so we can see here, hey Ben, I saw you revolutionizing AI automation in business. Your no-code approach is fascinating. Excited to connect and exchange insights on AI-driven solutions. Not really bad, but not really the tone of voice I would be using. I've noticed it's a hot topic lately, right? Those kinds of words I wouldn't use in outreach. So what I would actually do is now add in lots of examples of good outreach messages, and that will probably adjust it. Now, in my previous one that I already built out, I already iterated on that prompt. So I'm just going to use that prompt for now and copy and paste it. Copy and paste it. So that's this one. Again, if you want to read these prompts in detail, you can just download the template of the original workflow, right? Which will, again, be available on the free resources. So I'm just going to add in that one. I set up the prompt. Now, as you can see, the way we get this back is in one large text file. Now, of course, what we want to do later, right, after this, is upload each of these LinkedIn messages into different columns. Now, that won't work if we have this large text file. So what we can do here in the basic LLM chain, which in practice you're going to use quite a lot, is require specific output format. Now, if we select this, you can see that besides the model, we have a new option here to add, which is an output parser. Now, this is really important to understand. Basically, what we do with this structured output parser, which we're going to use, is we can hard code in or tell the AI exactly which data structure it has to put the output in. Now, we can do this from a JSON example where we can write in a JSON ourselves of an example output, or we can generate an entire JSON schema. Now, if you want to do that through the schema, the easiest way to do it is just to go to ChatGPT, describe exactly what kind of output structure you want, and then OpenAI or ChatGPT will do it for you. You copy and paste it in, right? You just describe to ChatGPT that you want a JSON schema, and you describe how you want your output format to be. Now, in this case, I'm going to generate it from a JSON example because it's going to be a simple one. All I want is message 1, message 2, and message 3 separated. So, and of course, each output is going to be a string because it's going to be a text, right? So basically, I can just delete this and copy it 3 times. Right, we have message 2 separated by a comma, and then we have to add in one more, which is message 3. Right, and the last one is always without a comma. Right, now this is the JSON example. Right, and we can go even further and go on the auto fix format, and this is basically what you'll see happening is we get another option here, and we can connect this to the same OpenAI node. Basically, what this does, the auto fix, most of the time when we don't do this, it already does it in the right way. But with this auto fix, we basically force another model to check if the output was correct. And if not, he will auto fix it automatically. So this was basically make sure that 100% of the time it will output it in this format. So if I now rerun this, you'll see that it used the structured output parser, and now we get the 3 messages separated. And probably the output is a little bit better. Hi, Ben. I recently saw how Ben AI is using no-code tools to drive AI-first strategies. Impressive work transforming businesses. As a founder yourself, I'm curious how you've seen AI change sales outreach strategies. Got any insights from your work at Ben AI? So you can see it improved quite a lot already because I've added in this new prompt with examples. Now we get 3 outputs, and now the last step is really to just update our CRM in Airtable with the output. Now, in this case, we go to Airtable and we can select Update Record. Again, we can go here to select the base, select the table. And then what you'll see happen here is columns to match on. Now, what does this mean? It basically means because there's going to be 3 flows, right, for all the 3 leads, it's asking which ID should we identify to know which row to update. Now, in this case, it automatically filled out ID. And basically, what we do is we just go back to this previous Airtable node, and there you'll see for each of the rows exported, we get a row ID, meaning if we just feed this in, then this node, this update record node, knows exactly if we fill out this new data with the messages, which of the rows to update the data for, right? So then you can see we get all the fields, first name, last name, company name, etc. Now, all of these fields we already have in the database. They're already filled out. So instead of dragging them all here, we can just delete them. And if we delete them here, basically it means that they won't be changed. And as they're already filled out, we're good to go there. So all we want to update here is the LinkedIn messages. And what we do then is we just drag these in, message 1, message 2, and message 3. And that's why we used the structured output parser, because of course, if we got one blob of text, we couldn't do this separately. So that's it. Then we can execute the step. And you'll see if we go back here, now they're updated, right, for all of the 3 leads. Now, just to cover everything you need to know with AI nodes, we go back to the presentation, and structured output we have covered. AI models we have covered. Then we have another AI feature in N8N, which is called human in the loop. So let's say we actually have another node here that actually sends the LinkedIn message to a lead, but we don't want to do that automatically. We do want to check if the message it wrote is actually good. Now, this might not be the best example of this, but you can imagine there are many examples where it's very good as a human to check if what the AI did is actually good before executing on the task or sending it out to a lead, etc. So the way we can do that easily in N8N is by adding in human in the loop. Now, we add human in the loop a lot through Airtable. Of course, you can do that through another software too, but you also have direct options for this in N8N. And basically here you see the human in the loop option, and we can do this human in the loop in multiple different software. So you can use it through Discord, Gmail, Slack, Telegram, WhatsApp Business. And the way this works is basically we can add in a Gmail node here. Again, we'd have to connect our Gmail account, which is just basically a login, right? Mine is already connected here. And what will happen is basically it stops the workflow. It will send me an email with the data, ask me in the email if everything's good. And once I approve in the email, then it will actually continue the workflow. So it can be very useful in these automations. So for example, you can try this out. Approval required. Right, we can add in the LinkedIn messages. Here are the messages. And here you can also decide what you want to do, right? You can send and wait for response in this case, right? Response type, you can have free text, also where a user can submit a response via a form, so you can actually change things. In this case, we're just going to do approval. And once we now execute this step, you can see also in the workflow that it's little clock here. It's basically waiting until it takes the next step. So if I go and open my Gmail, open my Ben AI, you can see now we got an email here with approval required. And here are the messages. And then we can just decide to approve. And in this case, you can see now it actually made the check mark. So cool little feature to work with AI in N8N. But in general, we do this through Airtable, which I'm going to show you later in this video when we're building AI products, because human in the loop is really important when we're building AI products. Now, the next part we have to understand is AI agents. Right. And as I said, all the way at the beginning of this presentation, is we basically have two main types of use cases for AI agents. One is the sort of the chatbot or assistant use case, which I'm not going to cover too much in depth in this video, because frankly, we haven't really built them out that much for clients in our AI agency, because generally AI chatbots are not as valuable as some of these sales systems and marketing systems that we generally build for clients. Of course, if your focus is on chatbots, there are definitely very interesting use cases you can build with this. But in general, we focus on AI agents as being part of the AI automation workflow and being in charge of one specific action, generally for research tasks. So again, if you want to learn more about the customer facing or the chatbot use case of AI agents, there are many tutorials on the internet. I also have a video on my channel that covers a WhatsApp agent, an Instagram agent, and a Facebook agent in one. So if you're interested in that use case, you can check out that tutorial. But in this tutorial, I focus it more on these sales and marketing use cases and building AI products eventually. So let's say in our original flow, we don't want this node to just be a perplexity research. We want to go and really do deep research. That's where we can use an AI agent. And that's really one of the main use cases we use AI agents in our workflows, is to do deep research. Because what we can do with an AI agent, for example, if we replace this node here with an AI agent, is we can give it access to multiple tools, not just Perplexity. So we can give it access to a web scraper, maybe even a LinkedIn scraper, so you can reference old LinkedIn posts of them, things like that. So if I add in an AI agent here, in this case, for example, we can just give it a web scraper and a Perplexity research. So the way we do that is by setting up this AI agent here, AI agent node. And as you can see, it's quite similar to the basic LLM chain, but we have two more options, which is memory and tool. Now, memory is just for the AI agent to remember past conversations, right? Which is more for the use case, again, of chatbots. Now, if you want to do that use case, you can really easily add memory to this AI agent by clicking here, simple memory, which is basically memory that's stored inside of N8N. And if you really want to build production-ready AI agents, you probably need a more scalable database, something like Postgres or something else, right? So in this case, we don't really need memory. Then we can add a chat model. Now, again, we can decide which one we want to use. We can use OpenRouter if we want to experiment with different models. But in this case, we're going to use OpenAI. Now, in general, what I've noticed for AI agents, reasoning models, especially for these research tasks, can be far better than non-reasoning models. So in this case, I'm going to use GPT-5. GPT-5. And then we can add tools. Now, tools, you can see we have multiple options. First, we can also call another N8N workflow. So let's say we have built an entire AI automation. We can actually call that entire automation as a tool in N8N. Now, for this specific use case, we're not going to use it. We can also use a code tool, which we're not going to use. We can use an HTTP request tool to basically make an API call to any software, or we can just choose from all the softwares natively integrated, just like the action nodes. Then we also have an option for vector stores, more again for the use case of chatbots. When you want to give your agent access to a large corpus of data or context, for example, about your business or things like that, then you can start using vector stores like Supabase or Postgres to store all of that data that your AI agent can use to answer questions, for example. But in this case, again, is not very relevant for our specific use case. So we're going to just stick to a web scraper. So again, we can just add in a scraper here. Now, in the description, it is important to describe what this tool does, because this is basically what your AI agent will read and therefore know what this tool can do. And sometimes you can also instruct it on how to actually use this tool. So in this case, you can say use this tool to scrape the website of the company. Now method, of course, is get. And then you see here, because this is a tool of an AI agent, we see another option here, which is this thing here. I don't know how to describe it, but it's basically this allows us to say that the AI agent can fill this out themselves. Because of course the AI agent will have to put in different links here. We can't define this or hard code it in, right? So we can just use that and the AI agent will fill it out. Now again, important here, we can add a description and basically tell the AI agent what to fill out in this field. So we can say use the URL of the company in this field. Now that's really all we need to do for the setup in this tool. And then of course, we're also going to add in a Perplexity tool. Now I think Perplexity actually just has a native integration here with AI agents. So we can just use the Perplexity tool here. And again, here we can just set up the configuration. So in this case, we're going to set automatically, message a model, right? We're going to choose the model. So let's do Sonar Pro. And then we define the text, right? What it has to search for. So again, we're going to let our AI agent decide. He has the flexibility to type into Perplexity whatever he wants to do deep research on. So we just click this button, defined automatically by the model, right? And again, we can describe what to fill out. Use a query that performs deep research on this lead and this company. And you can even go very specific here, right? You can say like, make sure it researchers funding data, funding rounds, decision maker data, etc. So you can get very specific there. And then lastly here, we can decide simplify output, which you generally want to do with tools. And basically it means it cleans up the data before sending the output back to the agent. We do that too for this one, optimize response. Right, and we can go with text here. So now we have added the tools, and of course, now we have to set up our AI agent. Now again, it's automatically connected to a chat trigger node, which we don't have. So we go define below, and here we do the same thing, right? We have the prompt, the user message where we can pass in the variables. Now in this case, we're going to pass in a few more variables. We're going to pass in the lead name, the company name, but also of course the company URL. I think those for now would be good enough to do deep research on. So we go at this. Last name. And we have company name, company URL, which of course you can use to scrape. Now the big difference with this and setting it up without an AI agent is an AI agent can actually use these tools multiple times to really do deep research, right? So now we've added in the variables, and now of course we have to add in a prompt. So what we do here is we go system message, and here we can type in the system prompt. Right now, again, we're going to go to Prompt Cowboy, and actually in Prompt Cowboy, we also have an option for specifically optimized agent prompts. So if we go and do this drop down here and we go to custom GPT agent prompt, it'll design a prompt that's specialized or optimized for AI agents. So I can say, write a prompt for an AI agent that has to do deep research on a lead and a lead company. It has access to two tools, which is a web scraper tool and the Perplexity research tool. Make sure it uses these tools multiple times to really do deep research on this lead and this company. The research data should be relevant in order for a subsequent AI model to write personalized LinkedIn outreach messages to this potential lead. So we can just describe it quickly and then again, let Prompt Cowboy do its work and write a good structured prompt for our AI agent. Now this we're going to not use output requirement because in this case we don't really need structured output. So we copy this prompt. We're going to go back to NNN. We paste it in. Now probably this output requirement, structured research report, clearly categorized insights. And if you really want your AI agent to do deep research, what you can say in these prompts is For example, use minimum 5 tools in your research, right? By the way, a good tip to have is when you're testing out and improving your prompt, when building out these workflows, an easy way to add instructions or things you see going wrong, etc., is by adding another header here with notes, and then adding any important rules here in the notes. Because generally AIs take context from the beginning or all the way at the end of the prompt more into account than in the middle of the prompt. So if you add this to the end, generally you'll see it improve right away. So use a minimum of 5 tool requests for your research. So now we have our AI agent set up. And of course, this has not run yet. So this doesn't know what data to expect. So first we're going to go and delete this because we can basically pass on the data directly to the basic LLM chain. But in order for our system, for our basic LLM chain to know what data I can expect from the AI agent, we have to execute the workflow and test the workflow first. So let's just test it out, see what happens. Now this can take a while because we're using a reasoning model with deep research. So it can literally take minutes before it finishes this research. So you can see it's using the OpenAI chat model, and now it should be using the tools. So you can see it's using Perplexity. I'll speed this up quickly because you can see it does very deep research. So now finish the workflow. I'm going to delete this human in the loop here. But what happened here, of course, because I just added the AI agent into the node, is we didn't actually pass the variable into the next one. So if I open this one right now, you'll see that this variable is red because of course this was first with the edit or set field node. So now we of course have to replace that with the actual AI agent output, right? And you can see that the AI agent did deep research, right? And gave us a really deep overview of all of these leads, right? And now, by the way, if we want to test this workflow from after the AI agent, so this doesn't have to run again, we can use a feature which is called pin data, right? And basically, we just pin the output data of each of these nodes. And once we do that with this AI agent and we click on execute workflow, basically we'll run from here. The rest is already pinned. So now it will actually take that output data into this one. And we can actually see the results. So fellow advocate for AI automation, I admire work we're doing at you're doing at Ben AI. Let's connect. Yes. So of course, this is not the best example because this is actually me. But the point of this is using an AI agent here for research purposes can really enhance the amount of research it does, right? And we, for example, also use this in our SEO system, which we of course sell to clients, which is this entire workflow. Now don't get overwhelmed here. It basically includes all the nodes you've already seen, but it's just very large. And we started with like 20% here. But you can see we use these AI agent for deep research purposes. For example, this one does deep research on competitors' content, etc., which we'll use to outrank competitors, things like this. So that's generally how we use AI agents. I'll show you a quick example of how we use an AI agent without this. If I can just copy this specific workflow and just add a new workflow here quickly, I can show you quickly how we can use an AI agent as an assistant or a chatbot. So we can just use the chat trigger node, right? Then we add in that AI agent. Now I can just open the chat here and I can say hi. And you see my AI agent's actually responding. Hello, how can I assist you today with your research needs? Right, of course, now we want to have to add in memory because it needs to remember the past conversation. Because if I say hello now again, right, it doesn't remember that it said this before and that I said already hi, right? So we add in a simple memory here. Right now it actually remembers my name is Ben. Hi Ben, I can help with gathering information. Now I can ask what is my name? And now it actually knows your name is Ben, right? And of course now I can say, hey, please do research on Ben van Sprundel. Right, and now I actually use these tools, as you can see, to actually do research. And of course, we can launch this on WhatsApp, on Instagram, on any tool which can be interesting for appointment setter purposes, chatbot, customer support purposes, etc. Again, if you want to see that in more detail, I have a full tutorial on that on my YouTube channel. So you can see now here, did some research, etc. But just give you a quick idea of also how you can use agent. By the way, this This one you can also make publicly available. So you can just get a link here, right? And once we put this in production, right, and put this on active, now we can open this. We basically get a little chat here. So we can go, hi there, my name is Ben. And basically we have a little bit of a quick chatbot here. But yeah, it's not the nicest UI. I recommend you can also build a quick front end or user interface for your AI agent on tools like Lovable, etc., or Claude Code, which I also have a tutorial on my YouTube channel. Now let's go back here. Now one more interesting thing that N8N has just added is here the option to actually add in another agent as a tool, meaning we can build multi-agent systems very easily. So we can see here AI agent tool. We can basically just call another AI agent from another AI agent, right? So we can go even more complex. So let's say this AI agent has access to all social media scrapers to scrape all social media from this person, and the original agent has only a web scraper. You can work together to do even more deep research. Now, in general, you don't really use this sort of setup that often, so I wouldn't worry about it too much for now. But it is an interesting use case. It makes it really easy to build these multi-agent systems. Now, lastly, you can also add in MCP right now, right, as a tool basically. And you can see it here, MCP client tool. And here we can basically set up our own, we can call our own MCP. So we can create our own MCPs in N8N, which again, I'm going to show you here very quickly, because the use cases for this for production ready workflows are not that often yet. So basically what we can do is set up an MCP server trigger. Now this server trigger we can then call from the AI agent. Now what this does is we can basically just add in all the tools we want. So let's say we have 10 different actions in Airtable. We can connect all of these actions like update a record, delete a record, update multiple records, etc. All different actions we can take. We can add them all here. Then we get a link here, as you can see, again, a test URL and a production URL. We can use that link then to call in our AI agent MCP client and use that endpoint. And then basically our AI agent will automatically have access to all of the tools of Airtable, for example, right? So it's an easy way if we can make very complex systems. It's an easy way to reduce complexity for the AI agent. And therefore it will also increase the reliability of these AI agents. Now, another use case for this MCP trigger is we can actually connect this to Claude. So Claude also has access to all of these tools inside of Claude. So you can actually use your software. And again, I have a full video on my YouTube channel too on how to set this up with Claude and MCP. I'm not covering it in this video because it's not very much a sellable setup. It's more a use case that really can help you have a better assistant with Claude that can actually interact with your softwares. So if you're interested in that, again, I have a YouTube video on that on my YouTube channel. So that's it for MCPs. And really, we've now covered all AI nodes and all essential nodes in N8N. Now, there are a few more essential skills you really need to know in N8N to start building automations. And the first one is scraping. Now, scraping, you're going to use almost always in these automation platforms, because in general, we're trying to get as much context into our system in order for AI to take action on that context. So that's why generally we try to scrape social media to get context for writing whatever social media posts. We try to scrape LinkedIn and other data sources to get more lead information, just like in our example. But we use web scraping a lot to get more context from specific websites. So it is really important to understand. So we basically have two types of scraping. We have web scraping and we have social media scraping. Now, why have I separated this? Because web scraping, we generally do a bit different than social media scraping. Web scraping, the first option, I've already showed you, which is the HTTP request, all right, which is the easiest and the cheapest way to scrape, right? Because we can just use the HTTP request and that's it. Now, generally, we want to use the markdown to clean that HTML data up before we pass it into an AI node or any other node. Now, sometimes websites have some protection or some way they have built their website that it doesn't work with an HTTP request. So the other option there you have, and I highly recommend, is to use Firecrawl. Now, Firecrawl is a web scraper with basically all the options. Here we go, Firecrawl for web scraping, right? It's really easy to set up, quite cheap to run, and they actually have a community node here available. So with Firecrawl, you will see, I can show you quickly in the documentation, we have multiple ways of web scraping, right? We can scrape here, just a simple page, right? And again, you already know now how to set this up, right? Because you can just go to curl copy and paste it into the HTTP request, and you'll have your API call to Firecrawl set up. Right, but we have scrape, we have crawl, and crawl is different than scraping because crawling basically scrapes all the pages of a website. So instead of just one URL, it'll scrape everything, which can take quite a while and is of course a little bit more expensive, but for some use cases, it's definitely interesting. Then you also have map, where you can scrape the sitemap, so you can sort of scrape all the URLs from a company. Let's say you want specifically the contact page, scrape the entire sitemap, and then identify maybe with an AI node the right page to scrape for contact information. Right, that could be a use case for that. And we also have search, where you can even add in a search query to find specific information on a website. So highly recommend checking out Firecrawl. Now there's another type of website which is really has heavy protected anti-scraping measures, which generally are like e-commerce websites or marketplaces that have some value in their marketplace, right? So they make it really hard for us to scrape. Now the best one for hard to scrape websites, which is Scrapfly. In my experience, this is one of the best scrapers out there for uh, hard to scrape websites. So that's all you really need to know for web scraping. By the way, Perplexity, we use constantly. You can already see it, because instead of separately scraping things, Perplexity basically takes some context from different sources already, instead of us having to scrape each of these sources separately. So Perplexity is an amazing way to get that same sort of output as some of these scrapers too. Now, for social media scraping, really, you have to know two platforms, and those are Appify and Rapid API. And Appify and Rapid API, if you don't know them yet, they're basically marketplaces full of scrapers specifically for social media. Also, we have some web scraping tools available, but basically, there's people that have built their own scrapers for specific platforms. Social media platforms are always really hard to scrape with normal scrapers. That's why we need specialized scrapers, which we have on these platforms, Appify and Rapid API. So you can see we have TikTok scraping, Google Maps scraping, Instagram scraping, Amazon, anything you can imagine, we can do from here. And the same is the case for Rapid API. It's a similar concept, right? It's just a marketplace full of scrapers. So if you need to scrape social medias, LinkedIn, Instagram, any one you can imagine, check out these platforms. Again, I have links in the description below too. There you can just find the API information. And again, you can just copy the curl and you already know how to set it up. Now, Appify actually has a community node here in N8N too. So if we go back to the original workflow and would add in an Appify, you'll see it actually appears. I think it's actually a native one now, but we can just run this here. So this is a really important one to know. And the second one is Rapid API, where we actually have to set it up custom. Now, that's really all you need for scraping. When you know these tools, you can really do anything you want. Now, the last thing we have to learn is, and is not to be forgotten and is often forgotten, is how to actually efficiently debug and error handle. Now, for debugging, there are three things you want to keep in mind. First, the pinning data is a really important one to keep in mind. Just like I showed right now, instead of running the whole AI agent thing again, I can just pin the data, right, and make sure that it only runs from here. So we don't constantly have to rerun this, right? So pinning data is a very important one to know for debugging. Second, of course, we go here to executions. And what's important to understand here is that as long as our automation workflow is inactive here, we actually see this all happening here, right? And we can sort of debug in the editor. But as soon as this automation is actually live, then that changes, right? Because as soon as this is actually live, it won't show us here the automation actually running. The only way we can see on past automations that have run is in the executions tab. So once you've put this live for a client or for yourself, right, the way you have to debug is through this executions tab. So you can go here too and see all the errors, right? And you can just check that data here. And what you can do is actually click here on debug in editor, and then you can actually save the data from that specific execution and debug it with that specific data, right? So it will basically pin that data to your editor. Now, keep in mind, debugging is part of the workflow. You're going to run into issues all the time, but it's part of the learning process, right? So don't worry about it. And you'll get better and better at it, and faster at it. So don't get frustrated. Just see it as part of the learning process, because once you've seen some errors more and more, you'll know how to solve them instantly. Now, the second important thing you really have to learn is error handling, right? Especially when you're going to build out these solutions for clients, right, and really run them in production. Now, there are a few things you want to keep in mind with error handling. Now, first of all, what you always want to do is any action nodes or API nodes, generally, you want to go and get in the habit of going to the settings and always add this retry on fail and switch this on. Now, why is this? What is this? Why is this? First of all, because API calls, softwares, they just run into errors sometimes. We are dependent on their servers, etc., and some things just go wrong in software sometimes. And this is one of the most common errors you'll see happening in production, is just an API call failing because of the software. Now, an easy way to solve this is to retry on fail. And basically what this does is it just tries again if it fails. And here we can define how many tries. Generally 3 is enough, and how long to wait between tries. So in this case, 10 seconds is usually more than enough. So only this will basically solve 99% or 90% of your API call errors, right? Which is one of the most common ones. So you just want to get in the habit of putting all your software nodes on that setting, right? So that's the first one. Now, the second thing you want to do is make sure that non-critical workflows like scrapers and things like that, when they're non-critical, we want to add another setting in the settings of those nodes, and go here and change on error to continue, right? And we used this before, what I showed you before. So if a scraping fails, we don't want the whole automation to stop. We want it to continue, right? So for non-critical workflows where the information is not, it doesn't have to be 100% correct always. Just make sure to choose continue here. Now, another option here is if it is a critical workflow and it can absolutely not fail, then we can use the stop workflow, or we can use continue using error output, right? And what you'll see happen here with an error output is we actually get another flow. So if this produces an error, we can do something else. And what we can do here, for example, is the stop an error. So you can throw an error in a workplace, and you can say here, for example, Airtable error. Now, in reality, I don't use this one that often, because instead of this, what I do, especially if I run this for a client, it is really important that we get notified as soon as an error occurs. Otherwise, the workflow can keep running and running into errors continuously. So we want to know when an error happens, especially on a client's account, right? So the best way to do this is by going here on the 3 dots, and here we can go to settings, and here you'll see we have an option of error workflow. Now, how does this work? We can basically set up a new automation. So I'm just going to replace this one and add, and I just recommend doing this in general, have an error trigger here. And this error trigger basically gets triggered as soon as this automation or any automation in your account or your customer account runs into an error. And what you can do here is build a separate automation for this. And generally what you want to do is just send yourself an email or notify you on whatever message channel is best for you, like Slack, etc. Generally, I set it up in Slack, but here, for example, we can set it up in Gmail. You can just go on send a message. Right. Now, of course, we don't have input data, but you get the concept, right? You can just send yourself a message. You can also get the data on which workflow run into an error, and then you just can dive in and make sure your customer's automation runs properly. So highly recommend this. These are just important things to keep in mind, right? So non-critical workflows, use continue, right? Especially if it's a error-prone thing like scraping. Second, always for any API call, make sure you switch on the retry on fail. And third, make sure you get notified, especially if you're building for clients, to the error trigger with a notification to email or Slack, wherever you want. So those are 3 important things to keep in mind. By the way, I missed that, but that workflow you created, so let's call this error notification, right, will then appear here. And here you can now decide error notification, and any error that will run inside of this automation will then trigger that automation. Right? And you can basically set that up for all the different automations. You can all refer back to this error notification trigger. So now this is really the 80-20 of N8N and automation. So congrats if you went through it. Now don't worry if this still feels a bit intimidating. That is completely normal. And I highly recommend that after watching this video is to start building 1 or 2 automations for yourself. And a great way to start doing this is by taking some templates. Again, you can use the N8N template library. We also have dozens of templates in my AI Accelerator, including ones that we've sold to clients. And we also have one-on-one unlimited live tech support with my AI engineering team that can basically help you out with any roadblocks, planning out solutions, and even when you're starting to do this for businesses.
Now, although it's important for you to have these fundamentals and that you've built a system or two yourself, the key is to not try to perfect your AI automation skills before starting your business and going after real clients. This is a common trap, but the reality is that most of these technical skills are actually learned when working with real businesses. I generally recommend not getting stuck in this first phase of learning for more than a month. Because if you know these fundamentals and you can build a system or two, you should really be able to go out to the market in a matter of weeks. You will never really feel ready, especially if you come from a non-technical background. But no matter how much you're going to learn, your first client is always going to feel intimidating. You will always feel that sort of imposter syndrome, and that is completely normal. And you almost should have that. Otherwise, you have to learn too much. But the reality really is that most of these skills can only be learned when working with actual clients, right? So that's why I highly recommend to go out to the market right away, even after knowing only the fundamentals and actually applying this to real businesses. So that brings us to chapter 2, which is go to market. And this is the most important skill by far in order to get your business off the ground. And is the number one reason why failed businesses fail. It's the reason why many people never get their business off the ground in the first place. And therefore, if there's anything really you want to take away from this course, it's this part and this chapter. You want to build the skill of acquiring customers, because even if it's not for this business, it's going to help you in anything you do in life in the future. So I'll be showing you the best channels and exact strategies to use to get your first clients fast and to scale your acquisition strategy. But before that, it's very important to understand how to niche down. Marketing and customer acquisition in AI and in business in general becomes a lot easier when you speak to one specific profile or industry. So how do you choose a good niche for AI automation? Now, the big advantage with AI is that AI is relevant for all industries, departments, and jobs. But if there's one lesson I've learned, it's that the real magic happens in AI automation is when domain expertise and AI skills are combined. I now have a team of senior engineers, AI engineers, but I still help them out with prompting for marketing specific automations, because that's where my domain expertise lies. That's how important domain expertise is in building AI solutions. So the easiest way to think about finding your niche is to think about your own domain expertise and your background. Do you have experience in one specific industry? Do you know the problems for a specific type of business? Or do you have experience in sales, marketing, customer support, or something else that gives you that unfair advantage over other people? So think about this really for a second, because this is the most obvious way to find an initial niche or set of niches you have an unfair advantage in. Because again, combining your current knowledge with AI automation skills is going to allow you to provide a lot of value to businesses. Now, there are generally two exceptions to this rule. When you're starting out with your AI agency, you don't want to focus on large businesses or enterprise businesses, because these require really long sales cycles, right? We want to learn fast, so we want to avoid really long sales cycles. Also, enterprise clients generally require you to have a team. And second, you most likely want to avoid compliance-heavy industries or processes. Again, we want to learn fast. We don't want to be too worried about being HIPAA or GDPR compliant with every single client. So if you have a background in maybe these types of businesses, or you had a technical job where you didn't necessarily build a lot of domain expertise in a specific industry, or maybe you don't have that much experience yet, then you have to take a bit of a different approach and start with a good beginning niche where you can actually build the domain expertise while working with these companies. This actually happens fast because you work inside of these businesses. So the formula I like to think about finding a good niche, a beginner niche for people starting an AI agency, is the following. We want industries that have a high labor costs. We want industries that are fragmented, and we want to target SMBs. Now, why is that? High labor cost means, of course, a high ROI on automation in general. Think, for example, marketing agencies. A fragmented market generally means it's easier to enter. So we don't want to enter a market that is 90% controlled by, let's say, the 50 largest companies. For example, let's say supermarkets, airlines, oil companies, telecom companies, because it's going to be hard to penetrate that market. And when you're starting, of course, we want to optimize for speed and experience. So we need to target smaller businesses initially, so we can talk to the founder, the business owner directly, shorten the sales cycles, and implement simpler automation systems. Now, many people, again, overthink choosing niches, but keep in mind, you don't have to get this right from the get-go. Niching down is sort of a process, and it's something that can really be changed and developed over time, which is perfectly fine and normal. My niche has changed multiple times over the last 2 years, so really don't overthink it. Now, I know this is sort of a vague formula still. So in the next part of this video, I want to break down 5 niches that are great targets for beginning AI agencies to start with. These are niches we've worked extensively with over the last 2 years and proved to us to be good types of niches for AI automation. Now, I'll break down why they are good niches, what their main pain points are, and what kind of AI solutions you can offer them to help them with these pain points. I'll also cover the best channels to use for each of these niches to get clients. Now, the first one is e-commerce. E-commerce is a massive $7 trillion market. It's highly fragmented and makes up 24% of all retail sales. Now, there are more than 28 million e-commerce stores, and it's relatively labor heavy, making it ideal for AI automation. Now, we've worked with over 20 e-com businesses, and it's a great niche because there's room upwards in terms of company size. You can start selling to small e-com businesses and grow to bigger ones and bigger deal sizes as your agency scales. Now, why are e-commerce stores a great niche for AI automation agencies? First of all, the majority has a digital first stack, right? They generally operate on Shopify, WooCommerce, and some other major platforms that have good API integrations. Second, they tend to have low net margins. Even the best e-commerce stores, because of the high cost of goods and marketing spend, don't tend to have a margin of over 20%. Now, why is this good? Because with small efficiency gains or time saving and revenue generating automations, we can make a big potential impact on their business. So let's say, for example, we have an SEO automation that reduces some of the marketing cost. Increasing the net margin by just 2%, let's say, can mean a potential profit margin boom of 10 to 20% for the business. Also, e-com founders tend to be more marketing type people instead of product people, meaning they're often non-technical and are therefore required to outsource these types of technical implementations. Also, most e-com businesses are high volume, low ticket type businesses, meaning they're ideal for high ROI on automation. And this also means fast feedback loops. The results of your AI automations will become obvious to founders faster, making it easier to get into a long-term AI partnership. Now, in order to understand what kind of automations to sell to e-com businesses, we have to look at their main pain points and how their business is run, right? Most e-com businesses are heavily dependent on marketing to drive their business because if you think about it, once they have the product, it really becomes a marketing game. So this tend to be one of the biggest costs for e-com businesses, besides the cost of goods, of course. And most e-com businesses generally depend heavily on SEO, paid ads, email, newsletter, and some social media. Second, because e-com tends to be a high volume type business, customer service reps tend to be overloaded, which can affect conversions, customer satisfaction. And lastly, in operations, they can have a high volume of products. So there can be many time consuming operations in inventory management and site management. So we want to offer solutions that target these pain points. Now, the green boxes are the ones we tend to see are the biggest pain points and where you probably at least want to start with an e-com business. We've consistently sold SEO automations, which we specialize in, of course, but also meta ad solutions, both in creating ad creatives faster, but also on reporting and campaign optimization. We've sold email nurture systems and newsletter automations because e-com heavily depend on email marketing. And lastly, content repurposing can be a low-hanging fruit to start with, as they usually already manage a blog or something like that. Then in sales and customer service, website and social media chatbots can provide very fast ROI to e-com businesses. I showed an example of that in my previous video on Gemrock Auctions, where we built a customer website chat that can recommend products, answer questions, which made a significant impact on conversion rates and customer satisfaction for this client. Other use cases here can be cart abandonment, email flows, personalized email follow-ups, because retention is also really key to an e-com business. In operations, you can think of automations like automated product descriptions or image generation. Now, in my accelerator, we have templates according to each industry for all of these niches, which we're constantly expanding. So if you're interested in having some of these templates here, you can also check out my accelerator in the link in the description below. Now, it's great to know what to sell, but how do you actually reach these types of businesses? Now, in order to know that, we have to understand a little bit where e-commerce founders live. And the big advantage of e-commerce founders, although they're not tech people, they generally do live online, right? So we have multiple options of targeting e-com businesses. First, we have organic content. E-com founders live on LinkedIn and generally educate themselves on YouTube. So showing e-com specific AI automations has consistently brought us e-commerce clients. For example, my meta ad automation video on YouTube still brings us e-commerce clients even 6 months after posting. Also, my SEO video is similar, but we also have community members with e-com specific YouTube channels that consistently generate leads like that. And I think there's a big opportunity right now on YouTube, because although AI automation is getting a lot more competitive on YouTube, niche specific channels are still very rare. So you can easily stand out with a channel that's focused on AI automation for e-commerce. The third option is communities. Many e-com founders are part of Facebook groups, WhatsApp groups, and there are also some school groups. You can help people there with their problems or show solutions you've built, and you can also post your services in partnership channels. Then we have partnerships. Most e-com businesses work with big operating systems like Shopify and WooCommerce, and they almost always have partner programs. Now, I think this can be a great strategy for AI agencies in general, because becoming one of the official AI partners on Shopify, for example, can give you visibility pretty fast and a steady flow of inbound leads. And lastly, cold outreach is definitely an option too. Again, most e-com founders live online, so a lot of times emails of these e-com founders are accessible on platforms like Apollo to be scraped, right? But also LinkedIn outreach, which I generally recommend doing together with LinkedIn content. Now, the second one is marketing agencies, which has been the biggest client source for my agency, and where there's massive potential, in my opinion. It's a $450 billion market. Now, might sound small compared to the e-commerce market, but just keep in mind that the total SaaS market is around 350 billion. So there are around 400,000 marketing agencies, and of course, it's an extremely labor-intensive business, making it ideal for AI automations. Now, why are marketing agencies such a good target? First of all, they have very repeatable deliverables. We have general marketing agencies who do everything from ads, emails, blogs, SEO, and social media management. But we also have niched ones focused on one of these channels. Now, they also tend to be a lot of reporting in marketing agencies, reporting of KPIs to customers, which is very time consuming. Generally, the workflows are also very data rich, because we have access to briefs, assets, and performance metrics, which we can really use to build high performing automations. This also tends to be a low net margin business. Most marketing agencies, even the best ones, don't have margins over 25 or 30% maximum, meaning that even a slight improvement in efficiency or time saving can have a huge marginal impact on the net profits of these businesses. They also tend to be one of the early adopters of AI, we have noticed, which is actually a good thing, because people who have some experience and education on AI tend to be more bought in and are easier to convert in our experience, and also know what to expect from AI. And lastly, they also have a very digital first stack, making it easy for us to integrate these solutions through APIs, of course. And another reason it's great is, again, there's room upwards, right? You can start with smaller agencies, which might be easier to convert in the beginning, but as your agency grows, you can start targeting bigger marketing agencies and also reusing some of your automations, which is something we've done too. Now, the way marketing agencies generally operate is you can separate it into three buckets. We have business development and onboarding, which is basically acquiring new leads and onboarding them. Then we have production and delivery of the service to the client. And then we have reporting and retention. Now, the biggest pain points for marketing agencies in general is in the production and delivery, because it's extremely headcount heavy, right? They tend to be very time consuming creative processes. For example, SEO management, ad management, or social media management. And these processes really eat away at the margins of these businesses. And in business development, it is a pretty competitive market and generally requires quite an intensive type of onboarding. And churn is a real problem for marketing agencies too. So if we think about what to sell to these businesses, we have to focus on their biggest pain point, which is in general production and delivery. Now, the huge advantage we have in AI is that we can now automate some of these creative processes. And because a lot of agencies already have systems or SOPs in place for service delivery, if we can help them automate it, we can make a huge potential impact on the net margin of their business. Now the main system we are selling, of course, is our AI SEO system. Now, the reason marketing agencies and SEO agencies pay us good money for this system is because it can drastically reduce the headcount in these very labor-heavy processes like SEO. Since then, we also expanded our portfolio with meta ad systems, content systems, including our LinkedIn system and our newsletter system. Now, although this is this first bucket is really where you should focus and can provide the most ROI to marketing agencies. Reporting tends to be a huge time sink too for these businesses. So we've also consistently sold some of these reporting automations, for example, for SEO and meta ads, but also data analytics tools with AI agents connected with Google Analytics. But of course, you can also think about automations helping their own business development in this first bucket, like lead generation automation. But again, I'd really focus on this first bucket when starting. Now, how do you reach these marketing agencies? Marketing agencies, of course, live online, tend to be the early adopters of AI. That's why they're a great initial target, because content on any social media around marketing solution just tends to attract a lot of marketing agencies. Now, most of my automation solutions have been around marketing because, of course, this is also my background, and this has just always generated a consistent pipeline of marketing agency leads for my business. My meta ad video, again, my SEO video, my LinkedIn video, and other ones have gotten me consistent leads from marketing agencies. Of course, another option is cold outreach because, again, generally these emails are available on the email database platforms. Paid ads is also an option. We tried it, didn't get great results. But as they are early adopters, many of these marketing agencies are also inside of the AI community. So just by being active, helping out, and posting in the partnership channels of marketing-related communities and AI communities can really help you find some of these clients too. Now, the next one is recruitment and staffing agencies. This is also a massive $900 billion market. There are around 160,000 recruitment agencies worldwide. And this is also a market where we have extensively worked with and created specific solutions for. Now, if you don't know what the difference is between recruitment agencies and staffing agencies, recruitment agencies generally get hired to find some specific hard to hire for jobs, generally in executive roles, and get paid whenever they place a candidate inside of the company. Generally, they get between 10 to 30% of the yearly salary of the placement, and that can easily be $20,000 to $40,000 deal. Now, staffing agencies don't necessarily charge based on placement. They basically just sort of lend people to companies and charge a markup on the hourly rate. So this is, for example, very common in technical type jobs or temporary jobs. So let's say a company needs 20 developers for a big project they're building out. Staffing agencies can then quickly help a business out with a team like that. And they might charge a company like $150 an hour while paying the developers themselves $100, which can be pretty lucrative, but of course a lot more admin heavy than recruiters because you're almost like a service provider. Now, why are these niches great to target? First of all, because they generally tend to have very repetitive workflows, right? They have to source, screen hundreds of candidates. They have to consistently reach out to new businesses. They have to manage scheduling. So there are many high volume processes, which can be time intensive, again, making it ideal for automation. They also tend to have these high fees, right? Of anywhere between 15 to up to 50K for one placement, meaning if you even get them one extra placement a year, the ROI is extremely clear to these agencies. They're also generally non-technical people, which again means they probably have to outsource these types of technical automation builds, and results again can appear fast. So the benefit becomes clear to these companies fast. They also tend to have a pretty fragmented stack between their ATS database, which is sort of like their CRM, their email calendar, and job boards. Now, the biggest pain points for recruitment and staffing agencies are business development, finding new companies that need to hire people. The key factors there are really speed, right? They want to get these companies as soon as they're hiring for a new job, right? And second, finding the right person, the decision maker or the hiring manager is really important. Now, second, finding new potential candidates to place inside of these businesses is also a very high volume type of job. They have to do a lot of outreach and screening. Now, these are definitely the two biggest pain points for these types of businesses, but there is also some admin involved where sometimes they optimize CVs for the candidates. They have to do the scheduling, of course, and lead research, but it's probably not where you want to focus on when you're targeting these businesses. So the solutions you want to focus on generally are the business development side, right? You can resolve big pain points for these agencies by giving them faster ways to find businesses that are hiring right now. And this can be done through scraping job boards, scraping LinkedIn. We've created an entire productized solution around this, which can basically detect companies with a potential open position instantly by tracking job changes from people on LinkedIn. And because this tends to be a high volume outreach, helping them automate outreach with personalized outreach can provide high ROI. Also detecting the right decision makers and hiring managers. For candidate sourcing, you can do the same, right? Personalized outreach cadences through Clay or N8N. Automatic screening can save huge amounts of time for recruiters too. In operations and admin, which I wouldn't focus on to start with, you can think of automations like CV optimization, but also helping recruiters do their own marketing, right? So you can think of content or LinkedIn automations to promote their own agency or personal brand. And simply by connecting some of the fragmented tech stack, even without AI, can already provide ROI. Now, how do you reach them? Recruiters, of course, live on LinkedIn because this is their job, right? So LinkedIn is a great channel for recruiters. This is how I've gotten in quite a few recruiting leads by just posting a few posts for recruiter solutions on LinkedIn. Even though it doesn't have loads of likes or comments, right? It's still brought in leads. Also, YouTube is still a huge opportunity. It's a niche that hasn't been attacked at all. And I have 2 videos on my channel focused on recruiting, and those brought in more than 50 potential leads. So definitely an opportunity there too. We've also done paid ads specifically for recruiters, which gotten really good results compared to, for example, our SEO solution. And because they live online, cold outreach on email and LinkedIn is definitely a great option too. You could also think about communities. There are some community Facebook groups and WhatsApp groups where recruiters connect. Now, the next one is the dental clinic niche. Surprisingly enough, we've gotten in a lot of inbound leads from dental clinics, many of them which have turned into long-term clients. And one of our biggest clients is actually a dental clinic group. It's a $450 billion market. There are hundreds of thousands of dental clinics, of course, and many struggle with the same issues and are very admin heavy. Now, I added medical clinics on top there because a lot of these niches in the medical clinic space have the same characteristics as dental clinics. Think chiropractors, general practitioners, veterinarians, all have very similar type of businesses. Now, why are these niches good for AI automation? First of all, they have a high call and scheduling volume, which are just the best types of processes for automation. Again, like I said, they are admin heavy. The admin work represents a high percentage of the cost of these businesses. And in the medical niche at the moment, they're struggling a lot with staff shortages, especially in front desk work like receptionists. And they're also struggling with rising wages. Now, of course, these are also very non-technical buyers, so they need other people to implement this stuff. Their documentation is very heavy on the doctor side, and they very often rely on legacy software. Now, this can be a bad thing and a good thing. The bad thing, of course, is that integration becomes a lot more difficult, but this is also an opportunity because we can provide an extra service of modernizing their software stack. Now, if you think about the dental clinic, you can broadly separate it into PIN front desk and intake, patient care delivery, and insurance billing and collections. Now, one of the biggest pain points for these dental clinics is in the first bucket because every missed call can mean a lost patient, right? No shows, last minute cancellations also really kill revenue because it means an empty chair on the doctor side. And because these are legacy businesses, almost all of the work here is extremely manual still and very labor heavy. Now, the second big pain point is that many doctors struggle with a lot of administration and note taking, which directly impacts revenue because they can see less clients. Now, many of the billing, insurance checks, and payment collection are also still done manually. But if we think about what to sell, we really want to focus on that first bucket because we can make a really big impact to their business very fast. Now, what are the solutions we've consistently offered to these dental clinics are the big one is voice booking receptionists, right? That work 24/7 and around the clock. Now, these can make a big impact because again, missed calls a lot of times mean lost patients. Because they simply call other dental clinics. So booking chatbots through WhatsApp or websites are a great one too. Calendar management automations, you'd be surprised that even this part is still done manually by many of these businesses because they rely on legacy software. Also automated digital intake forms because a lot of it is still done manually or through paperwork, and automated appointment reminders, which again, you'd be surprised of how few clinics actually have implemented this. So we're seeing a lot of startups popping up actually in that second bucket to automate some of the admin for these doctors, like AI scribe apps and automations. Now, there is usually some specific knowledge and compliance in this process because, of course, you're dealing with patient information. So this might be harder to do for some of these niches. And lastly, in insurance billing and collections, we can have automated patient follow-ups, automated invoicing, and reminders. We can build some automations about claim preparations, although again, some of these are a little bit more compliance sensitive. Now, how do we reach these businesses? Of course, surprisingly, many of these came through my YouTube channel, but most of them, of course, are not online and not very tech savvy. So we have to provide very clear ROI in messaging. Now, where do we reach them? Cold outreach can be a better strategy here, although it might be a bit harder to find emails for dental clinics. You probably have to scrape Google Maps instead of databases like Apollo. There's also an option of reaching out to their website form through AI browser automation agents with tools like Skyvern or AirOps, because of course they tend to check these contact forms all the time because they tend to be clients. Another interesting strategy for these niches can be vendor partnerships. Usually there is some legacy operating system that most dental clinics use, for example, Dentrix, EagleSoft, and trying to get a partnership with one of them or a revenue share can be a great strategy to have some bigger players start recommending you. This is a strategy my friend Jonas is following in the hotel niche. He has a partnership with one of the main operating systems for hotels in Germany and gets a lot of leads directly through them. Paid ads could also be a good strategy for these niches. And if you can get into professional networks like dental and medical associations, it can be great because the referral flywheel tends to be strong in these niches. Because if you can get one client, they're usually connected to a group of clinics. So if you provide high ROI to one, you have the potential to onboard multiple of these clinics. And lastly, we have legal services. It's a $1 trillion market. And although there are some really big legal firms, there are also more than 400,000 solo and small legal firms in the US alone. And there are some big legal AI tech popping up like Harvey AI, but they're generally focused on the big firms, while the small and mid-sized firms generally get ignored a bit more. Now, why is this a good niche? Because these processes of law firms are generally very admin heavy and somewhat repeatable, right? The admin directly eats away at the revenue of the business because usually it's the same lawyers doing the admin work. And lawyers generally charge anywhere between $250 to $1,000 or even upwards. So even small efficiency gains can make a huge impact on the overall revenue of these service professionals. Now, of course, lawyers are very non-technical, so they need to outsource this stuff, and they still have a very fragmented tech stack. Even simple automations, just connecting their tech stack, can provide quick ROI. Now, if we look at legal services, we can think of three buckets: marketing, getting new clients, right? Sales and onboarding, and operations. Now, many lawyers get their clients from referrals and on an online presence. But it is a competitive space, so some do struggle with online visibility, also because they're not marketers, of course. But in legal, speed to lead and fast follow-ups and clear communication are really the key to closing clients, because legal cases tend to be very time sensitive, right? And in operations, there are many manual tasks that directly impact the revenue, right? Like document drafting and research. So if we focus on what to sell, we want to look at the biggest pain points, which tend to be in sales and onboarding and operations. Masai, a member of my accelerator, is focused on the legal niche and grew to $10,000 a month in a couple of months, targeting this niche. And these are the two areas he's seen the most ROI for legal firms. So think of client intake automations, speed to lead automations, automatic proposal generations. And in operations, you can think of automating document drafting, extracting information from heavy legal docs to save the lawyers a lot of time, and connecting their fragmented tech stack. And again, already make a big impact on these businesses. Now, how do we reach them? You have to keep in mind that lawyers tend to be pretty skeptical buyers. So it's a very sort of referral heavy business. So it might be a bit harder to get them through the door, but once you have them, it can really lead to sort of that referral flywheel, which is exactly what happened to Masai. Now, of course, they're not as present online as some of these other niches, but they are generally on LinkedIn. And this is exactly the strategy Masai has followed. He's consistently put out content around AI for legal on LinkedIn and on his YouTube. He's done webinars on LinkedIn. And even though you might think that, his view count is not that high, he's consistently generated leads and is at the moment overloaded with leads, partly also because of that referral flywheel. So now you know what a good niche looks like for AI agencies, and hopefully you have an idea for your initial niche. And again, don't worry or overthink this. You can really change this anytime. The most important is to get going. And in order to get going, we need to find customers. So in the next part, I'll cover the 3 best ways to get your first client fast and the 3 best ways to scale your acquisition channel. These are the 6 channels that have consistently generated clients for dozens of members in my AI Accelerator for. So what acquisition channel should you choose? So the way you can look at acquisition channels, broadly speaking, and I'm generalizing a little bit here, but I want to make this practical, is in 2 ways, right? We have short-term acquisition channels and we have long-term acquisition channels. Now, the short-term acquisition channels, these are not very scalable channels and are not going to be your acquisition channel for the long run when you're building out your business, but they are really good and great to get your first experience and to get your first customers fast. Then the long-term acquisition channels, which generally take a lot longer to get results out of, are the ones that will actually allow you to build a consistent lead flow to really grow a business into a healthy, sustainable business. Now, when you're first learning the scale of AI automation and trying to build a business, right, whatever niche phase you're in, right, your goal for acquisition is not yet building a business, right? It's about learning. You have to learn how to sit on these sales calls. You have to learn how to scope and deliver client projects. You have to discover high ROI use cases for clients. You have to discover interesting niches in your positioning. So it's not about making money. Now, of course, there are lots of different channels and ways to get clients out there, but I want to make this video very practical. So I'm going to break down the 3 channels I recommend both for short-term and long-term that I've seen working best for people in my community, people in the AI space, and for myself. So the first one for the short-term acquisition channel, which I've seen honestly work best for most people to get their first 1 or 2 clients in, is your network, right? Start with your close network, friends, family, businesses or business owners, businesses you've worked with before, former colleagues. You can literally just reach out to them, say you now do this, you do AI automation, offer to have a conversation with them on how AI can help them in their business, maybe offer a free AI audit. It's generally easy to get them on a call because they already know you. It's a low risk environment for you. So you can have your first conversations at ease and build without any repercussions if you make any mistakes, right? You can do these projects also for free because again, your goal is not about making money or building a business. It's about learning in this stage. And this is exactly what I did when I just started. I reached out to my network of some business owners I knew and friends and offered them free projects. And if I look back, it's really what kickstarted this whole journey for me, right? It's really, you can't look at it as wasted time process, right? And those first few projects for me really got the ball rolling in my journey. And the best way to approach this is to just think of your own network. Think of anyone in your network who has a business or is working in a business that you might be able to help, right? Reach out to them and say you can do AI automation. Offer to sit on a call, talk about their problems, and see if you can identify something you can help them with using AI automation. The whole world knows they have to do something with AI and feel like they're behind. So generally, you get quite good positive responses when you do this. And this, again, also for my community has been by far the best way to get their first project and experience in. For example, Jair, a member of my community, was a university student in Amsterdam who started telling everyone he knew that he was doing AI automation. And within weeks, he landed a paid project with a mid-sized business, someone from his network who'd been thinking about AI but didn't know where to start. Right? He ran a free discovery call, showed them what was possible, then pitched a retainer. And now, only 2 months later, I think, AI is really part of their business strategy in this company. He's got steady monthly revenue because on perfecting his skills, right? His automation skills or preparing a perfect sales pitch. He just started a conversation about AI with people he already knew. And the same is the case for Mehdi. We have many other examples who got their first projects through their network. Right now, the second obvious one to find your first clients fast is AI communities. There are dozens of these AI communities out there right now, and most of them have lots of business owners in there that don't have time to build out things themselves. They already know what AI automation could potentially do, and clearly they have bought in on AI already because they're in this community. So we have lots of these school communities, of course. We have circle communities where my own community is. We have Facebook groups. We have Discord channels. And by the way, these are not only AI communities. If you already have a niche, you can also go for communities around your specific niche. For example, if you target lawyers, go for Facebook groups where a lot of lawyers are. But there are really two ways to get leads out of these communities is first of all, is by being active and helping people out, right? Helping people solve their tech issues, their problems will get you noticed and some business owners might reach out. And the second, of course, is to actively promote your services in these communities. Generally, they have some partnership channel or hiring channel. You can just post your services in those channels, maybe offer a free audit, and you'll see that you can get your first projects quite quick like this. Again, if you haven't done a project yet, remember your goal is learning. So highly recommend if you want to get this fast is offer it for free. It's almost a guaranteed way to get your first project in. For example, Aditya, also a member of my community, he's a 16-year-old who offered free services to businesses in my community, got his first 3 projects in, and which eventually, almost all of them, led into paid projects. Now, the third short-term acquisition channel I recommend is Upwork or freelancing platforms like Fiverr. Now, Upwork and Fiverr are great to get that initial experience, but also to get a first paid client and talking to cold audience, right? With Upwork and Fiverr, you're talking to strangers who might not be in AI. You have to sit on sales calls. Sometimes you have to professionally deliver these services. And all of these things will really teach you how this will be when you're running the actual business, right? So the key things with Upwork are, first of all, just you have to make a good professional profile. You need a video. You need to work on this consistently. Then second, Upwork is really about consistency. You have to reserve a space in your calendar, probably an hour, 2 hours a day, and just apply to all the possible projects you can help people out with. And eventually you will lead one, right? For example, Nicola joined my community in January 2025. He spent a few months learning all the tutorials on building and practicing workflows. But in May, he decided he needs to get on to actually finding clients and started being really consistent on Upwork. And the result after a few weeks was 3 potential $2,000 a month retainers. Now, 2 of them didn't actually close, but he learned why they didn't close. And those failed projects or failed sales calls taught him more than watching more building tutorials and allowed him to close the third one with a retainer. Also, Joshua, as you can see, got his first client by just being helpful and active in my community, for example. But there are many other examples of this. But when you are starting to get clear on your niche, your targeting, and you have gotten in some experience and really want to start building your business and start making some money, right? You'll most likely need some other acquisition channels. Now, why is that? First of all, because the channels that I mentioned here, the short-term acquisition channels, generally will have a very broad range of clients and projects, right? So if you've niched down, it's going to be harder to find your specific client in these platforms. Secondly, on Upwork and in communities, you'll be competing with lots of other builders and people offering basically the same services as you. So the price is going to be determined more by the market, not necessarily by the value you can offer to these companies. And that's why after those first projects and clients, I recommend generally you need to go after some of the long-term acquisition channels to build a sustainable and scalable business in the long run. Now, there are exceptions, of course, but freelance marketplaces just tend to be a little bit of a race to the bottom, and it's harder to niche down and grow your business. Now, what do I mean with long-term sustainable acquisition channels? It's a channel that will allow you to reach your customers consistently and scalably, and a channel you can eventually scale without that much more input or effort. And if you actually want to build and grow a scalable business, then you probably have to get good at one of these channels. Now, before even talking about the channels, there's three things I want to cover very quickly. First of all, building any of these long-term acquisition channels generally takes time, right? Nailing an acquisition channel is hard, extremely hard. It's extremely competitive. And for you to be successful in these channels, you generally need to be in the top 5% experts of these channels. And the common mistake I see is people trying to attack 5 channels at the same time. Don't do that. Focus on one and get really good at it, right? Become a master at it. And one line that stuck with me from Y Combinator is that most unicorns, $1 billion valuation companies, grow to become a unicorn actually through one main acquisition channel, not by 5 average ones. Secondly, because generally it takes time to get a consistent lead flow out of these types of channels, I generally recommend that even if you're in phase one, so you're just starting out and you haven't figured out your niche, at least start learning the skill and start building out one of these channels from day one. Lastly, a good rule of thumb to keep in mind is that generally the more comfortable the acquisition channel, the more competition you'll have, the more crowded it is, and the least conversions you'll see. And the more uncomfortable it is, the less people will do it, the easier you can stand out. For example, 99% of people will never show their face on social media, meaning the ones that will stand out, right? 99% of people will never cold call a list of prospects, but instead send them an email. But again, the ones who do will stand out. I personally believe you have to get comfortable with the uncomfortable in order to be successful in building a business. I can tell you, for myself, putting my first YouTube videos out was extremely uncomfortable. I had huge imposter syndrome, a feeling of cringe every time I hit the publish button. But if you do it often enough, it doesn't become uncomfortable anymore. Now, again, there are many different acquisition channels, but I'll again cover the 3 that I've seen work best for me and people in AI and my community members when building one of these long-term acquisition channels. So the first one is building a personal brand. Now, again, this is the uncomfortable channel for most people, but remember, the more uncomfortable, the more effective. The huge opportunity I think we have right now in AI is that the whole world knows they need to do something with AI. Every business feels like they're behind and is trying to wrap their head around how to actually implement this in their business. And the people who put their face out there and share their learnings and solutions get a lot of traction at the moment, even with low views or low engagement. That's why many people have been able to skip past all these short-term acquisition channels by just putting out content from day one. Now, the platforms I generally recommend doing this on is, first of all, LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a great way to start with. Why? Because your post will be shown to your network. And you showing your network, you know things about AI and automation, very often results in your network reaching out to you because they know they have to do something with AI, right? But you can also, of course, reach cold audiences with LinkedIn. Another one, of course, is YouTube. But keep in mind that in YouTube, you won't be shown to warm audiences yet, to your network. You don't have one yet. So YouTube generally might take a little bit longer to get traction, but of course can become potentially a lot more powerful over time because also it is more uncomfortable unless people do it, right? Currently, the algorithm of YouTube is actually promoting and pushing content of smaller creators by a lot. So it's a big upside if you're just starting it right now. And if you don't know what content to post on, a really easy framework to think about this is, first of all, post everything you learn on a day-to-day basis. Any insight you have while building out solutions, while learning AI automation, make a post out of it. Why? Because almost every insight you have will most likely already be one step ahead of the people in your network and 99% of the world. Now, many people have imposter syndrome, especially when they start, right? They think, who am I to share insights on this topic? I had the same. But remember, even after learning the basics of AI and automation, you watching this video, you're already ahead of 99% of the world and have insights that are valuable to people on the internet and your network, right? Even if you don't think so. And you don't have to be in the top 1% experts or compare yourself to the big creators. You just have to be one step ahead of your target audience. It's actually an advantage because if you're too far ahead of your target audience, you don't relate to them anymore. And one that works really well too is share all the solutions you're building for clients on social media. This is the approach I took when I just started and got me loads of leads in because I made businesses aware of problems they can now fix with AI. Again, this doesn't have to be a perfect build or a huge automation. Small solution demos work well too. If you already identified a specific niche, you really want to double down on showing specific solutions for that niche. And personal stories always work well too, because being vulnerable conveys trust, right? That's why personal brands work so well, especially for conversions and acquisition, because trust is already there, right? Another one I would add here for is any new AI tool or API or thing that come out, post some content on it, because it can really get you maybe that first viral post. Now, some things I want you to keep in mind when approach building a personal brand, because I know it can be a little bit uncomfortable, especially when you get started. First of all, you don't need thousands of views in order to see results, right? I saw my first leads coming in with a video that had, I think 200 views. Second, you don't need highly polished, perfect videos or content, right? In the early stages, volume beats quality every time. It's far better to put out 10 really bad videos than one perfect one, right? Again, the first video I posted was so cringeworthy that I actually deleted it from my channel. And lastly, keep in mind the algorithms right now, especially on YouTube, are so good that even if you're a small creator with 0 subscribers or followers, as long as you provide value for your target audience, your content will be pushed to that specific audience. And lastly, what I think a very common reason why people don't put their face out there is because deep down they are ashamed or they're worried about what people in their network might think about them. It was the same for me when I just got started. But trust me, nobody that actually knows me, even after now hitting 100,000 subscribers, actually watches my video. So just remember that nobody cares. And this building a personal brand is, in my opinion, the best strategy. Also, if you have identified a specific niche, because you can now create content for your specific niche audience and help them out with all kinds of problems for your specific industry with AI. And even if you're not sure yet and you don't have a specific niche yet, just by showing your learnings and interesting things on AI, you can really get your first clients like that. So highly recommend building a personal brand from day one. An example of this approach is Masai, also a member of my community, who went from professional soccer player to AI automation engineer, specifically targeting law firms and lawyers. So he started posting legal automations on LinkedIn and YouTube. So not generic AI content, but specific solutions for solo attorneys and small law firms. So he didn't chase views. He focused entirely on his ICP. He also went into Facebook groups specifically for lawyers, did webinars with lawyers, and now literally after a few months, he's overloaded with leads and is now working on a more productized solution for lawyers. So the key here really is to consistently put out content for that ICP, right? And every post, video, and demo speaks directly to that target audience. And you can see Masai, he doesn't have thousands of views or 100,000 subscribers, but even with a few hundred views, he's overloaded with leads. Now, the second scalable acquisition channel you can try is cold outreach. Now, you can do cold outreach, of course, through different platforms, email, LinkedIn, DMs on X or Instagram. And this, I think, makes most sense when you're also clear on the specific solution or pain point you're solving for your specific industry. So when I talk about the niching, more in phase 3, because this becomes very hard when you're in phase 1, a little bit easier when you're in phase 2 because you already know who to target, but becomes a lot better when you're in phase 3, right? Because you know who to target and you know exactly which pain point and solution to offer. Now, first, what you want to think about when doing cold outreach is, where does my target audience hang out, right? If it's fitness coaches, Instagram might be a better option. If it's SaaS CEOs, LinkedIn might be a better one. And generally, email is the broadest one because everyone has email. Now, the important thing in cold outreach is you have to find audience message fit. Now, first of course, you have to be clear on your target, but then you have to get audience message fit. Now, what does that mean? You have to find the right messaging to capture their attention. And generally, the best way to get that is by calling out a specific pain point for your target audience and a specific solution that can resolve that pain point. Therefore, this generally, again, works a little bit better when you're clear on your niche and the solution you offer in phase 3. It can still work if you're in phase 2, especially with AI, but generally, again, works better when you're phase 3. Now, it takes time to figure out good audience message fit. It also takes time to find the right targeting, and you need to get good at this. So this is not going to work from day one, right? In general. Also, these channels generally require to put some investment in order for you to do the outreach. Now, Florian is another example from my community who took this approach, specifically targeting car dealerships for AI automation. He launched a small cold email campaign to 486 car dealerships. His hook was showing them exactly how much time they could be saving with a lead qualification solution. And after 2 weeks, he had 10.5% reply rates and 8 qualified opportunities and meetings. And he closed some clients from it. And it worked because he was very clear on the pain point he could resolve for a specific target audience. And generally, 486 emails is nothing, right? You can scale this up to way higher numbers. Now, the third one is paid ads, which is actually very similar to cold outreach, because if you think about it, we're basically doing the same thing, right? Instead of landing in their inbox or whatever platform it is, we appear on their feed on LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, etc. And because we're in a feed, we are competing with millions of other posts, and it's even harder to capture attention and stand out than with cold outreach. So finding perfect audience message fit here becomes even more important, right? There are many platforms, of course, we can advertise on, and the same applies here. You want to think, where does your target audience hang out? That's how you can choose your ad platform. And then again, you want to call out specific pain points for your specific target audience and test it out until you get good results. Generally, if your audience is there, I generally recommend going with meta ads on either Instagram or Facebook, because if you can good at it, it can become one of the most cost efficient ways to get leads. Most target audiences hang out on those platforms. LinkedIn ads can get a lot more expensive very quickly. Google ads is very hard to stand out from the crowd and from competitors. It becomes more of a bidding game than being able to stand out by the quality of your ad or the skill of ad creatives, because we only have text we can work with. Now, with paid ads, you have to be very clear on the lifetime value, meaning how much money you make on average on one customer. So you need this in order for you to be able to calculate how much you can spend on acquiring one new customer. And this will basically define what success looks like for your ad campaigns. And this is why, again, this makes a lot more sense when you're a bit further in your journey and probably really have a niched offer where you either have it productized or niched down so much that you know what deal size you can expect out of one client. Also, keep in mind that it generally takes time to find the right audience message fit, the right targeting. So there needs to be an upfront investment for you to be able to test and optimize your ads. That being said, if you can make paid ads work, it can be an extremely scalable acquisition channel, even more so than a personal brand, right? Because if you have a very specific offer and target audience, you can now target the right people at scale really fast, which will be a lot harder with organic content. Now, this is the exact approach I followed, right? When I wasn't sure about my niche yet, I got my first clients and projects through my network. When I was clear on the industry I was going to target, I went into phase two. I started a personal brand that resulted in me getting more experience in that industry, niching down into an industry even further, and eventually niching down into a specific offer where we offer an AI SEO solution for marketing agency. Now, once we got to that offer, that's where we really went for the scaling path. And that's where we started paid ads and cold outreach, because we knew exactly what pain points to call out and which target audience to call out, which is generally the best way to get the best results out of these cold outreach strategies. And those channels then really allow you to scale. So what should you do today? If you're in phase one, you don't have any client experience yet, right? And you don't have a specific niche yet, start with the short-term acquisition channels. The highest leverage activity you can focus on today is getting clients. You want to adjust, first of all, your LinkedIn, make clear what you do. You haven't picked a niche here yet, so don't worry, but just say and make sure you communicate that you do AI automations. It's not rocket science, really simple. You can get your first meetings by offering free audits or a free initial build. Now, the way I like to think about it, two of these four here are really daily non-negotiables, right? So at least pick probably content and one of these other channels and be consistent on them, right? So if you're going for the network approach, reach out to at least 3 people in your close network per week. If you're doing AI communities or communities in general, spend 1 hour a day in these communities, simply posting and commenting and helping people, maybe posting some of your services in the hiring channels or the partnering channels, right? If you're doing Upwork, 5 applications per day. And while you're working all of these, make sure to get consistent on slowly building your personal brand, right? Generally, good rule of thumb to keep in mind when you're just starting, 3 posts per week on LinkedIn, or one YouTube video a week. Again, don't over-optimize, it's volume over quality. Don't try to learn everything you can on N8N or AI automation before doing this, right? Most of the learnings you're gonna get while actually building for clients, right? So don't worry about learning everything. If you know the basics, you have enough to get started. Now, if you don't have any client experience yet, but you're already sure on your niche, still follow the same recommendation as I just gave you. You need to get client experience and project experience. But once you have, you want to go and focus more on the long-term scalable acquisition channels, right? Again, pick one and get really good at it and stay consistent. The one I recommend most, again, is content, 3 posts per week on LinkedIn or one on YouTube, helping your specific target audience with their specific problem. If you're working with clients already, this is still one of the highest leverage activities you can do to actually build a long-term sustainable business. So make sure you keep the time in your schedule for you to be consistent on this, right? And if you already know what specific problem or solution you're going to offer to a specific niche, you can then really start scaling your acquisition by trying cold outreach, cold email, or paid ads, right? Again, pick one, stick to it for 3 months at least, experiment, get good at it, invest some money in it, and take conclusions after 3 months, and then you change. Most people quit too early, but it just takes time to get good at these channels. Lastly, I just want to double down on the point that I made all the way at the beginning. I literally lost 5 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars, not my money, fortunately, but building a product that not enough people actually saw, right? So don't make my mistake. And the difference between my failed startup and my current business is really that, right? I went marketing or distribution first, right? I built this YouTube channel before I built any business or product. And that distribution enabled me to build multiple businesses. So in 90 days, there will really be two types of people who've watched this video: those who started building acquisition channels and now have customers, and those who are still perfecting their product or automation skills in isolation. So really recommend to go distribution first and start this today. So now that you know the channels you can use to get clients fast and scale your AI agency, let me get a bit more practical and break down the exact strategy to use on LinkedIn in order to get clients fast. This is the channel that's probably generated the most results for my AI Accelerator members, and is one that can get you clients really fast, but it's also scalable over the long term. To start, let me debunk some common misconceptions about LinkedIn that stop people from even starting in the first place, and show you why LinkedIn can be one of the fastest and easiest ways to generate AI leads. When I first thought about posting on LinkedIn around 2 years ago, I thought I needed loads of followers, likes, perfectly crafted posts. I thought, who am I to start teaching people on AI? And the guides and resources I read left me so overwhelmed that I never even actually started. So it was only after starting YouTube that I wanted to add another acquisition channel that I started with LinkedIn. And what I learned is that LinkedIn can actually be pretty easy if you systemize it. And especially in AI, as long as your content is targeted, you don't need lots of likes and followers to get a consistent lead flow out of it. And for anyone who's scared of what their network might think, which was me too, let me tell you, nobody cares. So a phrase I like to remind myself of is, who's going to remember this in a year from now? And LinkedIn consistently brings us at least 25 qualified leads a month right now, but it's not only me. Jair from my community landed his first client after 3 weeks of posting. Mohammed got his first 3 clients in less than a month. And Luke and Darren have generated more than 100 leads in the last 3 months using this strategy. Now, why does LinkedIn work well, and why is it a high leverage activity you should do? First of all, you can generate leads pretty fast because posts will initially be pushed to your network and connections of connections. So most businesses in the world right now have AI FOMO. And if they see someone in their network posting about it, you'll often be the first one they reach out to. I've seen this consistently happen with my accelerator members, and it still happens with me. Second, because AI type posts are getting pushed in the algorithms, they can occasionally go viral, which can really fill up your calendar with literally just one post. And even if they don't, as long as they're targeted, they can bring qualified inbound leads, which tend to be far easier to convert than cold out audiences. But how can you do the same? All you need is really a system you can repeat over and over again. So first, I'll show you the only 3 content pillars you need, which makes it far easier to come up with topics and stay consistent on LinkedIn. Then second, I'll show you the content writing system and automation that I use to write 3 quality LinkedIn posts in less than a couple of hours a week. And then I'll show you how to optimize your profile, which is really the key to converting prospects into booked calls. And lastly, I'll show you how to use DMs to reach out actively to potential prospects. Now, before showing you the 3 content pillars, I want to show you how to not waste your time and create LinkedIn content that doesn't work. Firstly, LinkedIn posts always have to be easily readable because most people scan LinkedIn posts. Second, LinkedIn posts have to be visual. They have to include like images, infographics, carousels, or videos, because text-only posts don't really tend to perform very well on LinkedIn. But more importantly, for B2B lead generation, posts have to have a clear benefit to your target audience. Now, the only 3 types of posts I've seen consistently work for myself and others in AI are build in public type posts, which are aimed at building credibility around AI in your niche. Then we have authoritative posts, which aim at building authority around AI in your niche. And then personal posts that aim at building trust and showing that you're human. Now, what do I mean with building in public type posts? Is posts where you show valuable AI automations for your target audience. Now, here you basically have 2 options: video demos or screenshots. Both can work incredibly well on LinkedIn right now, and these types of posts basically show that you can actually do and deliver on what you promise. They can also have a very strong conversion potential because you're showing them solutions, and they can occasionally go viral. If you've been on LinkedIn, you might have seen the N8N screenshots with comment below and giveaways that can go extremely viral. Now, keep in mind that the majority of these comments tend to be AI automation builders, but it can definitely attract many business owners too. So giving away some of these templates or part of templates can be a really good strategy, because templates in general need to be customized. They need to be made production ready. And if a business tries them out themselves and they run into an error, you will be the first one they reach out to. And many of my first clients came through like that. Luke, for example, from Accelerator, has had multiple viral posts like this and booked more than 100 calls through these types of posts. Masai got to 10K a month by posting content on legal AI, and Jair got his first client after 2-3 weeks of posting. Now, later in this video, I'll show you how you can come up with ideas and get templates quickly for these types of posts. But first, let me move to the second type of posts: authoritative posts. These posts are basically aimed at building some authority around AI in your niche. And here I generally use 3 types of posts. Now, you don't have to use all these 3, but the first one is industry specific AI insights. For example, in my case, around AI SEO in the age of AI search. Then I have quick playbooks that focus on solving common problems of your target audience with AI. And then the last one is case studies, where you can basically showcase customers' results if you already have them. Now, these types of posts, I tend to use infographics, carousels, and images, which tend to work really well on LinkedIn. And later I'll show you how to come up with ideas for these types of posts and the visuals fast. Now, and the last content pillar are personal posts. These focus basically on building trust and showing that you're human, right? And all you do here is really you share lessons you've learned yourself or personal transformation around AI, of course, that your ICP could relate to. Now, I know this might feel a bit cringe in the beginning. It did for me, but it really does work. And really, that's it. That's all the 3 types of posts I use. And because I defined the type of post, it becomes far easier to decide on topics. I generally just post 1 of each of these a week, so 3 a week. And this is really all you need to do consistently to get results from LinkedIn. But how do you come up with the topics for these posts, and how do you actually write them? Now, to achieve that, you just need a system that you can repeat and repeat. And this is the system I use to consistently generate LinkedIn posts in a couple of hours a week. And this is the same process I use to also do newsletters, and also partly in my YouTube content creation. Now, the first part of the process, of course, is ideation. And I reiterate again, it has to be helpful to your audience, right? That's the overarching principle. Sure, we can get a viral post, but again, that's not our goal. That's a vanity metric. Our goal is to attract our ICP and our leads. So I've listed out a few easy ways for each of the content formats or content pillars on how to come up with ideas fast. Now, for building in public type posts, you want to share valuable automations that solve common problems for your niche with AI. Now, these don't have to be real client builds or extremely complex systems, right? You can literally just show builds that show automations you've built for yourself. Of course, if you have customer builds, these can be great to show, but other ways to get templates quickly and easily are through AI communities. Of course, we have the N8N template library. There are loads of templates out there that you can maybe adjust a bit, make them a bit more relevant to your target audience. But the key really is to not over engineer. We want to make this quick and easy. And these use cases don't have to be real client builds or production ready systems. Another thing you can do is share custom GPTs or prompts, really simple tools that you can build fast, because these are things businesses can actually use, right? And if you're doing videos, you want to show the outcome first, because many businesses don't understand or aren't necessarily interested in how the automation works in the backend in N8N. And that's what I tend to do, for example, with my YouTube videos too. I first show the demo or the outcome at the beginning, and then I explain the automation at the end. Now, second, for authoritative posts, the best source of ideas is to list your audience's biggest problems, right? And then you try to get playbooks on how to solve them with AI. Now, you can also look at specific AI news for your industry. For example, in my case, how AI is changing SEO. And of course, you can also take inspirations from sales calls or problems your audience mentions here, or you can also take market statistics as an ideation source. Now, for personal posts, the easiest way to do this is by writing down lessons you're learning on a day-to-day basis that could potentially relate to your target audience. Now, you can also think of your past in terms of personal transformations along your journey. The way I do it is every morning I journal, and in my journal, I always reserve at least 5 minutes to think about lessons that I learned the day before, but also things that I mentioned to other people or maybe to clients that seem to resonate with them, right? And usually I can come up with like one or two of these lessons a day, and soon you will have a database with lots of lessons which you can constantly draw inspiration from. Because the key to good content, even though we have automation and AI, is that it still has to come from your unique point of view, right? From your unique insight. So all you want in this first step is to have an initial idea, right? And that can literally be 1 or 2 or 3 sentences, no more, right? For example, the idea here for me is if you want to start an AI business, focus on lead generation first before perfecting your AI automation skills. That's all you need for now. Now, what you don't want to do from here is start writing the post right away or using an automation because that's the quickest way to get overwhelmed, get into writer's block, or produce AI slop. What you first want to do is write a draft. Now, what is a draft? It's basically just a brain dump of everything you know about this topic. And this is going to be the base and the most important for us to get good quality LinkedIn posts also out of automation that actually sound unique and true to you. And I do this by using Whisperflow. I take 10 minutes to just talk about all the ideas that I know about this topic to my computer. And it's just a brain dump on everything I know about it. And then that's basically how I do it. This doesn't have to be structured. It's literally just a brain dump. You just talk about everything you could possibly imagine around this topic. So that could look something like this. Could be longer, could be a bit shorter too. But just talk about everything you know about it. And then in the next step is you want to start picking a writing framework. Now, writing frameworks work really well because they're based on human psychology, and that's really what all good LinkedIn creators use. Now, there are 4 main ones you can use. There are more, but these are the ones I tend to use, which is PAS, Problem, Agitate, Solution; BBA, Before, Bridge, After; CPF, Claim, Proof, Filter, which is more for case studies; and then we have IDA, Attention, Interest, Desire, Action, which is more for personal posts because they're like story-based frameworks. Now, if you want to learn more about these frameworks, I have them also available in the free resources link in the description below if you want to read about it a little bit more. But basically, based on your idea, you pick one of these writing frameworks that makes most sense for this type of post. Now, once you have this, we can start using an automation. Now, this is the tool I use. And again, this one will be available in the free resources link in the description below. But basically, we just take the draft and the idea, we copy and paste that and the brain dump, and we put it into the tool here, right? We paste it in, we select the writing frameworks, in this case, PAS, and you add in your ICP, your niche, right? Your target audience. Now, let's say, for example, mine is people wanting to build an AI business. In this case, in an example post or two. So that's why it could be good to do this once yourself first. So I just add in one of my past example posts. If you have 2 examples, even better. But you can also, of course, always take a reference from some other creator you like, right? And then you just click generate post, and it will generate 3 variations of LinkedIn posts. So it has generated 3 LinkedIn posts here. You pick the one you like most. And you can see the LinkedIn post applied that framework that I selected of problem, agitate, solution, right? So here we have the problem, of course, at the beginning. 95% of AI businesses fail before they ever deliver a single project, right? Here's the uncomfortable truth about starting an AI business. We're agitating the issue or the problem, right? You're spending months perfecting your automation skills, learning every new tool, building demo after demo, waiting until you're ready. But here's what actually happens. You never feel ready enough. You keep learning in isolation. You have zero pipeline. You run out of runway. Your business dies before it starts, right? So it agitates the problem, and here, of course, it comes with the solution. Close the deal first, figure out the rest later, right? And because I did a brain dump, also with some past experiences, it makes it unique and from my point of view, because, for example, it takes a personal story here from my brain dump. When I took my first AI project, I had no idea if I could deliver. I told the client I could anyway, right? So that's why that brain dump really works, because it makes it unique to you, and it brings in personal stories and insights from yourself. Now, what we do want to do is review and optimize this LinkedIn post. Now, this is what most people skip, but it's really going to make your LinkedIn content stand out. Now, the first thing we want to optimize and review and check is the hook. Now, the hook is really important on LinkedIn, and it's the first 2 sentences of your post. Now, why is it important? Because this is what's shown above the fold, and it's what makes people want to read more, right? Click on the button, read more. Now, a good hook has 3 main characteristics. Is first of all, targeted to your ICP, again, in some way. Second, it has to raise curiosity. And third, it's a clear enough topic for people to know what it is about. So my hook that you saw does raise some curiosity. It does have a pretty clear topic, right? And I do think it targets people that want to start an AI business. But definitely it is recommended to think for 3-4 minutes to maybe come up with a better hook. Now, there are basically 3 types of hooks we can use. We have fact hooks, credibility hooks, and statement hooks. We also have question hooks, but I'm not a huge fan of those on LinkedIn. Now, credibility hooks can be one of the most powerful ones, but of course, we don't always have that. So if you can add a credibility hook, then go and use that one, right? For a fact hook, it has to be a surprising and interesting fact about the topic. It can't just be some generic, well-known fact, right? And then a statement hook has to be assertive and confident. So take, again, 3-4 minutes to think about an optimized hook for this post because it is really worth it, right? The next step is to review the body of the post. Now, most of these best practices are already embedded into the prompt of the tool, but again, it is good to review and optimize quickly. So check that what you're saying is always assertive and confident, right? Don't use words like I think or I believe. Second, you always want to use active voice. Thirdly, you want to replace adjectives with numbers if you can. For example, here I say 95% of automation templates instead of most automation templates, because this just tends to work well, numbers on LinkedIn. And then, of course, you want to break long sentences into short ones because, again, most people scan LinkedIn posts, so you have to make it easy for them to read, right? So take any longer sentence or word that is not necessary or redundant out, right? And lastly, just make sure that the post provides a clear benefit to your target audience. Again, just take a few minutes to actually review it. Now, lastly, you want to, of course, make sure you have a good call to action. Now, generally, there are 2 layers of call to actions. First of all, you can have a lead magnet or a question. Now, if you can, always try to add a lead magnet. This is how we capture engagement and potential emails, right? And that's why building in public type posts with sharing templates can work so well. But even with other type of posts, if there's an interesting article you found on it or some extra information, you can make this into a lead magnet to capture email, right? You can also reuse the same lead magnet over and over again, but it is really important, right? So there are 2 ways to do it. We can go with the comment below, of course, which can really help make our post go viral because a lot of people will be commenting. But keep in mind, you will have to start sending DMs and answering these comments one by one. There are some automations you can use, but you have to be careful not to be blocked by LinkedIn if you send too many automated DMs. Right. Also, always adding a call to action in the DM after sending the lead magnet because you can get a lot of bookings in right from there. Now, if you don't want to be manually sending out DMs, you have a second option. You can just say that the link is in the first comment below, right? Because generally you don't want to add in links inside of the LinkedIn content because LinkedIn punishes posts that direct to other websites. And if you don't have a lead magnet, you could also ask a question to spark more comments, but I'm not a huge fan of this because it rarely people actually answer those questions, right? And then the second part of your CTA, which you can always include, is it can be templatized too, is to just take the opportunity to make clear who you help and what you offer. Now that's it. Then you should have a pretty well optimized LinkedIn post. And this whole process doesn't have to take longer than 20 to 30 minutes per post, right? The last step of the process, of course, we have to make our post visual. Now, for building in public type posts, I highly recommend doing a quick video if you can. It doesn't have to be perfect, but this could be really good because showing your face there builds trust while building credibility and can really lead to strong conversions. Of course, the other option is just to share a screenshot of NAN. The screen recording tool I use and highly recommend is Screen Studio. Really easy to edit too, really easy to do, and it looks very nice. It's only for Mac though, so if you're on Windows, you can also check out Descript. Now, for the authoritative posts, infographics and carousels generally work best. Now, you might not want to do infographics when you just get started because this is going to take you a little bit of time and it's still hard to automate, right? You can do some initial designs with VO3 or Nano Banana, but generally they include some spelling errors, which can be hard to get out, right? So at the moment, I personally work with a designer who does my infographics, but you can stick with carousels for now. Now, the 3 easiest ways or options you have to make carousels fast is either to use a Canva template, which you can just reuse over and over again. They have some templates on infographics too, but this will make it really easy. There's also an app called Love Art, where we can basically use AI to generate carousels, and we can actually edit the text that it generates. So this can be a bit faster. So it's an interesting tool to explore. And if you have experience with Figma, there are also some Figma community templates with carousels that you can easily adapt. Now, all you want to do in these carousels is really just list out some of the steps or the playbooks mentioned in your post. You don't have to overthink this. And at the last slide of your carousel, you always want to add in a call to action. And again, that one can also be templatized, right? And then for personal posts, you can just take some pictures of you working in random places in your office, in your house, maybe from different angles. You can also use this tool here, which I'll also make sure to add in the free resources, is you just upload a picture of yourself and you add in the prompt of where you want to be placed. So for example, generate an image of this person working in Amsterdam, and it will then place you in a different spot. Right? And then we get 3 options of me working in Amsterdam. Looks pretty good. Wouldn't be able to tell that this is AI. I think maybe this last one, but you can pick one. So that's it for the visuals. And now the next step, and it might sound obvious, but having a good LinkedIn profile is really key, right? And you do want to spend an hour or two here to optimize it. Because potential leads are only going to book in if your profile's professional and it clearly conveys who you help and what you do. Now, the main things most potential leads are going to read are, first of all, your banner, and second of all, your headline, right? Now, ideally, in both the headline and the banner, you want to clearly call out the solutions you offer. In my case, AI growth systems for SEO, LinkedIn, and newsletters. Now, you want to also call out your target audience, in my case, marketing agencies. And ideally, you also want to add in an outcome that these solutions offer to your target audience, right? In my case, scale faster. Now, if you're not 100% clear yet on your exact solution or your target audience yet, you can also keep this a bit broader. For example, I help SMBs grow revenue with AI automation. But of course, the more specific you can get this, the better, right? But this is something that can evolve over time, and you can also change and adapt over time. Now, then of course, you also want to have a professional but casual image. Ideally, you smiling with a colored background so you stand out a bit more. And of course, you always want to add in that call to action because it's the one that will be clicked most on your profile. Now, the next thing is you want to add an about section. I see many people skip this or having really old ones. Now, some people do read this, right? Again, remember, this is your landing page. So in the first line, which is above the fold, you want to at least introduce yourself quickly. Again, take the opportunity to call out who you help, what you do, and why, right? Same sort of setup as the headline and the banner. Now, then you can add in a story with some accomplishments and proof if you have any. You can also go in more detail about the offers and the outcomes they deliver. If you have multiple ICPs, you can also add it in after. And if you have any other socials or websites, you can also add it in the end. Now, the next section is really key, which many people overlook, but actually gets one of the highest click-through rates on a LinkedIn profile. You want to add in call to actions with images on your profile in the featured section. So you want to add in 2 featured posts with images. The first one is your main call to action, which is most likely going to be book a call to get this, right? And second, what you can do is have a lead magnet, right? You can have some useful resource or some lead magnets you shared in the past that worked well, some AI tool or template that is helpful to your target audience. You can then, again, send them to a landing page or a newsletter tool. Maybe you can use Git or Gumroad if you don't know where to set it up. And this can really help you capture some initial leads. Now, lastly, you want to optimize the experience section. Very common mistake I see too is not having a logo in your current business here because you haven't set up a LinkedIn business account. Take the time to set up a quick LinkedIn business account, because if you don't have one, it's the easiest way for a business owner to tell that your company is not fully in operation yet or you're not professional yet, right? So take the time, set up a company LinkedIn page just to have the logo there. And again, here, same thing in the description. You want to take the opportunity to call out your target audience, your solution, and the outcome in the description. And again, you want to add in the link to your main offer or CTA, which can be simply just a Calendly to book in a call. Ideally, you also want to optimize this for all your past experiences so it looks like a complete professional profile, right? And the added benefit here is if you don't have much background experience yet, if you put some of these links and text, it will look like you have a lot more experience than you actually have. Now, lastly, we can of course start using DMs to actively reach out to potential leads. Now, how do you do that? First of all, I highly recommend to do intent-based outreach, meaning now you're doing content, of course, and hopefully you're starting to get some engagement. What you can then start to do is reach out to people that have already shown some type of interest in your content, either through likes or comments, or maybe they've sent you a connection request. Now, why? Because the likelihood you're going to get answers is far higher from these people than sending complete cold DMs. Of course, that's another strategy, but that would be another video, right? So LinkedIn is pretty strict on messaging limits, especially when you're going to use automation. So we want to make sure we reach out to prospects that have actually shown engagement in order to get high response rates, right? And this is generally why you don't have to think about this from at the start. First, you want to focus on getting consistent on LinkedIn. But once you have it, what you can do is use a tool like Triggerify to automatically scrape all your post engagers, or use an API like Unipal together with an N8N automation that scrapes all these post engagers. Now, before trying to reach out to all of them, what you want to do is make sure to qualify and filter out your non-ICPs, right? So the people who are not potential customers. And again, in Triggerify, you can do this pretty easily. You can also build an automation around it in N8N that filters out your ICPs, your non-ICPs, and then you can start sending DMs. Now, first, I would recommend doing it manually just to see if you get any answers, if your messages are good. But if you want to do it, you can do it through Unipal. Also, there are tools like HeyReach, one of the most used platforms for LinkedIn outreach. Now, the key here is in the first connection request, you never want to pitch, right? The only goal in a connection request is to make the connection, right? So, for example, you can mention the post they've engaged with, and then in the follow-up message, the first message after that one, you still don't want to pitch. You want to open it up with a question to spark a potential conversation, right? For example, have you done anything with AI automation yet? And then if they still don't answer, you can send your last message and soft pitch your services. But again, I wouldn't worry too much about DMing when you're just starting out. Focus on being consistent on the LinkedIn content creation. So now that you hopefully have a niche you can go after and a strategy to get clients, we need to learn how to actually convert potentially interested business owners into actual paying customers. So this is what we're going to cover in the next chapter. We're going to cover how to price your AI automation services, how to get clients onto retainers to give you that consistent cash flow fast. And this is what will allow you to get to 10K a month with only 2 to 4 potential clients. We're going to cover how to do sales for AI automations, how to scope inside of sales, how to do proposals and follow-up emails. And lastly, I'll walk you through a real client case study from acquisition to sales to project delivery to a 60K a year AI partnership, so you can see what a realistic customer journey looks like with a small business. We'll also hear from the business owner himself, so you get some insights on how business owners perceive the process. But first, let's cover one of the hardest but most important things to get right, which is pricing. Now, quick note, there are many different ways to price. There are upsides and downsides to each. I've experimented a lot, made a lot of mistakes, and this is just my recommendation on how to price based on my experience and from what I've seen with my AI Accelerator members. Now, pricing AI solutions depends on the stage you're at in your journey and what you're selling. So I've broken it down into 3 different stages, which is the most common path for people starting an AI business, right? You start by yourself with your first client, then you might grow a team or a small team, and from there you could potentially go into a productized solution. Now, this is not the only path. Some people start with a productized solution right away. Some people go from stage 1 to stage 3. That's why, depending on where you're at in your journey, you can also use the timestamps below to go to the most relevant part for you. Also, if you're interested in building an AI business and want more help from me and my team, definitely check out my accelerator, where we give you resources, playbooks, and one-on-one coaching to help you get your first clients and grow an AI agency or AI business. Let's start with stage 1, where you're generally still alone. Maybe you have a co-founder or a friend. You can be niched, you can be a general agency, but you're trying to get your first 10K a month consistently and work with your first clients. Before showing you the pricing models I recommend for this stage, it's important to note that in order for you to get good at pricing AI projects, you need to be good at sales and scoping. That's why you have to accept that when you start out, your pricing is not going to be perfect, because these are skills that you have to develop and they're learned by doing. But I want to focus this video on pricing and show you how you can get started even without having much sales and scoping experience. Now, in stage 1, when you're just starting out with your first clients, your goals here are not to do it perfectly yet or maximize profits, right? Your goal here is to get experience, learn how to scope, sell, and implement these solutions. You want to build and focus on building an acquisition channel and get to that 5 to 10K a month mark in order for you to really go all in on AI. Now, in order for you to get to that consistent cash flow, the path I recommend for most people to get there is through getting some long-term clients through an AI partnership where you have a retainer. This is what gives you that consistent cash flow, and most businesses need AI partners at the moment. And the general path I recommend to get there is you build trust and show ROI to the client by building 1 or 2 small automations. This will allow you to get into potentially a recurring retainer model with a business, and this can potentially mean you only need 2 to 4 clients on a partnership to get to that 10K a month consistently. So for the first automation project with a potential client, there are 2 main pricing models I recommend. For the first project or client, you can start with a free project. If you have a small business owner in your network, this can be one of the fastest ways to get that experience in how to build and deliver these types of solutions. And also in order for you to get at least 1 testimonial. Now, then the most common pricing model I recommend is to go with fixed pricing or project-based pricing. Now, again, there are a lot of downsides and upsides to each pricing model. And the downside with fixed pricing is that in later stages, especially, this pricing model can really kill your business, because if you've underscoped a project, which is very common, it will mean you'll be running at a loss. But again, at this stage, the goal here is to get experience as fast as possible, and of course, to potentially get them onto a retainer deal. Therefore, we want to de-risk this first project as much as possible for the client. And by doing a fixed project price, the customer doesn't have any surprises, knows what the solution is going to cost. If we would, for example, charge hourly and the project will take twice as long as you initially expected, the client most likely wouldn't be happy. Now, at this stage with your first clients, you're most likely not going to be very good at scoping yet. So what I would recommend is to estimate the time it will take you to build out a project and multiply it by 1.5 or 2x, depending on if you're just starting out or you have a bit more experience. Then put your price per hour. Again, if you're starting out, you can start on the lower end, maybe $50 an hour. When I was still by myself, I put my hourly rate at $100 an hour, and that's how you get to your price, right? You can charge this in 2 ways, upfront or 50% upfront, 50% after delivery. Again, we want to de-risk this as much as possible for the client, especially when we get started. So I always recommend to add in a money back guarantee, because it's a great way to de-risk it for the client. Now, a very common mistake in this stage is underscoping, which means you're spending weeks or months building an automation that you thought would take a week, which means, of course, you're heavily underpaid, and it often also leads to unhappy clients and becomes hard to convert them onto a retainer. So how do you avoid this? How do you avoid underscoping? And this is the most important lesson I learned to avoid underscoping when you're starting out. You want to ask yourself always, even in the calls with your potential client, when he explains his use case, what's the shortest, simplest path that still provides value? For example, this is a real case for me with one of my first clients. A client said, my sales reps are overwhelmed. Can you build an agent that qualifies leads, scores them, does follow-ups, and maybe can add in a voice agent? Now, it's tempting to think, I can do all of that and I'm going to figure it out. It's going to be a huge project. Let's scope this thing out and get a very juicy deal out of it right away. But this is what we don't want to do. We want to ask the question, what's the shortest, simplest path to value? And in this case, just taking that first part of this larger project will already provide them with a lot of value. So that's exactly the question I asked and proposed to the client to start off with, right? Will an automatic lead research that's updated in the CRM already be helpful for your sales reps? His answer was yes. So I suggested to start off with only this, and he accepted. And this also meant that instead of me quoting him $7,000 for this first project, which of course makes it very risky for the client and for you, because if you've underscoped this, it can mean you'll be heavily underpaid. Instead of that, I quoted him $1,200. I delivered the solution in less than a week. The client was very happy and the trust was established. And another really important reason to do this is because projects constantly change. Generally, these use cases clients come up with are just assumptions or ideas, right? And ideas change while working on them. For example, in this use case, instead of actually going for the automatic lead scoring, which was originally planned, the sales reps were really happy with the lead research automation, but asked if we can add some more data points. So actually, that first small project resulted in a different project than initially expected. I delivered that second project, the relationship and trust were built even more, and this then led to my first retainer, an AI partnership client, and got me my stable revenue. So once your client is happy and wants to continue building automations, there are two types of retainers you can use. We have a support or maintenance retainer and a build retainer. Now, the one you want to get them on is the build retainer, because on a build retainer, you continuously build out new automations and maintain old automations at a fixed amount of hours per month that you dedicate to this client. The way I did this when I just started is by dedicating 1 or 2 days a week to one client. And this got me to more than $15,000 a month when I was still by myself, just through 4 retainer clients. Now, of course, this is a bit more commitment on the client side. So this again works best when the client is really bought in on AI and the relationship is established and that trust is there. So sometimes that might take 2 projects. Sometimes you could potentially pitch this from the start if they're really bought in. Now, a lot of people are worried about pitching a retainer, but there is really an upside for the client too, right? Why? Because when you're continuously building out new solutions for clients, they see the ROI. There will be much less friction in the process because there's no back and forth proposals. So you can deliver these automations a lot quicker to the client. You can also guarantee them your availability, of course, through this retainer. And as an extra incentive, what I did is offer a discount on my hourly rate of around 20% to the client. What I also used to do is pitch this retainer model from the start. I told clients the only way I work with clients is on retainers, because I prefer working with clients long term, and I know that I will only make a real impact in your business if we make this a long-term priority. Now, of course, you can say there, I understand you want to see the value of these automations first and see that I can actually deliver, so we can do a first project based on a project price. But that pitch can also be a great lead qualifier, because the best types of leads are the ones who understand that this should be a long-term project and is not a quick fix to their business. Now, the support retainer you could use if there was only one project and no follow-ups. Then you can pitch a support retainer with a small amount of fixed hours, let's say 5 to 10 hours. That's built recurringly to maintain the automations, to have minor updates like LLM upgrades, minor rule changes. But it's really important to communicate that you do not build out new features or new automations on this package. Again, very rarely do we use these except for in the productized solutions, which I'll get to later in this video, as most clients want to continuously build out new automations. Now, also, once you have a few of these retainer clients and you don't want to grow a team yet, the way to scale here is to increase your hourly rate, right? So instead of having $100 an hour, if you have more and more clients, you can up that to $150 an hour. Now, once you got that consistent flat cash flow, and this can take a while, right? And this is probably the hardest stage in your journey, right? But if you're moving on to the next stage and you're thinking about hiring a team or really scaling up past that 10K or 15K a month mark, then you have basically 2 routes you can go, right? You can start to hire and start scaling a custom agency, or you can scale through productization, where you double down on one specific solution that you maybe found that provided a lot of ROI to a customer. In my case, I split my team and I sort of went both routes. I start with how to price in a custom AI agency. Now here, you really want to start working with bigger clients and bigger deal sizes. So the goal here also is, of course, to build out a team. You need developers. Eventually, you'll need delivery managers who are customer facing and manage these projects. And the goal, of course, in this stage is to grow and scale profitably. Now, the same goal applies here. We want to build the client relationship, the trust, and show the ROI in 1 or 2 initial builds and try to get the client onto a retainer or an AI partnership. Now, with bigger companies, they sometimes need or aren't ready to get building right away. Sometimes they require an initial stage of education, which can be done through workshops or audits. But generally, we still see with mid-sized businesses, we mostly follow that same path as in stage 1. Dynamics are going to change here a bit, because now you have a team that you have to pay for. And that's why pricing all of a sudden becomes far more important than in stage 1. That's why fixed pricing is absolutely not recommended in this stage anymore. I learned this the hard way, and it almost entirely killed my agency, because the problem with fixed pricing is that if you have underscoped a project and you run a team and you have to pay a team, you'll run at a loss, which is, again, is fine if you're still alone, but if you have a team, it can really kill the business. That's why being good at scoping at this stage is going to be really important. Now, the pricing model that we use as a default in our custom AI agency is time and material-based pricing. And how does this model work? We basically have a scoping call. This can be the second call or the third call in the sales process, or if they're already a client, these are calls made for each new project or automation we're going to do. Then our technical team and CTO create a PRD, or a product requirement document, that basically lists out all the requirements and tasks to execute on in this project. If you want a template of our PRD, you can also find it in my AI Accelerator. And then basically based on that PRD, we make an estimation, a time estimation of the project. So we list out the amount of hours each of the tasks inside of the project takes. and we multiply that time estimation through our rate chart. Now, how do we calculate our rate or hourly rate? If you're just starting out, it's simple. This is just your developer hourly cost. Now, this can get a bit more complex when you're growing. Like, for example, we have senior and junior developers. So we have different prices for different seniority levels. That's why we break it down by tasks, break down which kind of seniority level we need for each of the tasks, and then we get to a blended rate. But don't worry about that for now. You just have to put your developer rate. Then we get that to our initial price. So let's say the time estimation is 100 hours. Our developer cost is $100, and we get to an initial project price of $10,000. Now, if you have a delivery manager, we add another 15% on top of that for the delivery manager. If you don't, you can ignore that. So in this case, we get to 11,500, and then we add a 50 to 60% margin on top, which of course is the profit margin for our agency, which will bring it to, what is it, $17,000 or something. And lastly, what we do is we add in a not to exceed cap of 10 to 35% on top of that. Now, what does this mean? When you're working with these bigger clients and bigger projects, you need to add in a buffer. Again, if not, you can really kill the agency business because projects needs change all the time, right? And some unforeseen things will almost always happen. So that's why we always include a 10 to 35% buffer to basically give us some slack on the agency side for these unforeseen things. But we also add in that not to exceed cap in order for the client to be able to plan costs and not overpay too much. So we use 10% for smaller solutions and solutions we are more familiar with, and 35% for more complex solutions and solutions we are less familiar with. Now, in terms of when to charge them, you can do different models here. You can do 25% upfront or 50% upfront, and then the rest after the project is delivered when you know how many hours your team actually spent. And then you add that extra percentage of hours you might have into the billing of the second part. And because you're always communicating the amount of hours, etc., it also adds a lot of transparency between you and the customer, which again is great to create that trust, right? Because again, in stage 2, the purpose still is to get them onto a retainer after building initial trust. Now, the other option you have in rare scenarios is value-based pricing. Now, in our experience for custom projects, this is very rarely doable or practical because you need to be extremely clear on the metrics. The ROI should be absurdly obvious to the customer. And in order to do that, you have to have very clear metrics on the business. Now, most businesses are very messy. They don't have clear metrics, especially not in their head. And you really have to dig in the sales process to understand these metrics, to make calculations on what the possible ROI can be, which if you don't have years of sales experience is first of all going to be really hard to do. It's going to be uncomfortable questions. You really have to have a lot of business acumen, but even more difficult with these custom projects is that you've never built this solution, so you don't know yet what the outcome of your solution or your system is going to be. You can estimate it or guess it, but there's no way to prove or know beforehand exactly what outcome it will produce. So you can guess it, of course, and that's why the ROI has to be absurdly obvious, because you don't know exactly how much of an impact it's going to have. And even if you can apply this model, most of the time, this first project, again, is not about making the most amount of money out of this first project. It's about building the trust. We a lot of times don't even make money in these first projects because we're trying to get them onto the retainer, which is really what's going to give us that long-term consistent cash flow inside of our agency. Now, if you find a potential use case for it, the way you can do it is still based on your cost. So you scope out the solution, but you just multiply it by 2 or 3 or 4x, depending on the ROI it can provide to the client. You can also think, which is going to be hard again, right? But you calculate the yearly cost for the business, and then you take a 25% of that and you charge them that. Like, this is all a little bit fuzzy anyway. So all you can do is really just up the price a bit because you know this is going to provide a lot of value. Now, for retainers, again, you have 2 different types of retainers. Build retainer, the one we want, and the support retainer. The build retainer, again, works best if the client is bought in. There's an ongoing backlog or product roadmap with new automations or automation upgrades. We basically sell a fixed amount of hours or FTEs per month. Now, why do we want to do this? Of course, again, consistent cash flow. Now, why does a customer want this? Because it first of all means there's a lot less friction in the process, especially if you have a bigger agency. There's going to be a lot of bureaucracy and a lot less back and forth with scoping, proposals, etc., with a retainer model. And therefore, these projects can just be delivered a lot faster to the client, right? And this is also where you can communicate while you work on retainers. Also, you can add in another incentive, which we sometimes do, which is to provide a small discount on the hourly rate or on the rate chart to incentivize the client to jump onto the retainer. Now, on this retainer, you still scope every project, you lay out the amount of hours, and you put this also in an SOW, a statement of work, which is basically an agreement between you and your client of what's included in this project and what not. Again, if you want a template of our SOW, it's also available on the Accelerator. Now, the client, through transparently communicating this, the client knows how long he can expect to take each automation to be delivered. And they can also decide on how fast they want to move by deciding how many hours a month they want to commit to for the retainer. And they can also adjust this month by month, right? We have clients on 200 or even 300 hours a month, some on less, which of course, that many hours can be amazing, but of course, you also need a significant developer team in order to do this. And the other option, of course, is a support retainer, which again is more when it's a one-off system with maintenance. Again, this is just a packaged amount of hours per month, generally anywhere between 8 to 40, depending on the complexity of the solution. Now, the amazing opportunity we have in AI, of course, is that from a custom agency, we can identify use cases to potentially productize and double down on. This is also the path we followed with our AI SEO system. We later also added recruiting systems and LinkedIn systems. Now, when you productize solutions, things change a bit. Dynamics change and pricing will change too. Now, the goals have changed also because here we really want to double down on scaling acquisition, of course, for this productized solutions. We also want to double down on optimizing one solution or outcome and systemize the delivery of that solution as much as possible. Now, I wouldn't go completely hands off right from the get-go in AI productized solutions because most of these productized solutions, at least at the beginning, still need some customer education. Most AI things need education at the moment, whether it's productized or custom. They need some onboarding generally and some support. And this will also give you the feedback to improve the solution, which is very necessary in those initial stages to optimize your product. And of course, eventually you can make it completely hands-off depending on the use case. Now, here, of course, we're going to switch the pricing equation. We don't want to price based on cost anymore, but on the value that our system provides. Now, I think more and more productized AI solutions will move towards outcome-based pricing if possible, because AI is the first technology that can actually automate labor. So it makes sense for softwares to not charge based on seats, but to charge based on outcomes delivered for a company. Now, that being said, performance-based pricing is probably not the strategy you want to at least start with, except if you have a very specific lead generation use case where the metrics and the outcomes are very clearly measurable and tied to revenue. For example, with our SEO solution, that's going to be hard because it's hard to measure direct revenue or meetings booked from SEO efforts. But for example, if you have a solution that does cold outreach or LinkedIn outreach, together with a service you provide, then this might make more sense. Now, there are multiple ways of doing this. You can have a specific fee per meeting booked. You can have a rev share or a commission of 10 or 20% on each of the sale made. But of course, in that case, it's also going to be important that you know that the business you work with is actually running efficiently, to know that your efforts actually lead to sales. Now, there are also other ways to charge outcome-based. Of course, some AI SaaS, some customer service SaaS, for example, now charge based on ticket resolved. You can have asset-based pricing, meaning, let's say, each blog article created or each LinkedIn post created. But again, you have to trust the company. You have to have some experience in order to do this. So generally, what I recommend, at least to start with, is value-based pricing. Now, value-based pricing, again, is a little bit fuzzy because most of the time it's going to be hard to measure the exact value a solution provides. For example, our SEO solution definitely saves SEO agencies a lot of time in content creation and strategy, but exactly how much is very hard to measure. And it depends on the size of the agency, the amount of clients they manage, the price of their content writers, the amount of human revision, etc., etc. But what is clear, of course, is that it provides big value to SEO agencies, as these are costly and time-consuming processes. And we can also safely assume that bigger agencies get a lot more value out of the system. So we do charge more for larger agencies, also because they require a bit more onboarding and handholding. But the big point with these productized solutions is that now you've actually built this and sold this solution maybe one or a few times. So you should have a better idea and a good idea of what clients are willing to pay for it and the value it provides, even though it's still fuzzy. Therefore, you can really start to switch that from cost-based pricing to value-based pricing, which also, of course, mean that the margins can significantly increase because it more productized. Now, a good way of starting here is if you've ever built this custom before, you already know how much it was on the cost side. You know what the client was willing to pay for it. And even though it's now productized, you know you can sell it at that price or more. When you have productized solutions, you generally don't have a build retainer because you're trying to optimize this one solution. So you don't want to be doing a lot of custom stuff. Maybe you can do some at the beginning when customers are asking for specific features that will add to your productized solution anyway. But mostly you want to optimize your resources to improve your solution. So what you can do is a support retainer, which we also do on the SEO side, which can basically cover the minor updates like NNM updates, minor tweaks, and ongoing training and guidance on using the system. And this is what we're seeing in AI, right? Whether it's completely custom or productized, most of the time, the whole world and the whole business world needs to at least some education on how to use these products most efficiently, and education is almost always a part of your offer in any of these stages. So now that you know how to price and how to get clients on retainers, which is really important for getting that business going, you still need to learn how to actually convert clients when you get them on a sales call. I know for some people, especially with a technical background, sales might sound scary or challenging, but it doesn't have to be that challenging. And it's an amazing skill that will help you in all parts of life and for your future career. Sales is key to building the business, and there are really only a few things you have to get right and practice a few times in order to get good at it. And when you scale your business, you can always outsource this to someone with more sales experience. Now, in general, you want to try and get started with the client as fast as possible and make the sales process short. That's why I generally recommend to have 2, max 3 sales calls. So let me break down exactly what to do on these sales calls in order to convert clients fast. So then we get to the first sales call, the discovery call, right? And I've divided it into 7 sections, things you sort of want to cover in this first call. Now, you might not be able to go over all of them. So you can leave some of it for the second call, the solutions call, but you want to try and cover these 7 points. So first, of course, you want to always prepare for the call, right? You want to get a basic understanding of the client and the company. So the way we do it is we check the website and the LinkedIn of the person, which usually gives you a good enough of an initial idea of the company you're dealing with. Now, we do this through an automation, but what you at least want to know is the business model. What do they actually do? What service do they provide, or what product do they have? Then, of course, what I mentioned before, you want to sort of guess the revenue, and you want to know a little bit of the personal background of the person you're talking to, right? Like the location, career, university, etc. And you do that to build rapport first, right? When you just jump on the call, you want to build a little bit of a relationship, and you want to avoid talking business from the get-go, right? So you do that usually through some small talk, right? Either around the personal background or a little bit about the company. Now, of course, there's a little bit of an art to this build rapport, but the important thing to keep in mind there is to not go straight for talking business, right? Then, of course, we did the pre-qualification, but we're going to qualify in this discovery call if this is really a potential customer, right? And again, if you're just starting out, you might not go as hard on this, but it's really important also because we're in such early stages to properly qualify leads and to see if they actually really are potential customers or not, right? And the 4 main things we look for and try to figure out are, first of all, we want to really understand the expectations of the client, right? So you can do this through a simple question like, what are you looking for, right? Trying to understand what they expect, right? And if that expectation is actually feasible or realistic, right? That's what we're basically trying to figure out here. Because again, the market is a bit undereducated sometimes. So sometimes it's just unrealistic what they expect these systems to do, right? Now, the second point, which I mentioned before too, in the pre-qualifying is what's their current level of understanding of AI? Because again, in our experience, most of the time when clients have zero experience or have done nothing with AI yet, that's usually not a good sign. Because we needed to do a lot of education consulting, the skepticism tends to be a lot higher for these types of clients, and we have to show them a lot more and convince them a lot more. So in general, this tends to be a disqualifying criteria for us. So what we see is the more knowledge or the more they use AI already, the better, right? Now, of course, they don't have to have full automations running, etc. But even if they just use ChatGPT on a daily basis to try some things and to automate some simple tasks in their daily jobs, or maybe if they've tried to build a simple automation, that's usually a good sign that this client knows what AI is capable of and what it can do.
right? Then the third one, of course, is the budget, right? Usually we ask it with something like, okay, what do you expect something like this to cost, right? Just to get an idea of if the budget actually aligns with your service price, of course. And lastly, when do you want to start, right? Again, very important to figure this out right at the start, right? Is it actually urgent or a priority for the company, or are they actually looking to do something with this in 3 to 6 months? Now, it's important to know this because if they're actually looking to implement something in 3 to 6 months, you don't want to jump onto the solutions call this week still. You want to probably book that second call then for in 3 months, right? So that's sort of qualification. And then I have 4 more points here. So first I have to build trust. Again, because we're dealing with a new technology, we do really have to build this trust. And the best way we've seen this work is by through customer stories. Basically, if you're unfamiliar with customer stories, you just reference past clients and projects you've done for other companies, right? And you can do this sort of in a subtle way where you can just reference a client. We actually did something similar for this company. And it's important when you reference these clients to sort of describe the problem they had in the first place and what the outcome was after you um, delivered the automation or the solution, right? This can really help build that trust, that initial trust. Also, them knowing that you've done this for other companies is really important. So they're not the first idiot to try this. It really helps, right? And maybe if you don't have experiences with other clients yet, what also really can help is showing demos. Now, in my case, the great thing is I get a lot of inbound leads through YouTube, and of course, I show solutions on my YouTube. So it sort of builds that trust already. They see that I'm able to build these kinds of things, and that's why I think it's really a good strategy to sort of show everything you build on social media, because you can get that trust factor of, is this guy actually capable of building these systems, out of the way a lot quicker. But if there's doubts, what also seems to work really well for us and for others is showing demos of simple automations that might be useful for them in the sales call, right? So you can have a few prepared when you jump on the call, like a simple lead research or a simple content repurposing system, the one I mentioned, just to show that you've built these things and that they actually work, right? And they don't have to be huge projects, just simple things. Usually for the skeptical clients, it blows them away, right? And lastly, you want to find, if a customer comes to you with a concrete use case, right? You want to find the quickest way to deliver a win to a client. So you're not going to talk about the entire project. If they're looking for a big project, how we're going to solve this, right? You're really going to focus on the shortest path to delivering value to the client. That's the way we think about it. So let's say a client comes to us with, look, we want to automate all our sales or all our inbound sales. So we want automated lead research. We want automated lead qualification, inbound voice agent, and personalized inbound emails, right? We don't tackle all of this from the get-go. We focus then on, okay, what's the shortest path to value? Lead research would already be a win for this client. So we really try to focus on that, because if we're going to scope out the entire project, it's going to take us so much more time, right? So we focus on that sort of first quick win. And that's what you're trying to do in this sales call, right? Is trying to find that quick win for the client. Even if they don't have a concrete use case, you're trying to understand their business and try to find a quick win with an automation that delivers value to them, right? And that's the project you're going to try to scope out in this initial call. Now, this scoping is not always completely possible in this first call because of time. Sometimes you won't be able to cover all of this, or sometimes the client needs to think about something or needs some data points to get back to you to actually scope it out properly. Now, for this scoping part, it's important to note that you don't want to scope out the project 100%, right? First of all, we're focusing on that small part. And second of all, we're only trying to get the necessary information to decide on the feasibility of the project. Is this actually doable? And second of all, to design an initial solution for the solutions call, which is the next call, where you sort of present the first project you're going to do for them, right? So don't try to scope out everything, right? All the nitty gritty details you can do at the onboarding and during client fulfillment. You sort of get an initial idea and have enough information to be able to sort of present that initial solution. 5 points I think you should cover for designing this initial system is, first of all, you really want to understand the problem. right? Sometimes companies cannot define it very well, and they come to you with a solution already, but we really, in the end, they hire us to solve business needs and problems. So we really want to understand it to be able to design the best solution, right? Then we want to define together with the client possible outcomes. Now, ideally, you get some examples of possible outcomes. So let's say they want this personalized email sending, right? Then it could be really good to get some examples of current emails they're sending to their customers, or an ideal type of email they would like to send. And the reason why we do this is because we, first of all, reverse engineer from the outcome in these solutions, right? We work backwards from an outcome. And second of all, we know that if we can deliver that outcome, the client will most likely be happy. Right now, this sometimes the client doesn't have completely clear yet, and therefore you can leave this also as a task for the solutions call, for example. And sometimes you can't get examples, but it's still good to define clearly what the sort of required outcome should be. Then what you also want to know is what data do you have available. If I take the lead research as an example, it's like, what data do we have in the first place? Do we have a company URL, a name, a LinkedIn URL? Because then, of course, we can use that to actually design the system, and we know which data points we can work with. And you want to define when this automation should be triggered, how often, from where, at which moment. Then, of course, you want to know which softwares are involved, also to define the feasibility of the project. Do they actually have APIs? Can we actually do what they ask us to do? And what could be good to cover too is the budget for the usage cost of this specific automation, just to make sure that also aligns. Now, this has not really been an issue for us, but it is good to define this in this initial scoping. Then, of course, you want to really pitch this recurring model, right, in this first call. Now, really, really important you clarify that you work on the long term with businesses to help them adopt AI, make their business more efficient, or whatever your specific service is. You really want to pitch that sort of partnership frame. The way we do it is sort of like, look, what this one project is great, but it's not going to make a huge difference. Making AI a long-term priority today, that's what will put you ahead of 99% of competitors. And that's why we only work long-term with companies, because that's how we know we can really deliver value and bring high ROI for your company, right? Now, of course, you're going to get pushback pitching this like this. And the first thing we do is we try to de-risk this deal, right? By saying, look, you can cancel anytime. This has to work for both of us. Of course, if this is not what you expected it to be, you can cancel anytime. And even if after the first month you're like, guys, this is not good enough yet, or this is not what I was looking for, we even wire you back your money, right? That's the way we de-risk it. And sometimes that gets them through the door already. And then the plan B, of course, is pitch that first automation, that quick win, as a fixed price or project basis, but still make clear that after that initial automation, it's going to change to subscription pricing. Right. And lastly, I added there the 5-minute drill. Now, the 5-minute drill, it's a bit uncomfortable, but it's really important. And what we've noticed, especially if you get more leads, you really want to qualify and make sure, is this customer really going to buy from you or not, right? And this is a bit uncomfortable, as I said, because you have to ask sort of direct questions. Now, you can also sort of see this, of course, along this sales call. And this comes through practice too, but you basically want to figure out if there are tire kickers, right? Are they really looking to buy right now? And you can see that, for example, when you pitched your pricing, of course, when you pitch your subscription pricing, what's their reaction, right? But you can even ask it directly, which is uncomfortable, but it really does help save time with a lot of these leads, where you can go and say something like, look, after you heard all of this, is this something you'd actually want to implement in your business? And just leave it open like that and see what the reaction is. And if the customer says, yeah, well, we have to look around a little bit more, or we have to talk internally with the team, then you know already that they might not be 100% on board with this yet, right? And if they say, look, yeah, we're going to talk to one more agency, then you probably know, okay, these guys are pretty convinced and they're going to probably go ahead with automation in general, right? So just getting a feeling of that is really important, and it's going to save you a lot of time in the long run. Then, of course, you want to figure out when they actually want to buy, right? Is this actually priority for now, or is this something they look to do later, right? And then, of course, you always want to finish off the call with, how do we move ahead, right? And in our case, our next step is always the solution call, where we tell them, look, we're going to present that initial solution and the automation we're going to build for you, and we cover any other questions you might have. And sometimes we give them a task to sort of have that scoping completely ready if they don't have all the data in this first call yet, right? So that's sort of the discovery call. Now we try to book in that second call, the solutions call, as soon as possible, ideally in the same week or maximum next week, if they're ready to buy, right? If they're qualified. And what we do in the solutions call is if we could actually scope out the project entirely in that first call, we actually present them with the plan of that first automation, the timeline. Sometimes we show them a diagram. Sometimes if it's too much of a complicated process, diagrams actually don't really work that well in our experience because they sort of get confused. But we go over that first automation and how we're going to approach it and what they can expect as an outcome. And of course, the timeline for that automation. Now, if we couldn't scope out the entire project yet, and we can't design the solution yet because we're waiting for more information from the client, then we go a bit more into detail in this call on how this automation should exactly work, etc. So depending on that's sort of the initial focus of this call, then we very clearly communicate how we are going to work together in the future. So we communicate clearly the communication frequency and channels. We usually work together with clients on Slack, so they can contact us between certain hours anytime on Slack. And we also expect them to be responsive there because, of course, we need a lot of back and forth in general with clients to deliver on these projects. We also usually do a weekly or bi-weekly meeting to go over the progress and to plan out next steps. Then, of course, we clearly communicate the timelines and deliverables to manage the expectations. And we cover their cancellation policy and the refunds, which I mentioned before too. And of course, we handle any objections the client might have, which I'll go over in the next slide. And then we always clearly communicate the next steps in this call. So after this solutions call, we always send the proposal. So that's where they have a breakdown of the deliverables, right, of the timelines, and all the details of what we talked through here, basically. And we also usually add an NDA just for the trust factor. Some companies might have some data concerns, so we do usually add in an NDA. If you want these templates and see what we use for our proposals and NDA, we do have them in my community if you're interested in seeing them. Then we also clearly communicate that from the proposal, they can directly pay. We use PandaDoc, where you can basically have a link right away to pay. And we communicate that after payments come in, we get started within 24 hours. We send them a link to book an onboarding call. That's where we set up the initial onboarding, the integrations, etc. And from there, we get going and get working right away. So that's sort of the solutions call. So then we have objections. Now I've covered actually most of these already in the presentation, but the three most common ones we get is either price related, trust related, or time or expectation related. So for price, sometimes we get too expensive. Now this is a hard one. There's really not a lot we can do here. If it's just too expensive for a company, it's probably not going to work out, and it's probably not a qualified lead in that case. Of course, when you're starting out, the goal is not to be as profitable as possible, or so you could try to lower your price a bit where it still makes sense for you, but you get that initial experience, right? So that's what you could do at the beginning. But besides that, otherwise, it's not a lot you can do with this objection. Now, the second one is related to the subscription, which you get a lot when you pitch the subscription pricing, right? I don't want to commit to a subscription. And again, right, the three things we do is first, we say, look, you can cancel anytime. This has to work for both of us, right? Of course, if this doesn't work for you long term, you can cancel anytime. There's no commitment here. And second of all, if you're not happy with this after month one, this is not what you expected, we literally wire you back your money, right? And we go really hard on that. And sometimes that really does get them through the door. We've yet to actually wire back money for a customer, but that can sometimes convince them already. And then the plan B, the third option, of course, is to say, okay, I understand you're not ready to commit to this yet. So what about we do the following thing? We take this first automation we talked about, right? And we deliver this at a fixed price, so you can see what we're capable of, if the system actually works. And from there, if you're happy, we can go over to the subscription model, right? And that usually gets them through the door, right? Because again, generally, we want to just get a foot in the door, because as soon as we can show something to most clients, they're impressed and they want to work with us. Then the second one is trust, of course. I've covered it before too. Now, the most common ones you get is like, have you built something similar for another client, or will this actually work, or questions about, reliability, hallucinations, etc. Now, best way to handle this, again, two ways. Firstly, you use customer stories, right? It's good to have a few in the back of your head if you have experience working with clients, right? Describe the problem they had and the outcome they got, and that can really help build that trust. And second, have some automations ready when you jump on the sales call, some simple generic automations that can be useful for many companies, and show quick demos, right? That can also really help build that trust and really make them see what these systems are actually capable of, right? And then the last one, of course, again, which will come up with the subscription-based pricing, is what can I expect to get every month from this subscription pricing? And the two best way to deal with that is break down their concrete use case, right, into an estimated timeline, so they get an idea of what they can expect in a certain timeline. And second, have a small portfolio ready to of specific automations with estimated timelines. Now, the exact timelines, that's not important, right? It's giving them an idea of what they can expect, right? And every client will be different, every project will be different, so these timelines will be a little bit different. But again, the most important is giving the client an idea of what they can expect. So that's it for the objections. And then lastly, I have here the proposal. So basically, we structure the proposal in the following way. So we have a little bit of the intro page where we have the client project, client name, proposal overview, date, etc. We have the plan of action where we give an overview of the timeline, the deliverables and dependencies, because sometimes we are dependent on some extra information from the client or things like that to actually be able to deliver this project on time, right? Therefore, we also have a joint accountabilities page in there where we basically communicate what we expect from the customer. Then we have pricing, of course, simple terms and conditions, and the Stripe link. Now we use PandaDoc, so as soon as they sign the proposal, they'll automatically be sent to a Stripe page to do the payment. And we usually send the proposal together with an NDA, just because it looks more professional and it might get over any data privacy concerns. And we also have examples available in my community if you're interested in joining that. Also for the NDA, by the way. So I have a quick template here. So you get an idea. I'll also make sure to link this one down here, which is just in a Google Docs. So here we have just the intro page with the logo, the name of the project, client name, the introduction with the date and the goal. We have the plan of action where we break down the plan basically and the timeline. Breakdown of phases. If it's a larger project, we break it down into phases with different deliverables. We have the tech stack, the joint accountability section, and of course the investment. And then we have the terms and conditions here at the end. And here we have the signature. And again, we use PandaDoc. As soon as they sign, they'll go to the Stripe link. Now I added one more thing here, which I think is part of the sales process, which is the post-payment email. Really important because there's this term which is called buyer's remorse. So basically, as soon as you bought something, there's sort of immediate remorse, right? So we want to show to the client as soon as they paid that we're on top of this. We're professional, and the way we do it is by following up very quickly after that they made that actual payment, right? So we have an automation for this where right after the payment or very soon after the payment, we send a quick follow-up through email. We acknowledge the payment. We thank the customer for the trust, right? And by only doing this, you already avoid a lot of this buyer remorse. And then we send another email, I think an hour after, where we send the link to the onboarding call and basically say we get started from now on. This can really solidify their decision to make that payment, right? To trust you and to show that you're professional, right? So really important to do this too, which a lot of people tend to forget. Now, remember, the sales process will always be a little bit different and dependent on the company. Sometimes, of course, this process is going to require you to have 3 sales calls, sometimes even more. But generally, you only need 2. And the important 3 things to keep in mind is you always want to qualify the lead. You want to find that initial small use case and scope out the project. And then you want to present what you're going to deliver together with a proposal. Now, to give you a better idea of how an entire process actually works with a real client, from acquisition to sales to proposal to first project delivery to getting a client on a long-term AI partnership, I want to walk you through a real case study with one of our clients and show you exactly how this client went through this funnel and ended up as a 60K a year AI partnership deal. This will also, I think, give you some insights into how things change when you're eventually growing a team. And we'll also hear from the business owner's perspective himself, which I think can give you some good insight on what's actually important for clients. First, I'll cover the solutions we delivered to this company and what the impact was of those solutions. Then I'll break down the customer journey from acquisition to sales to project fulfillment. This was one of our earlier clients. We made a lot of mistakes during this fulfillment, so I'll show you how we fixed them and ultimately set up a long-term AI partnership. And lastly, I'll show you a quick interview with Ross, the COO of this company, to get some insights from the business owner himself. So first of all, big shout out to Ross for allowing us to do this video and to talk so transparently about his case. I think it's going to help a lot of people. So Ross, you're amazing. We appreciate you a lot.
So for context, Ross is the COO of multiple companies, including Gemrock, Opal, which are basically gemstone marketplaces. So as you can see, they have many different stones, right? For example, here, diamonds. And basically, this marketplace allows people to either buy or sell high quality gemstones in a safe way. And they also do auctions with these gemstones. So the main challenges for this company when they reached out were they had a team of gemstone sheriffs manually auditing all of the new listings that are posted on their platform. They'd have to check the images, the descriptions, and the certifications of the gemstones. And as you can imagine, this is a very tedious job that actually does need some expertise. And with thousands of listings, in practice, only 1% of listings were actually audited. Basically, only when a potential buyer requested an audit. Also, their customer support was pretty overwhelmed with repetitive questions, and many sellers, when uploading a new product, weren't always consistent or comprehensive enough. So when we started, we built three main solutions. First, the audit sheriff automation, which basically automatically checks and audits listings. It checks the certificate documents for the gemstones. It analyzes the images and the text in the listings to let the auditors basically save a lot of time. All right, you can see the N8N screenshot here. It's quite a straightforward automation. We have the text agent validator here and the image validator here, which then gets sent over to an AI agent to give an AI audit summary. But you can imagine it made a big impact on this business. Ross said it himself, right? It used to be 80% of the gemstone sheriff's work, and now it's 20%, right? It can read the certificates in the image, and the team was like, this is unbelievable. Then second, we also built a customer support website chatbot with RAG, with product and business knowledge. The agent has also access to a tool to the entire inventory, so the bot can recommend specific listings or gemstones to clients. This one was deployed across multiple of their marketplaces. It also had a Slack integration, so the team can easily track new potential customers. This again saved a lot of time for the team. There was faster client support, and according to Ross, customers love it. Then on top of that, we also built a sentiment analysis agent that automated the sentiment scoring of every one of these chatbot conversation. So it basically flags low-rated sentiments in Airtable and suggests fixes, so the team knows which documentation and product listings should be improved fast to get better outcomes to their customers. Again, according to Ross, this sentiment analysis made their average star rating go up to 4.2. And after these initial projects, which were not without problems or mistakes, which I'll get to in a second, we got into a long-term AI partnership with this company, and we have now at least 5 more automations we're building out, but most likely many, many more. So now I just want to give you a realistic breakdown of this specific customer journey from acquisition to sales to project fulfillment, the mistakes we made and how we fixed them to eventually get on a long-term partnership with this client on a 5,000 euro retainer. So first on acquisition, maybe not surprising to some of you, but Ross found me on YouTube. As Ross said, I built some things for myself after watching your videos and then reached out to you guys to move it forward because you guys are the experts. And this is just another testament that AI content really does drive leads, even completely unrelated solution demos, because nothing of what I've shown is actually related to Ross's use cases. And second, even tutorial type videos do attract business owners because many business owners have that same attitude as Ross, right? They want to learn some and do some things themselves before hiring or giving it away to someone else. So from there, Ross booked in a sales call. Now, we generally try to keep the sales process as short as possible. In AI automation, this can drag out over weeks when you're trying to scope out everything. But in our experience, the shorter the sales cycle, the better. So we generally try to get the sales process in maximum 2 calls. In the first call, we really only have 3 goals, right? The first goal is to, of course, build a relationship with the client. Second is qualifying the lead. And third is identifying a first use case, ideally a high ROI and easy to implement use case. Now, for the qualification, the main criteria we look for are, first of all, the company size, which we actually do pre-call. Now, Ross's company is a very solid business and one we could definitely work with. The second is how bullish are they on AI? Now, there are two ends of the spectrum here. If they're extremely skeptical, we generally see this is going to be a difficult company to work with. But also sometimes we see companies on the other side of the spectrum thinking that AI can automate their entire business with one AI agent, which is generally also a red flag for us. So we generally call those guys the silver bullet seekers. So we're sort of looking for companies that are convinced AI can make a difference in their business and have at least some realistic understanding about what it could do for their business. Then, of course, we have to be aligned on the budget, and you can be quite direct here too and just ask a company straight out, how much would you expect this to cost? You don't have to pitch prices yet. You just want to sort of get a feel for clients' expectations to make sure they're qualified. For example, if they have a huge project in mind and expect it to cost $1,000, it probably tells you enough. And lastly, in this conversation, you really want to try to talk about their business problems, see if they have any initial ideas for automation projects, and try to identify one high ROI but easy to implement use case to start with. The goal in this first call is not to scope out or sell any solution just yet. You're really just building the relationship, qualifying the lead, and identifying one ideally small use case. Now, in this case, Ross had a very clear idea on high ROI solutions, which was, of course, the listing verification, customer support agent, and a customer sentiment agent. And clearly, Ross was very invested in AI and its potential impact. Now, in the second call, which we call a strategy call, which was 5 days later, we really tried to narrow down into the specific project or solution that we identified in the first call in order to judge the feasibility and in order to set up a proposal. Now, in order to do that, we really need to do some initial scoping in this call. And generally, what we try to do is get all the necessary information to judge the feasibility and to have an estimation on how much time it takes to deliver this to set up the proposal. Now, really important here, we're only getting the necessary information to judge the feasibility and have an estimated time frame. We don't scope out the entire project and all the details before sending a proposal. This is also a big mistake we made early on because this can drag out the sales process for weeks or months, right? Leading to lots of unpaid work and a lot of times leads to a deal that just doesn't go through. Now, with that initial information, we can start estimating how much time it would take us, and then we can price the project and set up a proposal. Now, if you want the proposal template that we use in our agency, you can also check out my community, where I also give away all the other documents like PRD and SOW. In terms of pricing, I see a lot of people on the internet talking about pricing based on ROI. Now, we've tried a lot of different things in pricing, and although pricing based on ROI sounds amazing and can sometimes work when you have more productized solutions or solutions that deliver a very clear ROI. But in our experience, the majority of these custom projects, this is pretty unrealistic to do, right? For example, for these two projects, it wouldn't be very straightforward to calculate an ROI on these solutions, right? The customer hasn't even seen the results it could bring. So you sitting in these sales calls, trying to break down their business, trying to guess the ROI or figuring out how much time an employee would save and how much that employee would cost, it's just not very straightforward. And in our experience, it doesn't work out great for many of these custom projects. And besides that, for especially these initial projects, they're much more focused on building trust and showing some ROI to the client in order for you to establish that long-term partnership, which is actually what allows you to get consistent and reliable income. So it's not necessarily about really trying to cash in big on this first project. And this is why charging them here for 2 or 3 separate projects right away was a mistake. We should have quoted them for only one. Also to make the initial risk for the client as low as possible, because again, we just want to show them a win as soon as possible to get them invested in building more and potentially to get on a long-term partnership. Now, the way we price for these custom projects is pretty simple. We estimate the time it requires. We put an hourly price on it with a margin, of course, of 30 to 40%. And then we add 50% on top of that because anyone who knows and who has done any of these projects knows that processes always take longer than expected. Now, we sent this proposal to Ross. We use PandaDoc to get the signature and the payment for the customer in this same proposal, and Ross paid a few days later. So then we get to project fulfillment. Now, there were 3 main challenges we faced with these clients, which I think are very common challenges for AI agencies. And I'll show you the mistakes we made and how we fixed them. So the first one is scoping. Our original plan was to deliver all of these 3 solutions in 30 days. It actually took us 45 plus days because there were some client-side delays. We were waiting for some credentials, some internal approvals. We needed to wait for feedback when testing. There were also delays on our side when an engineer went on sick leave. We had scope discussions internally. And this is really important to get right because this, of course, can really lead to client expectation mismanagement, trust issues, and a lot of times for you can lead to underpriced projects. So that's why the lesson here is to always add that 50% of time delay to a projected plan. Even if you think you can do it in 30 days, add some slack for yourself because it's far better to promise and over deliver, right? You can better promise that it's ready in 45 days and actually be ready in 30 days than the other way around. Now, the second big mistake here was, of course, to not start with these 3 automations in parallel, but just start with one. Now, another very common problem that arises with these initial projects is misaligned expectations, right? And a huge difference for us has been adding an SOW, or a scope of work document, along with our proposals. So the SOW basically aligns and defines very clearly what's covered by the project and what's not. So as you can see here, we have the scope definition, but maybe more importantly, the scope exclusions, what's not involved. If you want our SOW template and example, you can again check out the community in the description below. Now, another challenge we faced initially with this client was client communication. This is before we worked with delivery managers. Now, our engineers were talking directly to this client through Slack. There was no task management system, and again, no SOW, which all led to pretty chaotic and sporadic client communication, no task management, stressful delivery, and of course, a little bit of a lack of professionalism towards the client. As Ross said in one call, the engineer had kids home sick, the house was flooded, and the plumber was coming at 6 a.m. And he said, I'll try to fix that one thing too, which just didn't come across very professional. We later introduced a delivery manager with Ross and this company. We added in SOWs and weekly updates, and as Ross said, it worked far better. It's better because engineers are then free to focus on actual building. The client has a single point of contact. The client gets weekly email updates in a structured way. They get structured documents and a consistent and professional client communication, which is arguably the most important aspect in the entire project fulfillment process. So when you're growing your AI agency and starting to work with bigger clients, having a project manager or delivery manager layer really becomes a non-negotiable, right? And having structured weekly project updates can really build trust with clients. You don't want to disappear and come back in a few weeks with a finished solution. You want to keep them up to date and let them know that you're on top of it. Now, lastly, there were also some technical challenges when implementing these solutions for the client. We had some issues with the certificate validation. When we put it in production, it flagged everything as needing certificates. There were some chatbot hallucinations as the chatbot was inventing URLs. So we had to adjust the prompting and put some more guardrails on the system. We had some API limitations with Airtable when running high volume operations. And this is really just the reality of putting these systems into production. This is completely normal and is almost always going to happen. Most edge cases only pop up and appear when it's actually in production. So this is perfectly fine, but it has to be planned into the timeline. And another big lesson we learned is that instead of presenting it as a finished product, you want to communicate to the client that the first 2 weeks of putting this in production is a testing phase. You make clear that this will run into issues and that it is completely normal in order to manage client expectations. Because of course, if you promise a finished solution and then it runs into all kinds of issues, the client trust will go down a lot. So instead of that, you want to communicate clearly that this is not going to work perfectly yet, and we're going to fix everything in the upcoming 2 weeks. Now, besides all of the challenges, these solutions did really make a big impact on this company. As said before, only 1% of listings were audited before, but now more than 6,500 listings were automatically audited. They lost sales because of slow customer response times, and now they have 300 daily chats automated with instant and consistent support and even product recommendations. Ross also mentioned that his team is a lot happier now that they have these AI tools and a lot more efficient. And also customers love it. So his team can now really focus on higher leverage activities instead of doing repetitive sort of admin work. Now, Ross also was pretty well educated on AI and automation already, thought these solutions were possible, but even with that education, he was still blown away with the results of these solutions. And while working with Ross and his business, hundreds of new ideas and upgrades to these solutions we implemented came up. And that's what we see really consistently happen, right? One project usually leads to tens or even hundreds of ideas and opportunities. And therefore, it's such a good roadmap, I think, to become a long-term AI partner, right? That's what we really see more and more. A great roadmap is start with one small project that delivers some ROI. You build trust with the client, you show them the ROI, then the client really learns about all the possibilities of AI, discovers tens or hundreds of new opportunities together with you, and then you can establish that long-term partnership model and get a retainer with the client. Now, some clients might not have a specific project in mind at the beginning. That's where you can, instead of a one paid project model, you can do a paid audit to identify where they should start and deliver one project in there, and then eventually switch over. But many businesses, in our experience, have things in mind to be solved right away. Because now we have at least 5 or 6 new projects in the pipeline with Ross. We'll do a meta ad campaign automation. He also wants to do a voice agent, which is basically an upgrade of the chatbot we made, which is again why it's so important to start small with these automation solutions, because a lot of future projects will build on top of these initial solutions. Then we have also some other ones like seller verification, fraud detection, dynamic pricing, and SEO and content system. Anyway, let me now switch to the interview with Ross to get some insights from a business owner himself, because I think Ross has some really interesting insights to share with us for both AI agency owners and business owners looking to adopt AI. So first of all, thank you so much for doing this, Ross. There are not a lot of companies that are willing to do this so openly. So I really appreciate you allowing us to showcase your project so transparently.
No problem. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to get into this.
I'd love to first learn a little bit, how did you find out about AI automation and what led you to book a call with us specifically?
Yeah, I think the journey began. There was just so much information out there. There was all these new tools. There was all these new models coming out. It was so hard to keep up with what was actually happening. And then I found your videos, and I think the thing that I liked about your videos was that you were, for a business owner, I always like to do first and then get someone else to do it. So I want to know and I want to understand what the workflow is, how hard it is, what's involved. So watching all your videos, I think you started with Make and I built some things in Make. I really, really liked Make. And then you moved over to N8N, and I can't say I like N8N very much, but uh, but you guys are great at it. So yeah, that's kind of how it started. I found you and I was watching all of your videos, built some stuff myself, and then yeah, reached out to you guys and said, I want to expand on what I'm doing, and you guys are the experts, so let's keep moving it forward.
And what was your experience then during the sales process? What did you like and what didn't you like?
Yeah, I think the very first onboarding call was super easy, and we were just, I think everyone was so excited. We were like, well, and I had my ideas that I was like, I want AI to do, like our Gemstone Sheriff. I want some customer support, and you guys were like, well, you can do this. We've got clients that are talking about doing this. There was just, it was an hour went by like that, and then we kind of got off the call, and then I had to really think about what I wanted to implement, the first thing that I wanted to implement in the business. And so yeah, after that first call, the second call was much more mellow, focused. All right, this is what we're going to look into, and then we kind of went from there.
In terms of what you expected AI automation or these projects to do for your business versus what it actually delivered at the end, was there, did that match up, or was it actually a
I
little bit
I would
different?
say on the what we've done 3 projects now, I think they all exceed what I thought they were going to be. Like
Interesting.
they're much more robust than I thought they were gonna be. I think the guide rails that you guys build into all your systems, the robustness is much more than I was expecting.
How much of an impact does it make on your business in general and on your team?
We're a marketplace where third-party sellers list individual items, gemstones for sale, and previously, humans would sit there and check whether the weight that's in the title matches the weight that they put in the description box, and those sorts of things are really tedious for humans to do. We're talking about thousands of items, right? So now AI comes in, and we call our AI Gemma, by the way. We just call her Gemma. She's amazing. She just comes in and she looks at everything. She goes, well, all of the information is consistent. All of the information abides by our listing guide that Gemma's collected from all of our documentation. And now she can just say, yes, as far as I can tell, this listing meets all of the criteria. Now, as a gemologist, is this really the thing that they're trying to sell? And for the gemstone sheriffs, they can go, well, sure, I'll still check those things, but it used to be 80% of the work, and now it's 20% of the work.
100%.
And then they can do lots more of this gemology stuff, and it's much more accurate. And yeah, I think it's and the workforce, like everyone's happier. Everyone's so much happier because they get to do the stuff that they actually really want to do.
Basically, out of that, you requested sort of 5 more almost immediately and got into more of a long-term partnership with us.
Yep.
What triggered those new ideas and made you sort of decide to make this sort of a long-term partnership?
Yeah, I think the first project that we did was the Gemstone Sheriff, which it's not customer facing. So, that's all back end. Like a customer requests something, it does its magic and then works with the Gemstone Sheriff so that they still do the review. So there wasn't too much of a risk customer facing with putting AI in there. And then the second project that we did was create Gemma, and she's the customer support. She does everything. Customer support. She's a shopping helper. She can go find you gemstones. She can tell you all about every gemstone you've ever thought about. And that was our first customer facing project that we worked on. And I've got to say the way that people use Gemma is we could never imagine it would be that good.
Amazing.
Like
Yeah.
honestly. So then going back to your question, why did we decide to do 5 more projects? Because we saw the way that customers were interacting with Gemma. So, there was the back end sheriff, and that improved productivity, made the team happier. And then we had customer facing project, and that now answers people 24 hours a day. People interact with her. They like interacting with her. So for us as a business, like, it's a no brainer. People are happier, people are more efficient, customers love her. So why wouldn't we want to just keep building on top of her and do all these different projects that we're thinking about?
If like there are many businesses out there who are sort of thinking about adopting AI automation, they might not know where to start, if they should
Mm.
start, if it's not too early, if these things actually work. What would you tell another CEO of a business that's thinking of working with an AI agency?
Yeah, I think the beauty of AI is if you can focus on things in your business that are repetitive, that take, lots of concentration and lots of manual things to do. AI is a really good, not replacement, AI is a really good tool to help sit next to a human to help them do their job better. So, if you've got something that is tedious, that's repetitive, invest in using AI so that person, like, that human is happier, they're more productive, they like their job more because it's gotten slightly easier. But so yeah, I think there's no reason why every business shouldn't be looking into AI at the moment. And one of the big things that I was worried about in the beginning when I was talking about the journey of discovering you guys was there's so many models. And then, ChatGPT goes from 3 to 4 to 5, and then Gemini comes along, and then Grok comes out of nowhere. And it was like, wow, I originally was like, I don't want to invest in AI because if I just go and build this thing in GPT-3, next month it's going to come out as GPT-5 and I'm going to be obsolete. But, you educated me with the way that N8N and a lot of these, Make and N8N platforms work. When you put the AI brain in there, you can just swap that out and, you can run tests. So you could say, oh, maybe I want to see if Gemini is working better than ChatGPT. And you can just swap it out, run some simulations and have a look how it performs and make a decision just like that. So it's like the actual thing that you're building, these flows they're kind of a fundamental base, right? And then you can just swap in all the different AI models and yeah, so there's no risk to the investment.
Exactly, and they get actually better when these new models come out because we can switch it out for the newest model, and the
Yeah.
entire solution will improve.
Yeah.
Exactly. You've been very positive, but the process hasn't been flawless either, right? So, in the general process of working with us, what were some things you didn't like, or some mistakes we made that we could have improved?
Yeah, I think, like I said originally, everyone was just so excited, right? Like everyone just wanted to build stuff and go fast. And I had a direct Slack line straight to the engineers that were coding. So, you know, something had happened, something had break, and I'd message them, and then we were just building these things and going really, really fast. And we built a lot of stuff really quickly. Um, but then, we kind of stopped and we're like, well, like, what have we built? Where's the documentation around it? I guess maybe you guys were a bit lucky with me because I had that experience of trying to build these things up front first. So I knew how N8M worked, and I knew how Airtable worked, and I knew how all these things work. So I could get in there and do a bit of debugging as well and send it to the engineers. But I could imagine that if I was just a business owner that had no idea and they've just gone out and said, right, like this, I know I need to get AI. You go and build it for me. They could have been a little bit disappointed in the lack of guide rails, the lack of direction, and lack of scope. Definitely.
Yes, 100%. And that's what I was gonna say, Ross, because you're pretty unique in that position. Like that could actually work out, but in general, when you're taking bigger projects and working with bigger clients, you really need the delivery manager in between
Hmm.
the client and the engineers, because otherwise it becomes very chaotic, a little bit
Yeah.
unprofessional, right, towards the client. And what was the difference in experience for you when having a delivery manager who's basically
Oh
your
yeah.
point of contact? How's that changed the sort of communication and
Yeah, well, there's the communication, there's the project tracking, there's um, you know, the guide rails, everything that if something breaks or something needs to be changed, straight to the project manager, and then that gets divvied out to the engineers. I still have direct line to the engineers in case they need to ask me any questions. But yeah, it's much more controlled. Everyone knows exactly what they're working on. Um, Communication wise, I've got the weekly updates that come in email, and and the calls that we have. We define projects into the SOWs, so the scope of works, everyone knows exactly what they're going to be working on. And obviously, you guys are giving a little bit of extra budget on top of that SOW just in case something happens. And I think that's a much better way, because the way that it was before, I'm sure I used more hours than what was quoted for. Just because so much was going backwards and forwards. But and I think that's a learning curve
yes.
for everyone.
Yes, the SOW is a big one, right? Also for you to know what's actually being done and to be
Yeah.
clear on what what the scope of this project actually involves, right? And what you can expect at the end, because that's also where a lot of times things go wrong, right? Because the client has a different expectation than the engineering team or the project manager. Thank you so much, Ross, for doing this. And I was talking to Owen. We're gonna send you. I don't know if you already received this strobe waffles.
Oh, did you?
We're gonna send them.
Ah,
Yeah.
I love those. I only discovered them like 3 months ago. I'm like, what are these? It's the best kept secret of it.
All right, they're the best. And Mikey,
Oh,
if
they're
this
the
puts
best.
them in the microwave for 20 seconds,
Oh
right,
yeah.
so the caramel gets heated up a bit, and then they're even better.
The lady who I bought them off said put them on top of your hot cup of tea. Melts the caramel. Oh, it's so good. Thank you so much.
So now you know everything from the technical skills to acquiring customers to successfully delivering AI projects and getting clients on retainers. This, of course, is going to require some hard work and practice, but this is really the blueprint to get to that 10 to 20K a month mark when you're still alone. I scaled my AI agency when I was still alone to that 20K a month, but when you hit that level of 10 to 20K, you'll quickly notice that you're going to run out of time to work with more clients and that you probably don't want to be a builder forever. So your next problem to tackle is going to be, how can I scale and delegate to get my business from that level to the next level, which is 100K or more. Now, there are two main ways to scale past this point. I've done both. I've scaled both an AI product business and an AI agency to far beyond that level. So in this next chapter, I'll cover first how to scale through productization and then how to scale through an AI partner agency. As most people think, I can either run an AI automation agency, a service business, or I can jump into an AI SaaS. There's actually a model where you transition from one into the other. And in this model, you actually find ideas for potential products. You get paid while building them. You have time to build up your acquisition channel, and you make sure that when you eventually transition into an AI SaaS, you actually have product market fit. Right. And because the amazing opportunity we have as an AI automation agency, which very few people are in or very few businesses are in, is
businesses will come to us with their biggest problems and pay us to develop systems for them that solve those problems. So as you're working with clients in your custom AI automation agency, you can identify systems you've built for them that really solve big pain points and deliver outcomes to that business. And once you've identified a system like that that brings high ROI to a business, you can safely assume that probably this system will generate outcomes and solve pain points for businesses in that same niche. So the next phase in this transition is to sell these pre-built AI systems where you really double down on that system you have identified solves a pain point. And I'm not saying this has to be perfectly productized yet. You can still customize it for each business a bit. But in this phase, you're really doubling down on that specific system for that specific niche. So you're learning how to solve the problem for multiple businesses in that niche. So you're slowly but surely developing the system to become better and better. You become one of the top experts in that specific niche, building this specific system. You can also then double down on the marketing and the acquisition channel towards that specific audience with this specific offer. So you build that scalable acquisition channel. And once you've done that with a few companies, you can safely assume you have product market fit if it delivered outcomes to all of these different businesses. So when you make the transition to an AI SaaS, you've already had the cash flow, you've built up a scalable acquisition channel, and you can safely assume you have product market fit. So I think we're in an amazing position to actually start out as an AI automation agency.
And this is really the approach I've taken to building and scaling my AI SEO system. So how does this system help you with scaling? Now, the point, by the way, of this graph is not to say that you cannot scale an AI automation agency. You definitely can, and we have scaled our AI automation agency too. And I'm going to get to that later in this video. The way I do it is I basically have one team focused on scaling the AI automation agency where we deliver custom projects, and one team which is focused on productization. Now, the point of this graph is if you want to go that more productized route and you potentially want to build more of that product type business, more scalable business, then this can be a really interesting route where you can really hit that next level of scale. Now, take these numbers with a grain of salt, right? This is just a ballpark. But the point of this is if you're running a custom AI agency, and let's say your team stays the same size, you are going to hit a ceiling, right? You are going to have a limit of the amount of clients you can work with. So there's going to be a ceiling to your MRR. Now, how do these pre-built AI systems make you hit that next level of scale? Is because first of all, if you're really focusing on one specific system for one specific niche, even though you might still be customizing the solution for each customer, you'll spend a lot less time customizing the system for each new business because you already know you've already pre-built some things, you already have some more expertise in the system. So you'll spend less time building out this new solution versus if you're building a completely new solution that you've never done before for a client, right? So let's say you only spend 30% of the time you would spend a completely new project on, then you can of course also service 3 times more clients by focusing on one specific solution for one specific niche. Second of all, it's a lot easier to market and convert clients because now that you have one specific system for one specific niche, you can really hyper target that specific audience with this specific offer, which makes it a lot easier to market your services or your product. And second, because you've already delivered this system to clients, you all can show proof to these clients that this system actually delivers outcomes. You can show proof that you can actually do this, and therefore you can easier convert these clients too. And lastly, you can also still charge the same or even more for these pre-built AI systems because you know it delivers results and you have proof that this system works, right? So this really can make you hit that next level of scale. And this is not going to happen overnight, right? These transitions between phases can literally take months or even years. But the point is, it can be a much safer way to eventually get to an AI SaaS. And we are, for example, around here, right? We are now hitting consistently over 50K MR with our AI SEO system. But we're still not transitioning into an AI SaaS. And we are not even sure if we're ever going to transition into an AI SaaS because we're very profitable right now. We are learning a lot about what to build, right? We're still improving the product with each client we work with. And we are not transitioning into a SaaS yet because first of all, we're still building our scalable acquisition channel
because we know that if we transition into an AI SaaS, we cannot charge the same prices as we are charging now. So we will need more clients. So we're still building up our acquisition channels. And second, we're still learning how to improve our product and to build it better. But the point is, when we transitioning into a SaaS, we know that we have product market fit. This system really solves a problem for our customer or for our target audience. And second, we have built up our scalable acquisition channels to jump into an AI SaaS and being profitable from the get-go. So what are the stages in this process, and what should you focus on today if you want to go this productized route? Now, I put it here in 5 different stages. And when you look at this, you want to really think about where are you at right now. Now, all the way on the left, we have the AI agency or the custom AI agency. Here you might start when you're just starting off, you're learning about automation, and you might not have a lot of specific domain expertise yet. You don't know a specific industry or specific department very well, because if you do, I recommend jumping into stage 2 right away. But let's say you don't have that. You can start, delivering basically automation services to a pretty broad sort of audience. And the main goal when you're in this stage is, first of all, learning, right? Of course, it will be good if you can build up some cash flow, but it's really about learning, right? And also learning about what to potentially niche down into, right? And the way you can approach this is by doing some warm outreach in your network. What has worked very well for people in my community, for example, is to put some LinkedIn posts out with things you've learned or things you're building or automating, or maybe do some Upwork outreach and do some custom projects for people on Upwork, and really try to get those first clients and those first learnings in. Now, in that process, you might identify that you've been able to deliver some good automation solutions to an e-commerce business, and you've built up some expertise and you understand a lot better now how e-commerce businesses work. So you're building a little bit of that domain expertise, which is very necessary in general to build valuable systems for companies, right? It's not just generally having the technical expertise of building these automation systems. A lot of times we have to inject some domain expertise in that specific solution we're building to really deliver value to a company, right? So this next stage, which is stage 2, which is a niche AI agency, which I highly recommend people jump into who have some professional background, who have some knowledge in a specific industry, have worked in a specific industry or a specific department. Let's say you've worked in marketing a lot. I would focus right away on more marketing based automation solutions. Now, in this niched project, you can really have 2 ways to niche down. The first one is by department: marketing, sales, customer service, HR, or the second is by industry, right? E-commerce, real estate, etc. And of course, you can combine these 2 if you want to niche down even further. For example, marketing automation solutions for e-commerce. Now, I, for example, have a background in sales and marketing. So when I started my AI agency and I was still alone, I focused on that specific niche. So I offered sales and marketing automation services to quite a wide variety of businesses. So I did some inbound sales automations, some outbound sales automations, and I also delivered an AI SEO system to a marketing agency. Now, the point when you want to make this transition to a more pre-built AI system, the key to do here is to, first of all, only accept potentially resellable projects. And what do I mean with this? Once you start working with these clients, you'll notice different projects or requirements coming in. And the key here is to only take on projects that you can potentially resell to other businesses and that would deliver outcomes to these other businesses, because there are many internal workflows or process-oriented workflows that companies come to you with, which are very unique to each business. Now, generally, if you want to make this transition, you don't want to take on those projects because they're going to eat a lot of your time up. And generally, they're so unique to each business that it's going to be really hard to replicate, in a sense, for another business while delivering outcomes, right? So in general, internal process automation are hard to resell or to productize eventually, right? So in general, the ones that are generally revenue generating systems, right? Lead generation systems, content systems, SEO systems, hiring systems are usually more replicable for other companies, and you can sort of assume that it would have value for other businesses in that same niche too. So that's the first thing you want to do. You want to really focus and only take on those projects. Second, you want to identify the systems you've delivered that really brought high ROI to a client. So in my experience, when I was doing this, I delivered this AI SEO system. It was a highly customized one according to their specific SEO process, but it delivered really high ROI for this marketing agency. And therefore, it got me thinking, this I really have to double down a bit more. And that's what you can do if you've identified that you've, built a system that really brought a lot of ROI to a company, to double down on that. And what I did is I started separately marketing my SEO solutions or my services, right? And really trying to target a bit more of the marketing agencies and the SEO agencies, right? And when I started doing that, I started landing a few more clients where I started automating SEO systems or SEO processes. And this was still highly customized. It was not a product yet I've built. I just offered these SEO automations to the specific target audience, right? And because I was doing that, I was learning a lot about SEO. I was learning a lot about what the best way to do SEO was. And also because I was learning every company still had different ways and processes of doing SEO. But because I was working with multiple marketing agencies and SEO agencies, I slowly learned also which type of system brought the best results, etc. And that's the point. And that's the huge opportunity we have in this AI wave is if you hyper focus on one system for one niche, because AI is so new, if you've worked probably with 2 or 3 clients delivering these specific systems, you're probably already in the top 2% experts in this specific field, designing these specific AI systems for that niche. So you really can become an expert quite quickly. So I was working with a few clients. I think I worked with 4 or 5 different clients trying to automate different processes in their SEO, and I learned a lot, right? So the next phase in stage 4 is to really productize the solution, right? Because in stage 3, I was still highly customizing. In stage 4, you're really trying to build a pre-built self-serve system that the customer can use without customization, right? This is really the jump from stage 3 to stage 4, and that can take quite a while, right? So if you want to make this jump from stage 3 to stage 4, you really, first of all, have to learn what to build, what the perfect processes are, in my case, in SEO, right? Through customer feedback while learning with multiple companies. You make sure you've delivered outcomes to multiple businesses to make sure that this system really does provide value. And then you productize the AI system, right? Meaning you make it into a self-serve platform, right? Now, this doesn't mean it's a one size fits all or a plug and play. It just means that you've built in the personalization, which is still necessary, let's say in an SEO system, into the system instead of you customizing it each time. And lastly, if you want to make this transition, of course, you want to also really double down on building that scalable acquisition channel that targets that specific audience with your specific offer, right? Because you are sort of taking a risk here. And of course, you can also, when you transition, for example, from stage 2 to 3, you don't have to go all in right away, right? You can still offer general services, trying to market one specific system. But once you go here, you're really going to invest a lot of time and you really want to build that scalable acquisition channel because you're double down on one specific offer or solution. Now, this is what I call the out of the box sort of model, which we are using right now, where it's basically what we sell is the pre-built N8N system with a front end on Airtable and a database in Airtable, and we sell that as a one-off price with a support fee to the customer, and we don't need to customize this, right? They can either set it up themselves or we can set it up in less than a day for them because the system is already pre-built. If you want to learn more about how we set up these productized out-of-the-box systems, in my last video, I show a step-by-step tutorial on how we build the infrastructure for these productized AI systems. But the key point there and the huge advantage we have is we can still do this with no code, right? Because the advantage of keeping it in no code is we stay very flexible, right? Because even now, although we've sold it to more than 50 businesses, we're still adapting, we're improving, we're learning, and we're constantly changing and improving the solution. And because we've built it in no code, we can do that really fast, right? If would have it in code, of course, we can do it a lot faster in code now too with coding agents, etc. But because we have it in no code, we can do it really fast. We can add new features really fast. So that's the huge advantage. And we're already very profitable here. And once you're there and you really start to consistently sell it and it consistently delivers results to your clients you sell it to, then you can eventually transition into an AI SaaS. But it's important to keep in mind that you really have to have your acquisition nailed because most likely here you can charge quite a big upfront fee to set this system up. For SaaS in general, your ticket's going to be a bit lower. So you need to have more customer acquisition. You really have to have a scalable acquisition channel. You really have to be 100% sure you have product market fit. And even though we know that our system delivers outcomes for most of our clients, we still know at the moment we can do things to improve the experience, improve the outcomes. So that's why we're very happy to stay here at the moment. And then eventually you can convert it really to a SaaS, which is of course cloud hosted and a complete self-serve, right? There's zero customization involved anymore. And the huge advantage after a while, of course, to transition into a SaaS is you have access to the data. That's one thing we're missing, of course, right now. We don't have the data because every company runs it on their own N8N self-hosted version. So we don't have that data, which we can use, of course, to improve the product even further. And of course, when you transition into a SaaS, you're really going to professionalize things. And you probably want to focus a bit on hiring. Now, the point of all of these stages is you don't have to go left to right, of course, or completely step by step, right? You might start here in stage 2, and you might even start in stage 3, right? Many of the creators are now offering these templates or pre-built sort of solutions, including me, right? What you do have to take into account with these templates that people give away is they're not stage 4 yet, right? They're not completely self-serve, battle tested with multiple clients, perfect solutions, right? If I take my examples, my meta ad agency or some of the last builds I've shown, these were just sort of one-off projects we've done for one client, but that doesn't mean it works perfectly for all the clients in the niche. So if you take one of these systems or these pre-built templates, keep in mind that you'll still need to customize this heavily most of the time for each new client that you sell this to, right? But it can be a great way to start to slowly but surely build out an out-of-the-box solution. And this can take time, right? This can take weeks, months. You don't want to rush into this because you're also risking a little bit. If you're really doubling down on one system for one niche, you're of course going to also put all your effort into that system. So you can also decide to keep your options open a bit more, work a bit more with custom projects, discover some potential solutions. Then you can even try to market a few systems and see which ones work best. Now, what do you need if you want to sell this sort of out of the box type solution, which we are doing with SEO? First of all, it's really important that your system really consistently delivers outcomes for multiple of these businesses, right? And it's important here, the outcome has to be measurable and high impact for the company. And in general, the best type of systems for this are systems that generate revenue, like lead generation, content systems, right? Because most companies, the biggest pain point is lead generation. They can't scale because they don't have enough leads. So revenue generating systems are usually the biggest one. Make sure that it automates an end-to-end workflow. That's generally the more of an end-to-end workflow it automates, the higher the value is for the company. This doesn't mean it has to be a completely automated process. We actually noticed that adding a lot of human in the loop through that customer interface is really important, and most customers actually want that. But it is important to automate an end-to-end workflow, right? To cover the entire process. And second, you have to slowly but surely transform it into a self-serve product, right? While still maintaining the outcome and delivering the outcome to the customer, which can be hard and can take time. And this self-serve doesn't mean it's a one-size-fits-all. It means the personalization or the customization is done by the user inside of the system instead of you customizing it in the N8N workflow. Now, the way we build these AI systems is by having a database in Airtable, a front end with Airtable interfaces. That's why we like Airtable, because we can have those two combined. Now, this is a big mistake I see many people making when delivering automation systems or trying to build AI systems, is they use Google Sheets or whatever. This is not a great experience or user UI or user experience for the user. If you can build a simple front end in something like Lovable or Airtable interfaces, the perceived value of your AI system or your automation goes up a lot because the customer feels like they're getting a little bit of a product, right? And then in the back end, we use N8N to automate the processes. Now, again, if you want to learn more about how we design the infrastructure for these AI systems, I did a full step-by-step tutorial in my last video. I'll make sure to link it up here or in the description below too. So just a quick recap. If you want to build and scale an AI product business, 3 things to really take away from this is, first, really important, focus from day one almost on building a scalable marketing channel, right? You probably want to focus at least 50% of your time on really getting good at marketing and building acquisition, because whatever stage you're in, this is really going to make the difference between you being able to scale or not, right? And one thing I learned from Y Combinator a few years ago is most people are trying 8 different channels at the same time. Really try to focus on 1, maybe 2 channels and become an expert at it, right? Most unicorns As they say in Y Combinator, most unicorns, $1 billion companies, have grown to become that large by becoming really good and nailing one acquisition channel, not 5 at the same time. Of course, eventually you can start building out multiple channels, but most have grown to become a unicorn by becoming really good at one and becoming an expert at one channel, right? So focus on that from day one. Second, you want to focus on AI systems that deliver measurable outcomes. Again, revenue generating systems are generally the best. Second, maybe are hiring systems, because the two factors that prevent companies from scaling is more leads or more people, right? So if you can provide companies with revenue generating systems or hiring systems, you generally can bring the highest ROI to businesses. And lastly, you really want to build and productize based on feedback, not just on your idea. Don't build out the perfect product you have in your head right away. Make users build it out of feedback, right? And therefore that MVP, minimum viable product approach, is really important. And the huge opportunity and the great thing we have right now with no code is we can now build these MVPs, minimum viable products, really fast in no code. And as long as we stay in no code, we can iterate, improve the solution, add new features really quick based on that customer feedback. Of course, if you have some coding background and you're using tools like Cursor, you can also do it there. And it's a lot faster now in those with code too, to make iterations and improve products. But in general, if you don't have that background, stay in no code until you really make that transition into SaaS. And lastly, what's the roadmap to scaling an AI automation agency or an AI service business? Now, before jumping into the details, there's 3 main takeaways you want to take out of this. If you want to scale an AI service business or an AI automation agency, it's these 3 things, right? First of all, you have to go beyond implementation only, right? The market, this is completely new to most businesses, right? Most businesses need much more than just technical people executing on projects for them. They need people that educate them on how to adopt and adapt in the new era of AI, right? So that needs a combination of consulting, training, education. That's what businesses will need. And this is the easiest way for you to grow and scale your AI automation agency, to go beyond just presenting yourself as a builder, as a technical person who can implement projects for them. The second thing is, and I'm hammering this on in each of the business model, is you do need consistent lead flow. It's really important in any of these businesses. The only way you're going to scale it is by having that consistent lead flow. And although in the AI automation agency, you don't need as much of a scalable acquisition channel as, let's say, in a productized or an AI SaaS, because generally clients will pay you more as a service provider. You'll need to work with less clients. You do need consistent lead flow because you have to say no a lot. You really have to work with the right type of clients and the right clients for you. And that means you do need consistent lead flow. You have to qualify them hard. And therefore you need an acquisition channel that is consistent in order for your business to scale. And lastly, the only way a service business you're ever going to scale that is by hiring more people and managing more people. And therefore you need processes in place that you can give to these new people in your business to execute and deliver the services to your clients. So what does the roadmap look like to scaling an AI automation agency or an AI service business? Now, you might start off, I've touched upon this a little bit before, you might start off as a custom AI agency where you deliver custom projects or implementations to a wide variety of businesses, which can be a great place to start if you might not have that much domain expertise in a specific department or industry, and you're just relying on your technical expertise, you knowing how to build on platforms like N8N, Make.com, etc., which can be a great place to start. If you already have some domain expertise in a specific industry or department, again, I recommend to go more into a niche AI agency right away, because again, it is easier to market if you talk to a specific audience. You do need some domain expertise generally to provide value in these automation systems. Get out of this first stage. The key here is to switch in a model, which I call a fractional AI officer. Now, that doesn't mean you have to be alone. You can also already have a small team or maybe a partner. It's just a name for me to describe what you're doing in this stage. And the key to this stage is to really start only pitching yourself as an AI partner, not just an AI builder or an implementer, right? And you do that to get your clients onto retainers, right? Retainers are key to hitting that next level because it gives your business stability, right? Recurring, predictable revenue. So it gives your business stability and really allows you to scale to that next level. Now, I've been pointing this out a few times in my other videos too. The key here really is to position yourself as a partner instead of just a builder, right? And the key here is to provide and offer not just implementations, but a mix between consulting implementations, and maybe even training. Again, the market, and this is actually what most companies need, right? They don't just need technical people to execute on projects. They need people that consult them on what to start with, that help educate their employees on how to better use AI. The transformation into the AI era is much more than just providing some implementation. Now, and when I talk about consulting, I'm not talking about McKinsey type consulting, right? Don't get it wrong. Like, even if you're doing one-off projects and just focusing on implementations, you're already providing consulting, because many times when we're automating processes and when you're starting out, you'll see that most businesses are actually very messy. And before we start automating processes in their business, we already have to re-establish processes, improve processes in the first place before actually automating this. So a lot of times you're already providing consulting, right? You cannot generally just go in and automate a process without a lot of back and forth with the client, right? So what I mean with consulting here is just adding a once a week meeting into the offer you give to the client, right? Maybe you can add in one training session for their entire team once a month, right? Where you teach them how to use ChatGPT better, prompting, maybe how to integrate MCPs, just surface level things that could help employees in their business use AI in a better way to become more productive. And because you're going to work with retainers and hopefully higher ticket retainers, you really want to switch your target audience, your target market to bigger sized companies. That could still be SMBs or mid-sized businesses, but you do have to make sure that the businesses you're targeting actually have the money in order to pay you this retainer, right? Simple math can tell you that if a business only does $20,000 in revenue and you're trying to charge a $5,000 retainer, they're not going to spend 25% of their budget on this, right? So think about it that way, right? If you're maybe getting them on a 2,000 retainer, maybe they need probably a $30,000 dollar MRR. But you have to target the type of businesses that can actually afford this. Now, eventually, once you have consistent revenue from this model, you can switch into the next stage, which I call the AI partner agency. And this is really where you hit the next level if you want to scale. And that's where you, again, work with retainer only. But in this case, you're going to go only 10K plus, right? 6 figures plus. Or some AI agencies also, they just work with really, really big projects, right? 50K plus or 100K plus. You can do one-off projects in this case, but they have to be very large. Generally, in this model, you are going to offer, again, a combination of consulting, training, implementations, and maybe even audits. Because especially bigger companies, which you're going to need to work with, again, right? Make the calculation. If you're going to charge 10,000 plus per month, you need to start working with really mid to large size businesses, most likely businesses with at least 50 employees, right? And these businesses many times also need audits. They need to know where to start with AI automation, right? They need that education. Okay, what is the best approach for us to really make AI this priority? And the thing with this too is, once you start working with bigger and bigger clients, they actually become easier and easier to work with. Of course, there's a lot of work involved, but many times the people who pay less and the small SMBs, because they have a lot to lose, they are also the toughest clients to manage, right? So if you can get to this model, and again, that's why I'm saying this might be the toughest phase, right? So see it as a stage. You're going to get out of it. And once you're here, you might only have to work with 3 or 4 or 5 companies that are actually a lot more pleasant to work with. And you can really have a scalable AI business, right? And the key focus is here in this stage is to really start scaling a team, right? The only way you're going to be able to manage this is by having more engineers. Now, generally, the way you want to do this is by hiring account managers who maintain the client relationship and manage a team of engineers that build out the project, right? So you want to have account managers and engineers. In this phase, you also really want to build that credibility, testimonials, case studies, etc. Because generally, mid to large size businesses, they need that. They need to see that other big companies or companies their size have worked with you and have seen results with them. And because you're going to scale a team, you really have to start building these processes and SOPs so you can hand that over to the new hires and the new people that start working with you. And this, again, can take time, but there is a huge need. This is only going to grow if you're into the AI automation agency model right now. You're one of the earliest, right? So you will also be one of the earliest transitioning into this, right? Because this all can take a few months/years. And just to finish it off, what is the best path? What is the best business model? And what should you choose? This really depends on you, right? And it's important sometimes to take a step back and really think, what do I want, right? What type of business do I want to run in the long term? What do I want my life to look like in the mid to long term? Because many people overlook this. They blindly jump in, but don't actually take the time to think where do they want to head. And it is important because it will define what you have to focus on today. And second of all, many people blindly just follow other people's success stories, where oftentimes you don't actually see the sacrifices behind the curtains without actually thinking what they want. So this really depends on three factors: your preference. First of all, what type of business do you want to run, right? Do you want a product type business or more of a service type business? Are you more of a people person, right? Do you like to work with people, manage people, etc.? Or are you more interested in building cool products, etc.? Me personally, I have managed a lot of people in my life, also in my previous company, but I don't consider myself an amazing manager. And I'm much more a product person. That's why I'm personally following much more of that productized route. We do still run our custom AI automation agency, but I'm less involved in that, so I can focus more on what I like, which is building products. Now, the second thing there also is, what is your goal, right? Do you want to build a $1 billion company? Do you want to go as big as possible? Because that's going to mean you're going to have to make some sacrifices, right? And you're probably not going to get there with a service type business. So then you probably want to go the SaaS route. Now, me personally, I don't have any ambition to make $1 billion or become a billionaire. I am much happier, I notice, if I have some freedom in my life, do what I enjoy on a day-to-day. And of course, I want to make some money, but I don't have to make $1 billion, right? So if you're happy running maybe a 6-figure or 7-figure business, have some more freedom in your life, right? Running your own business, creating your own teams, then a service business is definitely a great option too, right? And probably a much safer option. It also define much of your lifestyle. If you're going the $1 billion route, the $1 billion SaaS route, right, you're going to sacrifice a lot, right? You're going to sacrifice probably 10, 15 years of your life of grinding to potentially maybe cash in really big, right? But if you don't want that and you want to have a better lifestyle in the meantime, a service type business is definitely interesting. And that's why I think the productized route is so interesting. You don't have to make that decision from the get-go. You can slowly but surely productize and then decide if you even want to go the SaaS route eventually. Because even if you're selling pre-built AI systems, right, you're really doubling down on one niche, you can really scale an interesting business to 6 or 7 figures without having to go all in. Right. And then the second thing is, of course, your situation. What is your personal situation at the moment? Do you have kids? Do you have a job currently? How much time do you have and how much time are you willing to invest, right? If you don't have that much time, you probably don't want to go all in on a SaaS right away. You want to start out small, maybe offering some services, etc. Also, what does your financial situation look like? How much are your ongoing costs, right? How much cash do you have in the bank and how much cash are you willing to invest in this venture, in this pursuit, right? If you have high ongoing costs, maybe not that much cash in the bank, you probably don't want to jump into trying to build a SaaS right away and approach it more from a service business at the start, at least. Right. And lastly, what are your strengths and expertise, right? What's your experience? Because this is going to help you a lot when building the business, right? Do you maybe have you worked in an agency? Do you know how an agency works? And that's going to help you a lot if you're developing a service type business. Or do you have startup experience like me? Of course, I've run a SaaS for 5 years. So I really know how to build product, how to manage product teams. So that's why that experience really helps me going more that productized route. And there, of course, the last factor is your domain expertise. How much do you know of a specific industry? How much have you been solving one specific problem for one specific industry already? If you've done that for many years, jumping into a more productized business might make more sense because you really already have that domain expertise and you might be closer to product market fit. And how much technical expertise do you have? Are you just starting out learning these tools, or have you been a coder all your life? These can all make an impact in what type of business is best. There is no best choice. The best choice is the one you make. But the key takeaway I want to give you here is take a step back and think, what do I really want, right? And what do I want to sacrifice for this? And don't just blindly follow what other people tell you to do or their success stories, because a lot of times you don't see the sacrifices in the back and you really want to think about how you want your life to look like. Congrats, you've now completed the most comprehensive course on starting an AI business. But more importantly, you've sat through my rambling for a few hours, which is quite an achievement already. Now that you know all the technical skills and the exact roadmaps to get customers, deliver projects, get partnerships, and scale a business, you really have all you need in order to start executing. And this is ultimately what's going to make the difference. Now, you will be hitting a ton of roadblocks and doubts, which is completely normal. And that's exactly why I've created my AI Accelerator, where we have a community of serious professionals
building, growing, and scaling AI businesses to give you support in your journey. We give you the exact playbooks to get customers. Me and my team are in there every day to help people out with whatever we can. We have coaching calls, Q&As, and one-on-one tech help available to help you succeed on this journey. So if you're taking this serious, I would love to see you inside. If not, perfectly fine too. Thanks again for watching. If you sat through the whole thing, I'd really appreciate a like and a subscribe. It really, really does help me. So thank you so much. And please take action, start executing, because it's going to be hard, but it's totally worth it. Thank you. Bye.